there are fates worse than death. Among the countless horrors that stalk the galaxy, few are as terrifying as the fate of a World Eater entombed within a dreadnought. These walking engines of destruction, piloted by warriors driven mad by an endless screaming in their skulls, represent one of the most tragic and horrifying aspects of the Warhammer 40,000 universe. To understand why these mechanical titans never stop screaming, we must delve deep into the twin curses that define their existence, the butcher's nails that ravage their minds, and the cold metal tomb that imprisons what remains of their bodies. The screaming never stops. Day and night, across the blood-soaked battlefields of the 41st millennium, the dreadnoughts of the World Eater's Legion fill the air with howls of rage and anguish that chill even the most hardened warriors. These are not the measured battle cries of disciplined soldiers or the calculated vocalizations of tactical warfare. These are the screams of minds being torn apart, of consciousness trapped between two incompatible hells, of warriors who can neither live nor die, but are condemned to exist in perpetual agony. What makes the World Eater's dreadnoughts unique among all the walking war machines of the Imperium and Chaos? Why do their pilots suffer so much more acutely than their counterparts in other legions? The answer lies in a cruel convergence of technologies and philosophies that creates a perfect storm of suffering. The butcher's nails, those archaic cybernetic implants that turn every moment of existence into a symphony of pain that can only be quieted through violence, meet the sensory-depriving prison of the dreadnought sarcophagus. The result is a hell beyond imagining, a torment so complete that even the damned might weep at its contemplation. The Iron Tomb. Understanding dreadnought entombment. Before we can fully grasp the unique horror faced by World Eater's dreadnoughts, we must first understand what it means to be interred within these walking tombs. In most Space Marine chapters, becoming a dreadnought is considered a great honor, a chance for mortally wounded heroes to continue serving the Emperor beyond the limits of their mortal flesh. But this supposed honor carries with it a price that many would consider too terrible to pay. The process begins when a Space Marine suffers injuries so catastrophic that even the advanced medical technology of the Adeptus Astartes cannot save their body through conventional means. Perhaps their spine has been shattered by an Orc warlord's power claw, or their internal organs pulverized by explosions, or their limbs torn away by Tyranid bioweapons. In most cases, such injuries would mean death, a warrior's final rest after a life of service. But for those deemed too valuable to lose, for heroes whose tactical knowledge or combat experience is irreplaceable, the Tech Marines and Apothecaries offer a different fate: entombment in a dreadnought. The warrior's broken body is carefully extracted from its power armor, and what remains is installed within an amniotic sarcophagus at the heart of the dreadnought chassis. This tank is filled with nutrients and life-sustaining fluids that keep the remnant of flesh alive. The warrior's consciousness is linked to the machine through a mind impulse unit, a neural interface that allows their thoughts to control the dreadnought's massive limbs and devastating weapons. In theory, this gives the fallen warrior a new body, stronger and more resilient than their original form ever was. In practice, it condemns them to an existence that borders on the unbearable. The sensory deprivation is nearly total. The warrior can no longer feel the touch of human hands, cannot smell the scent of incense in the chapter's chapels, cannot taste food or drink. Their connection to the physical world is mediated entirely through the machine's sensors, which translate sight and sound into cold data streams. When a dreadnought's power fist crushes an enemy's skull, the pilot experiences no satisfying crunch of breaking bone, no warm spray of blood, no tactile feedback whatsoever. They know intellectually that their blow has landed, that their enemy is dead, but they cannot feel it in any meaningful way. This sensory isolation drives many dreadnought pilots toward madness over time. Even among the most stoic chapters, it is not uncommon for ancient dreadnoughts to exhibit signs of psychological deterioration. Some become increasingly detached from their brothers, viewing themselves as more machine than man. Others develop obsessive fixations, repeating certain behaviors or phrases endlessly. Still others simply withdraw into themselves, becoming silent and unresponsive, except when roused for battle. To mitigate this psychological degradation, most chapters place their dreadnoughts into a form of suspended animation between battles. These sleep cycles, maintained by stasis fields and sedative cocktails, allow the pilot to rest in something approaching unconsciousness. They dream after a fashion, though whether these dreams bring comfort or torment varies from individual to individual. When the chapter needs their service, tech priests wake them from this slumber, brief them on the current situation, and deploy them to battle. After the fighting is done, they return to their dreamless sleep, sometimes for decades or even centuries at a time. This cycle of awakening and slumber becomes the entirety of a dreadnought pilot's existence. They are witnesses to the slow march of history, watching as generations of space marines live and die while they persist, unchanging, in their metal shells. They see the faces of their battle brothers grow unfamiliar, watch as the chapter's traditions evolve and change, observe as the very architecture of their fortress monastery is modified and rebuilt. They become living relics, revered by younger Marines who know them only as legends, approached with a mixture of awe and unease. The psychological toll of this existence cannot be overstated. Imagine waking from sleep to find that 50 years have passed, that all your closest friends are dead, that the chapter you knew has become something subtly different. Then imagine being sent into battle, experiencing a few hours or days of sensory input filtered through mechanical sensors before being returned to your sleep for another century. Your entire existence becomes a series of disconnected snapshots, moments of wakefulness separated by vast gulfs of unconsciousness. You lose track of who you were, of what it felt like to be truly alive. Your identity erodes, worn away by the endless cycle of sleep and war. For most dreadnought pilots, this gradual erosion of self is mitigated by the periods of rest between deployments. The sleep is a mercy, a respite from the isolation and sensory deprivation. But what happens when that mercy is denied? What becomes of a consciousness trapped in the metal tomb without the relief of unconsciousness, forced to remain awake and aware for years or decades at a time, experiencing nothing but the cold darkness of the sarcophagus and the maddening absence of physical sensation? This is where the true horror begins, and it sets the stage for understanding the unique torment of the World Eaters. The Butcher's Nails, a technology of torment. To understand the hell inhabited by World Eaters, dreadnoughts, we must examine the other component of their suffering, the Butcher's Nails. These archaic cybernetic implants, forced upon the World Eaters Legion by their Primarch Angron, represent one of the cruelest technologies ever inflicted upon the Space Marines. They are devices of torture, masquerading as combat enhancement, tools that grant power at the cost of humanity itself. The Butcher's Nails were not originally designed by the Imperium, or even by the ancient human civilizations of the Dark Age of technology. They were relics of Nuceria, a brutal world where the technology was used to create gladiators for the entertainment of the ruling classes. The procedure involved the surgical implantation of numerous cybernetic cables and implants directly into the subject's brain, creating a web of artificial neural pathways that fundamentally altered how the brain processed sensory information and emotional responses. The device works by hijacking the brain's pain and pleasure centers, systematically rewiring them into a single, unified response. Every sensory input, every emotional experience, every moment of existence is transformed into pain. Sight becomes pain. Sound becomes pain. The beating of your own hearts becomes pain. The implants replace critical portions of the brain's emotional processing centers, including the limbic lobe and insular cortex, the very structures that allow humans to experience joy, contentment, peace, and all the subtle gradations of emotion that make life worth living. In their place, the butcher's nails offer only one reprieve: violence. When the implanted warrior engages in combat, when they spill blood and take life, the nails provide a brief respite from the constant agony. The pain doesn't disappear entirely, but it diminishes, becoming bearable for precious moments. This creates a horrifying addiction, a desperate need to kill that eclipses all other desires. The warrior becomes a slave to their own augmentations, driven to seek out combat not for glory or duty, but simply to escape the unbearable torture of existing without violence. The original butcher's nails implanted in Angron were particularly devastating. They were slowly killing him, eating away at his brain tissue, causing progressive neurological damage that would eventually result in his death. The emperor himself examined these implants and concluded that they could not be safely removed, that attempting to extract them would kill Angron immediately. They had grown too deeply into his brain, replacing essential structures with their own artificial systems. Angron was kept alive by the very device that was slowly destroying him, trapped in a body that was both prison and executioner. When Angron became Primarch of the 12th Legion, he demanded that his sons receive the same augmentation. The Tech Marines and apothecaries of the Legion attempted to create replicas based on Angron's implants, though these copies were crude compared to the original Dark Age technology. The early attempts at implantation had a 100% fatality rate. Every single Space Marine who received the nails died on the operating table, their enhanced physiology unable to withstand the traumatic rewiring of their neural architecture. But Angron persisted, driven by a twisted desire to share his suffering with his sons, to make them understand the pain he endured every moment of his existence. Eventually, the Legion's surgeons developed a version of the nails that could be implanted with a reasonable survival rate. These modified implants were less lethal than the originals, lacking the progressive degenerative effects that were slowly killing Angron. But they retained the essential horror of the technology, the transformation of all sensation into pain, the addiction to violence, the destruction of everything that made the warrior human. The effects on the World Eater's Legion were catastrophic. Warriors who had once been disciplined soldiers, capable of complex tactics and strategic thinking, devolved into frenzied berserkers. Their capacity for joy vanished. Their ability to form meaningful emotional connections withered. They could no longer experience the satisfaction of a mission accomplished, the warmth of brotherhood, the quiet contentment of meditation or prayer. Every moment of peace became torture. The only time they felt anything approaching relief was when they were killing, when their chain axes were tearing through enemy flesh, when blood was flowing and skulls were being claimed. This transformation horrified many within the Imperium. The Emperor himself eventually forbade the practice of implanting the nails, ordering Angron to cease the augmentation of his legion. But the damage was already done. The vast majority of World Eaters had received the implants, and those who hadn't were increasingly marginalized within the Legion. The character of the entire force had changed, shaped by the constant agony and the desperate need for violence that defined every nailed warrior's existence. The World Eaters became known for their savage brutality, for battles where they would slaughter friend and foe alike in their frenzy. They were deployed to the most brutal grinding conflicts, where their berserker fury could be channeled against enemies too numerous or too entrenched for conventional tactics. They became the Emperor's executioners, the force sent in when total annihilation was required. But this came at a terrible cost. The Legion's culture eroded. Their ability to function as a cohesive military force diminished. They became as much a danger to their allies as to their enemies. And when the Horus Heresy began, when Warmaster Horus turned against the Emperor and plunged the galaxy into civil war, the World Eaters were among the first to join his rebellion. For warriors who experienced every moment of peace as torture, who lived only for the next battle, the War Master's promise of endless war was irresistible. They threw themselves into the heresy with savage enthusiasm, reveling in the opportunity to indulge their violence without restraint. But even among all this suffering, even in a legion defined by constant pain and the need for violence, there were depths of torment yet to be plumbed. For those World Eaters who suffered catastrophic injuries, for those who might have died but were instead condemned to entombment in dreadnoughts, a new and more terrible hell awaited. The convergence of curses. Nails meet tomb. Now we come to the heart of our examination, the terrible collision that creates the unique agony of World Eaters' dreadnoughts. Imagine, if you will, the two hells we have described. The sensory deprivation of the dreadnought sarcophagus, where all physical sensation is stripped away and replaced with cold mechanical data, and the butcher's nails, which transform every sensation into pain and can only be quieted through acts of violence. What happens when these two incompatible torments are forced to coexist within a single consciousness? The result is a form of suffering so profound that it defies easy description. The warrior's butcher's nails continue to function after entombment. The cybernetic implants remain embedded in what's left of their brain, still firing their pain signals, still transforming every moment of existence into agony. But now the warrior is trapped in a metal shell that denies them the very sensations the nails are trying to corrupt. They cannot feel their hands because they no longer have hands. They cannot feel their feet touching the ground because they have no feet. The nails scream for sensation to twist into pain, but there is no sensation to be had. This creates a feedback loop of horror. The nails, deprived of normal sensory input, amplify their own signals. The pain doesn't diminish in the absence of sensation. It intensifies, becoming a howling void that fills the entirety of the warrior's consciousness. Imagine a constant, unbearable agony with no source and no location. It is not pain in your arm or your leg or your head. It is pain that exists everywhere and nowhere simultaneously. A suffering that has no physical component, but is nonetheless utterly real and completely overwhelming. The only relief, as always, comes through violence. When the dreadnought's weapons fire, when its power fist crushes enemy armor, when its assault cannon tears through flesh and bone, the nails quiet momentarily. But the satisfaction is hollow and fleeting. The dreadnought pilot cannot feel the recoil of their weapons. They cannot smell the cordite or the blood. They experience the violence only as abstract data, as visual confirmation of targets eliminated and tactical objectives achieved. It's like trying to satisfy hunger by looking at pictures of food, attempting to quench thirst by reading about water. The need remains, growing stronger with each passing moment, but the means to truly satisfy it have been stripped away. Between battles, the torment becomes unbearable. Most dreadnought pilots are granted the mercy of sleep, placed into stasis between deployments. But what about those who are denied this mercy? What happens to a World Eater dreadnought left awake in the darkness between wars? This is where we must examine the unique cruelty practiced by the World Eaters Legion in their treatment of dreadnoughts. Unlike other legions that developed sophisticated protocols for maintaining their ancient warriors' psychological health, the World Eaters took a different approach. In some cases, they simply left their dreadnought pilots awake, not connected to their chassis, not engaged in battle, but conscious and aware within the amniotic sarcophagus, experiencing nothing but the howling of the butcher's nails in the absolute darkness and silence of their metal tomb. Why would they do this? The reasoning, such as it is, stems from the World Eater's fundamental philosophy and the effects of the butcher's nails on their thinking. To a World Eater, suffering is simply a fact of existence. They experience constant pain themselves. Why should their entombed brothers be any different? Moreover, the Legion's culture had degraded to the point where such considerations as mercy or compassion had become alien concepts. They were warriors defined entirely by violence, by the next battle and the next kill. The suffering of their dreadnought pilots between deployments simply wasn't a concern. There's also a more practical consideration, born of the chaotic and disorganized nature of the World Eaters after the Horus Heresy. The Legion fractured into numerous warbands, each led by ambitious champions and warlords. These groups lacked the sophisticated technical infrastructure of loyalist chapters. They didn't have the resources or expertise to maintain complex stasis systems for their dreadnoughts. In many cases, they simply didn't bother. The dreadnought sarcophagus was disconnected from its armored chassis and left in storage, its occupant conscious but imprisoned, screaming silently in the darkness. The psychological effects of this treatment are catastrophic. Even a normal human would be driven insane by such sensory deprivation within hours or days. For a space marine with the butcher's nails, the descent into madness is both faster and more complete. The nails continue their work, amplifying the pain signals, but now there is nothing to distract from the agony. No battle to fight, no enemies to kill, no violence to provide even momentary relief. Just the screaming of the implants and the absolute darkness of the tomb. Time becomes meaningless in this state. Minutes feel like hours, hours like days, days like years. The warrior's consciousness, deprived of external stimuli and tortured by the nails, begins to fracture. Memories surface and dissolve, indistinguishable from hallucinations. The past and present blur together. The warrior relives battles fought centuries ago with the same immediacy as if they were happening now. They carry on conversations with long-dead brothers, argue with phantoms, make plans for campaigns that will never occur. And always, always, the nails scream. The pain never stops, never diminishes, never becomes bearable. It is a constant presence, a howling void that drowns out thought and feeling and identity. The warrior screams in response, not with their voice, but with their mind, a psychic howl of anguish that echoes through the warp. Over time, the distinction between the warrior and the pain dissolves. They forget what it felt like to exist without this suffering. They forget what peace was, what joy was, what anything was, except the endless screaming of the nails. When they are finally reconnected to their chassis and deployed to battle, the relief is immediate and overwhelming. Suddenly they have sensory input again, crude and filtered through mechanical sensors, but sensation nonetheless. They can see enemies to kill, can target weapons to fire, can crush and destroy and tear apart. The nails quiet marginally, satisfied by the violence. For a few blessed hours or days, the warrior can function, can fight, can perform the role for which they were created. But this relief is temporary and incomplete. The sensory input from the dreadnought systems is too limited, too abstract to truly satisfy the nails. The warrior kills and kills and kills, but the satisfaction is hollow. They cannot feel the warmth of blood on their hands because they have no hands. They cannot smell the fear of their enemies because they have no nose. They fight in a desperate frenzy, trying to achieve enough violence to quiet the nails permanently, but it's never enough. It can never be enough. And when the battle ends, when they are disconnected from their chassis and return to the darkness, the full weight of their torment crashes down upon them once more. The brief respite of combat only makes the return to sensory deprivation more unbearable by comparison. They had a taste of relief, a moment when the screaming quieted, and now that moment is gone, and they are alone with their pain once more. This cycle repeats indefinitely. Wake, fight, sleep, wake, fight, sleep. But for the World Eater Dreadnought, there is no true sleep, only the screaming darkness between battles. Each deployment leaves them more damaged psychologically, more fragmented, more lost in the maze of their own tortured consciousness. They become shells, automatons of violence with only the faintest remnants of their former selves remaining. The screaming becomes their entire existence, both the cause of their suffering and the only thing they remember how to do. Lork, the First and the Witness. To understand the reality of this existence, let us examine the case of Lork, known as the First, the Legion Master of the Warhounds before they became the World Eaters, and perhaps the first dreadnought of that tragic legion. His story illuminates the unique horror faced by World Eaters' dreadnoughts and provides a window into the degradation that afflicted the entire legion. Lork was gravely injured on the world of Jericho during the Great Crusade. The specifics of his injuries are lost to history, but they were severe enough that his body could not be saved by conventional means. He was interred within a Contemptor pattern dreadnought, one of the most advanced and sophisticated dreadnought chassis available during that era. This happened before the discovery of Angron, before the Legion renamed itself the World Eaters, when they were still the Warhounds, a disciplined and effective fighting force. Here we see the first crucial detail. Lork never received the Butcher's Nails. He was entombed before Angron began the program of implanting his entire legion with the devices. His dreadnought status actually protected him from receiving the nails later, as the surgical procedures required for implantation were incompatible with his already extensively modified neural architecture. This made Lork unique among the World Eaters. He was one of the few who retained the capacity for emotions beyond rage, who could still experience something resembling peace. This should have been a blessing, but it became a curse of a different kind. Lork was forced to watch as his legion transformed around him. The warhounds he had known and led, disciplined warriors who fought with tactical acumen and strategic brilliance, devolved into the frenzied berserkers of the World Eaters. He saw his brothers lose their humanity piece by piece, saw them become slaves to the nails, saw their entire existence reduced to the desperate pursuit of the next kill. During the Genna massacre, when Angron was forcibly installing the Butcher's Nails throughout the Legion, Lork was awakened by Centurion Mago. Mago feared what Angron was doing to the Legion and sought Lorca's help in stopping the Primarch. Lorca participated in this rebellion, standing with those who still remembered what the Legion had been before Angron's arrival. But the rebellion failed. When Mago was killed by Khan, Lorca bent the knee to Angron, accepting the new reality of his Legion. What must it have been like for him, watching this transformation from within his metal shell? He could not receive the nails himself, could not share in the suffering and madness that was consuming his brothers. He remained lucid, aware, capable of rational thought and strategic planning. But he was also isolated, a relic of an earlier age, a reminder of what the Legion had lost. His brothers, driven by their nails, increasingly saw him as separate, different, not truly one of them. Lork led a unit of other early dreadnoughts, 13 warriors entombed in prototype Lucifer and Deredeo pattern chassis. These warriors, like Lork himself, predated many of the Legion's later traditions and practices. They were, in many ways, the forgotten ones, set aside by a Legion that had moved on to embrace a philosophy they could never fully share. They became the defenders of the flagship Conqueror during the Horus Heresy, awakened when the ship was boarded by Ultramarines and the regular defense forces had abandoned their posts to join the assault on Armatura. The horror Lork experienced was different from but no less profound than that of his nailed brothers who would later be entombed. He watched the slaughter at Istvan III, where the World Eaters murdered their own brothers, loyalists who refused to join Horus's rebellion. This betrayal horrified him more than anything else. He had been Legion Master of the Warhounds, had led these warriors, had fought beside many of them for decades. Now he was forced to watch as they turned on their own, as the bonds of brotherhood that had defined the Legion dissolved in blood and madness. His final battle came during the Shadow Crusade, when the Conqueror was boarded by Ultramarines. Lork and his 13 dreadnought brothers defended the ship, fighting against loyalist space marines who had once been fellow servants of the Emperor. During this battle, Lork confronted Lorga Aurelian, Primarch of the Wordbearers, engaging the Psyker Primarch in combat. He was ultimately defeated when Angron, in the throes of his transformation into a demon Primarch, saved Lorgar from Lork's attacks. Even in this moment, Lorca's tragedy deepened. He witnessed Angron's ascension to daemonhood, saw his Primarch transformed into a creature of the warp, a monster who embodied everything the old warhounds had fought against. The legion he had known was gone, replaced by something unrecognizable. And Lorc, trapped in his metal shell, could do nothing but watch and fight, and eventually be destroyed. Lorc's story illustrates the broader tragedy of the World Eater's dreadnoughts. Even without the Butcher's nails, entombment in a dreadnought brings profound suffering and isolation. The sensory deprivation, the long periods of inactivity, the gradual erosion of identity over centuries, all of these take their toll. But Lorc's lucidity also gave him a terrible gift: the ability to fully comprehend what had been lost, to understand the magnitude of the tragedy that had befallen his legion. For those World Eaters who did receive the nails before entombment, Lorc's fate would have seemed merciful by comparison. They lacked his clarity, his capacity for understanding, but they suffered far more acutely in other ways. The constant screaming of the nails, the inability to satisfy their need for violence through the limited sensory input of the dreadnought, the maddening contrast between the pain that demanded sensation and the tomb that denied it. These torments were beyond Lorc's experience. He was spared the full horror of being both nailed and entombed. Berserker dreadnoughts, engines of insane fury. As the World Eater's legion descended further into madness and violence, their dreadnoughts evolved to match their savage nature. These became known as Berserker dreadnoughts, walking engines of destruction optimized for close combat and designed to be unleashed in suicidal charges into the heart of enemy formations. They represent the perfection of the World Eater's philosophy, pure violence embodied in metal and rage. The Berserker dreadnoughts first appeared among the Contemptor pattern dreadnoughts of the World Eater's Legion during the Horus Heresy. These were modified from standard Contemptor designs to be larger, swifter, and more heavily armed for melee combat than their cousins in other legions. Where a typical dreadnought might be equipped with a mix of ranged and close combat weapons, Berserker dreadnoughts prioritized crushing power and chain weapons above all else. These modifications reflected the World Eater's tactical doctrine, such as it was. They had little use for the careful, measured approach favored by other legions. They did not hang back and provide fire support. They did not conduct careful tactical advances. They charged directly into the enemy, chain axes roaring, seeking to close with the foe as quickly as possible. Their dreadnoughts had to be able to keep pace with this frenzied assault, to lead the charge rather than support it from a distance. The typical Berserker dreadnought was armed with massive chain weapons, oversized versions of the chain fists and chain axes used by regular World Eaters. These weapons were designed for a single purpose: to tear apart enemy vehicles and infantry with equal efficiency. They buzzed with savage energy, their adamantium teeth spinning at incredible speeds, capable of reducing power-armored warriors to component parts in seconds. The dreadnoughts wielded these weapons with manic fury, hacking and slashing without technique or finesse, driven purely by the need to kill. Many Berserker dreadnoughts also carried flamers or other short-range weapons, tools for clearing bunkers and fortifications, or simply for burning everything in their path. But the emphasis was always on close combat capabilities. These were not war machines designed for tactical flexibility or long-range engagement. They were designed to get close to the enemy as quickly as possible and then destroy everything within reach. The pilots of these machines suffered uniquely. Their dreadnought chassis was optimized for the kind of close-quarters carnage that might, theoretically, provide some relief from the screaming of the Butcher's nails. They were equipped to engage in the kind of visceral, immediate violence that the nails craved. But the reality was far grimmer than the theory. Even when tearing apart enemy formations with their chain weapons, even when crushing skulls and rending armor, the pilots could not truly feel the satisfaction their nails demanded. The sensory feedback remained abstract and distant. They knew intellectually that they were killing, that blood was being spilled and enemies were dying, Their tactical displays confirmed target elimination. Their audio sensors picked up the sounds of screaming and the roar of their weapons. But it wasn't enough. The violence, filtered through mechanical sensors and delivered by hydraulic limbs, lacked the immediacy and physicality that might have quieted the nails. This created a terrible irony. The Berserker dreadnoughts were optimized for exactly the kind of combat that should have provided relief from the nails, yet their very nature as machines prevented them from experiencing that relief fully. They charged into battle with even greater fury than their non-entombed brothers, driven by a desperate hope that maybe this battle, this enemy, this kill, would finally be enough to silence the screaming in their skulls. But it never was. The psychological toll was catastrophic. These dreadnoughts became increasingly unstable over time, their already fragmented psyches deteriorating further with each deployment. They developed a reputation for being difficult to control, for occasionally turning on their own forces when no enemies remained within reach. The need for violence became so overwhelming that targets became irrelevant. Anything that moved, anything that lived, became a potential outlet for their rage. Some warband leaders learned to weaponize this instability. They would deploy their Berserker dreadnoughts at the most heavily fortified enemy positions, knowing that the dreadnoughts would charge, without regard for their own survival or tactical considerations. These were suicide attacks in all but name, but the dreadnoughts themselves seemed to welcome the deployment. Any battle was better than the screaming darkness between wars. The charges of Berserker dreadnoughts became legendary for their terrifying violence. These massive war machines would thunder across battlefields, their voxcasters blaring with the howls and screams of their pilots, their weapons already spinning in anticipation of the slaughter to come. Enemy forces that stood in their way were simply annihilated, crushed beneath power fists, or torn apart by chain weapons. The dreadnoughts fought with a frenzy that shocked even other Chaos Space Marines, a level of violence that seemed to transcend mere combat and approach the ritualistic. But this fury came at a price. Berserker dreadnoughts suffered catastrophic damage rates. Their suicidal charges left them vulnerable to concentrated fire, and their disregard for tactical positioning meant they often found themselves surrounded and isolated. Many were destroyed in the very battles that were supposed to provide relief from their suffering. In a twisted way, this might have been the mercy they sought. Death was the only true escape from the twin hells of the nails and the tomb. For those that survived, each battle left them more damaged, more fragmented, more lost in the howling chaos of their own tortured consciousness. They became less warriors and more forces of nature, hurricanes of violence given form and purpose. The person they had been, the Space Marine who had once fought with discipline and honor, eroded away until only the screaming remained. The Hellbrute transformation, when flesh becomes demon. After the Horus heresy, as the traitor legions fled to the Eye of Terror and were increasingly corrupted by the powers of chaos, a new horror befell many Chaos dreadnoughts. They became Hellbrutes, twisted mockeries of their former selves, where the boundary between flesh, metal, and demon blurred into nightmare. For World Eater's dreadnoughts, this transformation added yet another layer to their existing torment. The Hellbrute transformation occurs when the metal of the dreadnought chassis begins to fuse with the flesh of the pilot inside. This is not a gradual mechanical process, but a supernatural melding driven by the warping influence of chaos. The sarcophagus itself becomes infected with demonic essence, and the life support systems that once merely sustained the pilot's body now actively corrupt it. Metal grows into flesh like a cancer. Flesh grows into metal like a tumor. The boundaries between organic and inorganic dissolve. This process is extraordinarily painful, even by the standards of those who already endure the butcher's nails. The pilot's nerves are spliced directly into the dreadnought's systems without the buffer of the mind impulse unit. They feel everything the machine feels, every impact, every energy, discharge, every tremor and vibration. But their sensory processing has been so thoroughly corrupted that these sensations are rendered as pure agony. The Hellbrute feels pain when it moves, pain when it stands still, pain when its weapons fire, pain when they don't. For a World Eater, this transformation compounds their existing suffering geometrically. The Butcher's nails continue their work, but now they have new pathways to explore. New neural connections created by the fusion of flesh and machine. The nails spread their influence through these corrupted systems, turning every aspect of the Hellbrute's existence into torment. The pilot becomes trapped not just in a metal shell, but in a living prison that actively participates in their torture. The psychological effects are even more devastating than the physical ones. The Hellbrute transformation strips away the last vestiges of the pilot's humanity. They can no longer remember what it felt like to be merely a space marine, or even merely a dreadnought. Their identity becomes subsumed into the gestalt horror of the Hellbrute, until they can't distinguish where their mind ends and the machine begins, where their thoughts originate, and where the demonic corruption whispers its suggestions. Most Hellbrutes descend into complete madness within days or hours of the transformation. They become screaming whirlwinds of rage and hatred, attacking anything in their vicinity without discrimination. Between battles, they must be chained like rabid beasts to prevent them from tearing apart their own warband. The sarcophagus is sometimes disconnected and dragged away from the armored shell, left to lie inert and seething in darkness, while the Hellbrute's pilot howls in impotent fury. For World Eaters, Hellbrutes, this treatment mirrors what many of them experienced even before the transformation. They were already left awake and aware between battles, already screaming in the darkness, already driven to madness by the combination of the nails and sensory deprivation. The Hellbrute transformation simply makes their external appearance match their internal reality. They were always monsters of rage and pain. Now their bodies reflect this truth. When a World Eater's Hellbrute is deployed to battle, the results are catastrophic for anyone nearby, ally or enemy. These twisted war machines charge forward with abandon, their weapons firing wildly, their power fists crushing anything within reach. They fight with a fury that surpasses even that of regular berserker dreadnoughts, driven by pain so intense that death seems a preferable alternative. They welcome enemy fire, almost seem to seek it out, hoping that maybe this time the damage will be sufficient to end their suffering permanently. But chaos is cruel, and Hellbrutes are remarkably difficult to kill. Their fused nature makes them resilient in ways that pure machines are not. Flesh regenerates where metal would be destroyed. Metal reinforces where flesh would fail. They absorb damage that would cripple or destroy a normal dreadnought and keep fighting, keep killing, keep screaming their rage and anguish to the uncaring heavens. The warband leaders who deploy World Eater's Hellbrutes do so with caution and calculation. These are not precision instruments, but weapons of mass destruction, useful only when total annihilation of everything in a given area is acceptable. They are unleashed at heavily fortified positions, at enemy strongpoints that must be eliminated regardless of cost. The Hellbrute charges forward, and everything in its path dies. Eventually, if the enemy concentrates enough fire, the Hellbrute itself may fall, but the devastation it leaves in its wake serves its master's purposes. Some rare Hellbrutes retain fragments of lucidity, moments when the screaming quiets enough for coherent thought. These are the most tragic of all. In these brief windows of clarity, they remember what they were, remember the warrior they had been before the nails, before the entombment, before the Hellbrute transformation. They remember duty and honor and brotherhood, concepts that have been burned away by millennia of pain and madness. And then the clarity fades, and they are plunged back into the howling darkness, and the memory of what they've lost only makes their torment more acute. For many World Eater's Hellbrutes, the transformation represents a kind of terrible culmination. They began as proud warriors of the 12 Legion, The butcher's nails reduced them to pain-addicted berserkers. Entombment in a dreadnought stripped away their physical form and isolated them in sensory deprivation. The Hellbrute transformation completed their degradation, turning them into mindless engines of destruction that exist only to kill and to suffer. They have descended through every circle of hell imaginable and emerged as something that is neither living nor dead, neither human nor demon, neither warrior nor beast. The unique cruelty of World Eaters. Treatment. The suffering of World Eaters. Dreadnoughts is not merely a product of circumstance or the inevitable consequences of their augmentations and entombment. It is actively worsened by the way the World Eaters Legion treats its dreadnoughts, a treatment characterized by neglect, cruelty, and a fundamental lack of understanding or care for the psychological needs of entombed warriors. Most Space Marine chapters that employ dreadnoughts have developed sophisticated protocols for maintaining their ancient warriors' mental health and operational effectiveness. They place dreadnoughts into stasis between battles, use carefully calibrated sedative cocktails to ensure restful sleep, and employ chaplains and tech priests who specialize in the psychological care of entombed warriors. They treat their dreadnoughts with reverence and respect, acknowledging both the sacrifice these warriors have made and the unique challenges of their continued existence. The World Eaters have no such protocols. This is partly a result of practical limitations. After the Horus Heresy, the Legion fractured into countless warbands, each operating independently and often in direct conflict with one another. These warbands lacked the resources and technical expertise of established chapters. They didn't have the facilities for maintaining complex stasis systems, didn't have tech marines trained in the psychological aspects of dreadnought care, often didn't even have stable bases of operation where such care could be administered. But the neglect runs deeper than mere practical limitations. It reflects the fundamental philosophy of the World Eaters, a philosophy shaped by the butcher's nails and by millennia of service to Khorne. To a World Eater, suffering is simply part of existence. They experience constant pain themselves. The idea that this pain should be mitigated or managed seems alien, almost cowardly. The strong endure suffering, the weak succumb to it. There is no middle ground, no acknowledgement that some forms of suffering serve no purpose beyond torture. This worldview extends to their treatment of dreadnoughts. In some warbands, the dreadnought pilots are simply left awake when their sarcophagus is disconnected from the chassis. They remain conscious, aware, experiencing nothing but the screaming of the butcher's nails in the absolute darkness and silence of their tomb. This isn't done out of malice exactly, but out of sheer indifference. The warband leaders don't consider the psychological state of their dreadnoughts to be relevant to their effectiveness in battle. When enemies need to be killed, the dreadnoughts are deployed. Between battles, what happens to them simply doesn't matter. The Emperor's Children, another Chaos Legion, keeps their dreadnought pilots in a drugged haze between deployments. This is its own form of cruelty, but at least it acknowledges that the entombed warriors need some form of management between battles. The World Eaters don't even offer this dubious mercy. They leave their pilots awake and aware, stewing in their own madness and pain until they're needed again. This treatment has predictable results. World Eaters' dreadnoughts become increasingly unstable over time, their already fragile psyches fracturing further with each cycle of deployment and abandonment. They develop psychoses that make them dangerous even to their own forces. Some refuse to follow orders, charging at whatever targets they prefer rather than those designated by their commanders. Others simply shut down, their consciousness retreating so far into itself that they become unresponsive, even when deployed to battle. Warband leaders respond to this instability not with attempts at treatment or management, but with brutality. Uncooperative dreadnoughts are punished, though what form these punishments take is unclear. How do you punish a being that already exists in a state of maximum suffering? Some accounts suggest dreadnoughts are left, disconnected for extended periods, as punishment. sometimes years or decades, their pilots screaming unheard in the darkness. Others hint at more esoteric torments, involving sorcery or demonic possession, though details are fragmentary and unreliable. The chaos of World Eater's organization also means that dreadnoughts are sometimes simply forgotten. A warband leader is killed in battle, and his successor may not even know that the previous leader possessed dreadnoughts in storage. The sarcophagi sit in the holds of chaos vessels or in forgotten corners of base fortifications, their occupants conscious but helpless, unable to communicate their presence, unable to free themselves. They scream in the darkness, and no one hears, and no one comes, and time loses all meaning as centuries pass in agony. When these forgotten dreadnoughts are eventually rediscovered, they are often so thoroughly mad that they attack immediately upon activation, indiscriminately killing anyone nearby before being destroyed or subdued. The new warband leaders learn of their existence only through the casualties they inflict, and the cycle begins again. Deployment, abandonment, madness, rediscovery, violence. There's also a more sinister aspect to how some World Eaters treat their dreadnoughts. Entombment is sometimes used as a punishment. A warrior who has failed an appointed task, but had the temerity to survive, might find themselves forced into a dreadnought sarcophagus. A rival to a warband leader's power, too popular or too skilled to simply kill, might be removed from play by entombment. These forced interments are conducted without ceremony or honor, stripping away even the pretense that this is meant as a chance for continued service. For these unwilling dreadnoughts, the horror is compounded by the injustice of their fate. They know they have been imprisoned not to preserve their skills for future battles, but to neutralize them as threats while keeping them available as weapons. They are tools, nothing more, valued only for their destructive capability. Any remaining shreds of identity or agency have been stripped away. They exist to kill when ordered and to suffer when not. This treatment contrasts sharply with how other Chaos Legions handle their dreadnoughts. The Thousand Sons employ elaborate rituals to bind their dreadnought pilots' souls to their chassis, creating stable if horrifying combinations of warrior and machine. The Death Guard's dreadnoughts, corrupted by Nurgle's influence, achieve a kind of diseased equilibrium, their suffering chronic rather than acute. Even the Word-bearers, for all their faults, treat dreadnought entombment with the reverence due to a religious mystery. But the World Eaters offer no such consideration. Their dreadnoughts are weapons, nothing more. When a weapon breaks, you discard it or repair it, depending on convenience and utility. You don't consider its feelings, you don't worry about its psychological state. And when that weapon was never particularly stable to begin with, when its very nature involves a fundamental incompatibility between the butcher's nail's demand for sensation and the dreadnought's sensory deprivation, instability and madness are simply accepted as operational parameters. The eternal scream, synthesis of suffering. Now we can fully understand why World Eater's dreadnoughts never stop screaming. Their torment is not a single thing, but a convergence of multiple horrific factors, each amplifying and compounding the others into a whole far more terrible than the sum of its parts. The butcher's nails form the foundation of their suffering. These cursed implants transform every moment of existence into pain, granting relief only through violence. They hijack the brain's pleasure centers and turn them into additional sources of agony. They destroy the capacity for peace, for contentment, for any emotion except rage and the desperate need to kill. A warrior with the nails experiences every heartbeat as torture, every breath as suffering, every second of existence as an ordeal that can only be temporarily alleviated through bloodshed. Entombment in a dreadnought adds a new dimension to this suffering. The sensory deprivation inherent in the dreadnought sarcophagus strips away the physical experiences that the nails are trying to corrupt. The warrior can no longer feel their hands, their feet, their body. They exist as a consciousness floating in darkness, connected to the world only through cold mechanical sensors. For a normal dreadnought pilot, this is terrible enough. For one with the butcher's nails, it creates a feedback loop of horror where the implants scream for sensation to twist into pain, but no sensation exists to be twisted. The violence that should provide relief becomes hollow and unsatisfying. When the dreadnought crushes enemies beneath its power fist or tears them apart with chain weapons, the pilot knows intellectually that they are killing, but they cannot feel it in any meaningful way. The visceral satisfaction that might quiet the nails is filtered through mechanical systems and reduced to abstract data. It's like trying to satisfy starvation by looking at pictures of food, or quench thirst by reading about water. The need remains, growing stronger, but the means to truly satisfy it have been stripped away. The World Eater's unique treatment of their dreadnoughts exacerbates these fundamental incompatibilities. Where other legions might mitigate the suffering through careful management and periods of unconsciousness, the World Eaters simply leave their pilots awake between battles. The dreadnought sarcophagus is disconnected from its chassis and stored, its occupant conscious but isolated, experiencing nothing except the howling of the butcher's nails in absolute darkness and silence. Time becomes meaningless. Madness is inevitable. The warrior's psyche fragments and dissolves, leaving only the screaming. When chaos corruption transforms a dreadnought into a hellbrute, it adds supernatural horror to this already unbearable situation. The fusion of flesh and metal creates new pathways for pain, new ways for the butcher's nails to torment their host. The demonic essence that pervades the hellbrute amplifies suffering, turns every sensation into agony, strips away the last vestiges of the pilot's humanity. They become something that is neither fully alive nor fully dead, trapped in a perpetual state of transformation and torment. The result of all these factors combining is a consciousness trapped in hell. The World Eater dreadnought pilot exists in a state of suffering so profound that it transcends normal human comprehension. They are in constant, unbearable pain from the butcher's nails. They are isolated in sensory deprivation that would drive anyone insane. They are denied the relief of violence because their mechanical body cannot provide the sensations the nails demand. They are neglected by their own legion, left to rot in darkness between battles. If they survive long enough, they may be corrupted into hellbrutes, adding supernatural torture to their existing agonies. And so they scream, not always with their voices, though the voxcasters of World Eater's dreadnoughts are notorious for broadcasting their pilots' howls across the battlefield, but always with their minds, a psychic shriek of anguish that echoes through the warp. They scream because screaming is all they have left, the only response remaining to suffering that has stripped away everything else they once were. They scream because the pain is unbearable and unending and offers no hope of relief. They scream because in the screaming, at least they can still hear an echo of themselves, a reminder that they exist, that they were once something more than this. The screaming becomes their entire identity. They forget what they screamed about, forget what pain felt like before it became everything, forget what silence was or what peace might have been. They exist only to scream and to kill, and when they kill, it provides no satisfaction, and so they scream louder, and the cycle continues forever and ever, until finally destruction comes as the only true mercy. This is the fate of the World Eater's dreadnoughts. Not honored ancients granted continued service through mechanical resurrection, but tortured prisoners condemned to an eternity of suffering that serves no purpose beyond the infliction of pain. They are victims of their legion's philosophy, of the butcher's nails, of the cruel efficiency of dreadnought technology, of the indifference of their commanders, of the corrupting influence of chaos. They are, in many ways, the perfect embodiment of the World Eaters themselves. Warriors destroyed by the very things that were supposed to make them stronger, slaves to suffering they cannot escape, screaming their rage and anguish into an uncaring universe, that offers no hope of deliverance. Conclusion. The world. Eater's dreadnoughts represent one of the most horrific fates in the Warhammer 40,000 universe, and that's saying something in a setting defined by its grimdark excess. They are the intersection of multiple forms of torture, the butcher's nails that turn existence into constant pain, the dreadnought tomb that strips away physical sensation, the neglect of their legion that denies them even the mercy of unconsciousness between battles, and often the chaos corruption that transforms them into hellbrutes and adds supernatural suffering to their existing agonies. They never stop screaming because the pain never stops. The butcher's nails continue their work, demanding violence to provide relief, but the dreadnought's limited sensory input cannot provide the visceral satisfaction the nails require. They are trapped in a feedback loop of suffering, seeking relief that their very nature makes impossible to achieve. Each battle provides only the briefest, most hollow respite before they are returned to the darkness, where the screaming resumes and intensifies. Understanding their plight gives us insight into the broader tragedy of the World Eater's Legion. These were once honorable warriors, the warhounds who served the Emperor with distinction. The butcher's nails transformed them into berserkers. The Horus heresy turned them into traitors. The flight to the Eye of Terror corrupted them into servants of Khorne. And for those unlucky enough to survive catastrophic injuries, entombment in dreadnoughts created a hell that surpasses even the considerable suffering of their non-entombed brothers. The screaming of World Eater's dreadnoughts is a testament to the 40k universe's fundamental cruelty, a reminder that in the grim darkness of the far future, there are indeed fates worse than death. These warriors cannot die, cannot find peace, cannot escape the prisons of metal and pain that have become their entire existence. They can only scream and kill, and scream some more, forever trapped in a nightmare that offers no possibility of awakening. If you found this deep dive into the horrific lore of Warhammer 40,000 compelling, please like and subscribe to the channel. There are countless other dark corners of the 40k universe to explore, and I'll be bringing you more content examining the grimdark reality of humanity's fight for survival in the 41st millennium. Thanks for watching, and remember, in the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war and screaming. In the grim darkness of the far future, there are fates that transcend death itself. We speak often of the horrors that lurk in the materium and the warp, of demons that feast on souls and traitors who damn themselves for power. But there exists a suffering so profound, so utterly complete, that even the servants of the dark gods whisper of it with something approaching fear. It is the fate of those who sit upon the throne mechanicum of a chaos knight, and the secret horror that dwells within that sarcophagus is more terrible than any weapon the towering war engine carries. When you see a chaos knight striding across the battlefield, you witness a god of war made manifest in iron and hatred. These towering engines stand as tall as buildings, their footsteps shaking the earth, their weapons capable of annihilating entire companies of soldiers with a single volley. They are draped in the iconography of the ruinous powers, their armor plates twisted and mutated into blasphemous forms, their war cries echoing with the screams of the damned. To the enemies of chaos, they are terror incarnate. To the servants of darkness, they are the ultimate expression of the dark god's power over the material realm. But inside that sarcophagus, within the cockpit where the pilot sits fused to their ancient throne, there exists a nightmare that makes even the horrors of the warp seem merciful by comparison. The throne mechanicum of a chaos knight is not merely a control system or an interface between pilot and machine. It is a prison of eternal torment, a device that has become saturated with the screaming echoes of every damned soul that ever bonded with it, a torture engine that drives its occupants slowly, inexorably mad, while denying them the release of death. To understand the full depth of this horror, we must first understand what the throne mechanicum was meant to be. We must journey back to the days before corruption, before the fall, to when these ancient devices were tools of humanity's expansion across the stars. Only by understanding what they were can we truly comprehend what they have become, and why the fate of a Chaos Knight pilot represents one of the most brutal transformations in all of Warhammer 40,000. The sacred becoming, understanding the throne. Mechanicum. Long before the age of strife, before the Emperor walked openly among humanity, during that lost era known as the Dark Age of technology, mankind reached heights of achievement that the 41st millennium can barely comprehend. Among the countless wonders created in that golden age were the Knight suits, towering war machines designed to protect the far-flung colony worlds of humanity's burgeoning interstellar empire. These weren't mere vehicles to be driven. They were something far more sophisticated, far more intimate. They were extensions of the pilot's own body and mind, requiring a neural connection so complete that pilot and machine would become, in essence, a single being, the same. Technology that made this possible was the Throne Mechanicum, an architect marvel that even the tech priests of Mars in the 41st millennium do not fully understand. Through neural sockets surgically implanted into the base of the skull, connecting directly to the prefrontal cranial cortex and cerebellum, a noble pilot would interface with their Knight suit through this throne. Umbilical interface cords would attach to these neural ports, creating a mind impulse control link that allowed the pilot to wear their multi-story war machine like a second skin, moving its massive limbs with the same fluid grace they might move their own arms and legs. But the Throne Mechanicum was more than a simple interface. It was, in a very real sense, alive with the memories of everyone who had ever bonded with it. Through a process that even the Adeptus Mechanicus cannot fully explain, the throne retained neural echoes, digital imprints of every previous pilot's personality, memories, and consciousness. These weren't complete copies of the individuals who had died. They were fragments, shadows, echoes of who those people had been, preserved in the throne's ancient circuitry like ghosts haunting the machine. The process of bonding with a Throne Mechanicum, known as the Ritual of Becoming, was never meant to be easy. On Imperial Night worlds, when young nobles reached their 18th standard year, they would be deemed ready to attempt the ritual. After having neural sockets surgically implanted, they would be taken to the Chamber of Echoes, a sacred room deep within their house's sanctuary where the Knight suits were stored when not in use. There, in the darkness, each aspirant would be wired into their chosen Throne Mechanicum and left alone for the entirety of a long night. What happened during that night would determine whether the young noble would emerge as a Knight pilot or be carried out as a corpse. The neural echoes stored within the throne would surge forward, inducing hallucinations, waking nightmares, and shuddering fugue states. Strange nerve impulses would race through the aspirant's body, causing involuntary movements, moans, screams, and sometimes terrified laughter or spontaneous sobbing. The young nobles would depart the realm of the real entirely, falling into what could only be described as a churning sea of ghosts that resided within the throne's neural network. During this trance state, the aspirant had to find within themselves the strength of character to subdue these echoes of the past. They had to assert their own personality, their own will, over the accumulated voices of their ancestors. The process was described as being like a general seizing a fortress, claiming the neural space of the throne by sheer force of will and planting their own flag for all to see. Those who succeeded would emerge changed. The neural chemistry of their brains would be fundamentally altered, their dominant personality traits amplified and exaggerated by the throne's programming. This wasn't without cost. 1 aspirant in 10 did not survive the Ritual of Becoming. Some had their minds burned out by neural feedback, their brains literally fried by the strain of the connection. Others had their sanity shattered by the hallucinatory trauma, emerging as broken, gibbering wrecks. Even those who survived and successfully bonded with their throne were forever changed in ways that went far beyond their amplified personality traits. the throne mechanicum would reprogram its pilot's mind, implanting strong positive associations with concepts like fealty, obligation, duty, and social hierarchy. It would instill in them a deep, almost mystical reverence for their ancestors and the traditions of their house. This wasn't a side effect or an unintended consequence. This was by design, programmed into the thrones by their unknown creators during the dark age of technology. The prevailing theory among those few who study such things is that this mental conditioning was deliberately included as a safeguard, a way to ensure that pilots bonded to such powerful war machines would remain loyal to the societies they were meant to protect and would not turn their weapons against their own people. For Imperial Knights, this system worked as intended. The combination of ancestral wisdom stored in the throne and the psychological conditioning created pilots who were deeply honorable, bound by codes of chivalry and duty that stretched back countless generations. When a pilot died, their personality would be absorbed into the throne, becoming one more voice of wisdom and guidance for future generations. The machine spirit of the knight suit itself would be shaped by these accumulated personalities, developing its own quirks and characteristics. Some knights became known for being aggressive and eager for battle. Others developed reputations for steadiness under fire or tactical cunning. It was a system that had endured for millennia, producing some of the Imperium's most stalwart defenders. The Imperial Knights were rightly regarded as paragons of loyalty, their honor considered unshakable, their dedication to the Emperor absolute. The very idea of a knight turning traitor was almost unthinkable, a perversion of everything the throne mechanicum was designed to prevent. But therein lay the seeds of a horror beyond imagining. Because when a knight house did fall to chaos, when corruption found its way into the throne mechanicum, that same system designed to preserve honor and loyalty would become an engine of eternal torment. The fall, how sacred machines become prisons of torment. The corruption of a knight house and its thrones. Mechanicum can happen through many paths, but they all share one terrible commonality. Once the rot begins, it spreads like a disease through every aspect of the knight, from the machine's spirit to the neural echoes trapped within its throne. Understanding how this corruption occurs is essential to grasping the full horror of what these pilots endure. During the Horus Heresy, the first great wave of knight betrayals swept across the galaxy. Many knight houses had sworn ancient oaths of loyalty to specific space marine legions or Titan legions, bonds of honor that stretched back to the Great Crusade, when these forces had fought side by side to bring worlds into compliance with the Imperium. When War Master Horus raised his banner of rebellion and fully half the legion's Astartes turned traitor, these oaths became chains that dragged entire knight houses into damnation. Consider the position these nobles found themselves in. They had sworn sacred oaths, the kind of vows that the throne mechanicum had programmed them to value above all else. Their conditioning made breaking such oaths psychologically devastating. But many of these oaths had been sworn to forces that were now committing atrocities, participating in acts of such depravity that they violated every other principle the knights held dear. The nobles were caught between their loyalty to the Imperium and the Emperor, and their sworn oaths to legions that were now clearly traitors. The throne mechanicum made this conflict unbearable. Remember, within each throne resided the neural echoes of previous pilots, ancestral voices that would normally provide wisdom and guidance. For knights bound to traitor forces, these voices became instruments of psychological torture. Every time a noble sat upon their throne, every time they linked their consciousness with their knight, they would hear the screaming disapproval of their forebears. Ancestors who had sworn those original oaths would rail against their descendants for breaking them. Other ancestors, those who had served the Imperium with distinction, would condemn them for betraying humanity itself. In an attempt to cope with this psychological torment, many fallen nobles doubled down on their oaths to the traitor forces. They rationalized their actions, convinced themselves that they were maintaining their honor by staying true to their sworn word, no matter what atrocities that oath compelled them to commit. They threw themselves deeper into the madness, fighting with increased fervor in battles that became progressively more horrific. But this only made things worse. With each terrible act, with each civilian population massacred, and each loyal imperial force destroyed, the guilt would grow. The ancestors' screams would intensify. The nobles would feel their sanity fraying at the edges, their sense of self eroding under the constant assault of the voices in their heads. Some tried to silence the screams through even more violence, believing that if they just proved themselves worthy through their martial prowess, the ancestors might finally stop condemning them. Others sought solace in the promises of the Chaos Gods, opening themselves to corruption in the hope that the ruinous powers might grant them peace from their psychological torment. They found no such peace. Instead, they found something far worse. Because when a Chaos Knight pilot dies while bonded to their throne, the corruption they've accumulated doesn't die with them. Their twisted personality, their madness, their guilt and self-loathing and bloodlust, all of it gets imprinted onto the throne mechanicum, just as the personalities of loyal Imperial Knight pilots do. But unlike those honorable echoes, these corrupted imprints carry with them the taint of chaos. The neural echo of a fallen noble doesn't provide wisdom or guidance. It screams, it rages, it drives whoever next bonds with the throne toward the same damnation that consumed it. And with each successive generation of pilots, the corruption deepens. Each new fallen noble adds their own madness to the chorus, their own twisted personality to the sea of ghosts within the throne. The process becomes self-perpetuating, a cycle of madness feeding madness, corruption breeding corruption. This is how the iconoclast houses came to be. These are knight houses, whose corruption began during the heresy, driven mad by trying to reconcile their oaths with their conscience. Over the 10,000 years since, they've descended into complete depravity, their thrones mechanicum saturated with the screaming echoes of countless insane and bloodthirsty nobles. A young aspirant attempting the ritual of becoming in an iconoclast house doesn't face the stern but fair judgment of honored ancestors. They face a howling mob of the damned, voices that urge them toward violence and excess, that promise power through slaughter, that demand they embrace their worst impulses. Only the most strong-willed survive to bond with such thrones, and those who do emerge fundamentally broken. Their dominant personality traits aren't just amplified, they're twisted into something monstrous. A tendency toward confidence becomes megalomaniacal arrogance. Courage becomes reckless bloodlust. A sense of duty becomes fanatical obsession. The very psychological conditioning that made Imperial Knights so honorable now works to reinforce these corrupted values, making the fallen noble absolutely certain that their depravity is righteous, their atrocities justified. But the iconoclast houses, terrible as they are, at least fell to corruption through a twisted form of loyalty. The infernal houses represent something far more deliberate, far more sinister. These are knight houses that were specifically targeted for corruption by the Dark Mechanicum, and the methods used to break them reveal just how thoroughly the Throne Mechanicum can be perverted. During and after the Horus Heresy, the Dark Mechanicum captured numerous knight suits and their pilots. What they did to these prisoners in their nightmarish forge temples makes even the slow corruption of the iconoclast houses seem merciful. The Dark Magi subjected the Throne's Mechanicum to systematic torture designed to break them completely. They bombarded the thrones with scrap code, a form of warp-infested computer virus that cripples machine spirits and perverts technology to the cause of chaos. They summoned spectrophagic demons, entities specifically created to devour the spectral neural echoes of previous pilots, either destroying them entirely or possessing them and twisting them into something obscene. In some cases, the Dark Mechanicum used their twisted technologies to open tiny warp rifts directly inside the ancient circuitry of the thrones. Imagine what that would mean for the neural echoes trapped within. They weren't just exposed to chaos. They were forced to exist partially within the warp itself, their consciousness fragmented between the material realm and that realm of pure emotion and nightmare. The suffering this would cause is beyond comprehension. Most of the Thrones Mechanicum subjected to these experiments were destroyed, their ancient mechanisms unable to withstand such abuse. But those that survived, those rare few that endured the torture, were corrupted beyond any possibility of redemption. When pilots were then forcibly bonded to these ruined thrones through unspeakable procedures, they found themselves connected to something that was no longer merely a machine, or even a haunted machine, but rather a gateway to torment, a direct conduit to the darkest depths of chaos. These became the progenitors of the infernal houses, and through their ongoing relationship with the dark Mechanicum, they found ever more twisted ways to further corrupt their knights. The tech priests who serve them, called idolaters, learn their craft in what are known as screaming soul forges, nightmarish facilities where diabolic rituals blend with arcane technology. Through these rituals, idolaters sacrifice living victims and captured war machines on great cog-shaped altars, entreating the entities that dwell within the warp to grant them forbidden knowledge about how to further desecrate the Thrones Mechanicum. The idolaters work in groups called cabals, and they can perform rituals that increase a Chaos Knight's power, subjugate enemies through psychic yokes and spiritual shackles, or even grant their masters glimpses of possible futures. But all of this dark power comes at a price paid by the pilot. Every enhancement, every demonic blessing, every warp-fueled weapon system adds another layer of torment to their existence within the throne. And then there are those night houses whose corruption came through neither battlefield trauma nor deliberate torture, but through isolation and exposure to the warp. Entire night worlds have been swallowed by warp storms, cut off from the Imperium for centuries or even millennia. When these worlds finally emerged from the storms, the knights that had survived were often fundamentally changed. Exposed to chaos energies for so long, the Thrones Mechanicum on these worlds had become saturated with warp corruption. The neural echoes within them had been warped into something unrecognizable, and the knights themselves had mutated both physically and spiritually. No matter the path by which corruption arrived, the result was the same. Thrones Mechanicum, that had been designed as repositories of ancestral wisdom, became prisons of eternal suffering, and the pilots who bonded with them found themselves trapped in a nightmare from which there was no waking. The Screaming Throne. Life inside a corrupted sarcophagus. To truly understand the horror that Chaos Knight pilots endure, we need to examine in detail what it means to be bonded to a corrupted Throne Mechanicum. This isn't a matter of simply feeling uncomfortable or hearing unpleasant voices. This is a complete and systematic destruction of everything that makes someone human, carried out slowly, over years or even centuries, while the victim remains fully conscious and aware. When a fallen noble first bonds with a corrupted throne, assuming they survive the ritual of becoming at all, the initial experience might seem similar to what an Imperial Knight pilot experiences. They feel their consciousness expand to fill the massive war machine. They sense through its auger arrays and auspex sensors. They move its limbs as naturally as they might move their own arms and legs. But from the very beginning, there are differences, subtle at first, but growing more pronounced with every moment they remain connected. The neural echoes within a corrupted throne don't merely advise or guide. They assault, they scream, they claw at the edges of the new pilot's consciousness, like prisoners trying to break free from their confinement. These aren't the stern but fair voices of honored ancestors offering wisdom earned through lifetimes of service. These are the broken, maddened remnants of souls that have been tortured beyond sanity, and their suffering has only increased with each passing year as the throne to which they're bound grows more warped by chaos. Imagine for a moment what this must be like. You've undergone the ritual of becoming. You've survived the night in the Chamber of Echoes, though barely. You've asserted your personality over the throne, or so you believe. You sit in the sarcophagus at the heart of your night suit, umbilical cords connecting your neural implants to the ancient mechanisms of the throne. The connection initializes, and suddenly, your consciousness isn't alone in your own head. There are others, dozens of them, hundreds in some cases. Every previous pilot who ever bonded with this throne is still there, trapped in its circuits, and they're all screaming. Some scream in rage, howling their hatred at the universe. Others scream in agony, the pain of their corruption and eternal torment they cannot escape. Still others scream warnings, desperately trying to tell you to disconnect, to flee, to destroy the throne and yourself with it before it's too late. But you can't disconnect. Not really. Oh, the physical connection can be severed, the umbilical cords detached from your neural sockets. But the bond created during the ritual of becoming is deeper than that. Even when you're physically separated from the throne, you remain connected to it through what the Mechanicus calls the nospheric bond. You feel its presence in your mind, a constant weight pressing down on your thoughts. You hear echoes of the screaming, faint but never quite silent. And you know, with absolute certainty, that you will return to it, that you must return to it, because you are a night pilot, and that is what the throne has programmed you to be. As time passes and you spend more hours, days, weeks connected to the corrupted throne, the boundaries between your consciousness and those of the neural echoes begin to blur. Their madness starts to feel like your own. Their memories intrude upon yours. You'll be engaging an enemy in battle and suddenly experience a flash of something that never happened to you, a memory from a pilot who died centuries ago. These intrusions become more frequent, more vivid. You start to lose track of which thoughts are truly yours and which are being fed to you by the screaming multitude in your head. The psychological conditioning that the throne was designed to implement, that system meant to instill honor and loyalty, now works to reinforce your corruption. Every atrocity you commit feels right. Every act of violence brings a rush of satisfaction that you can't be certain comes from you or from the throne or from the collective bloodlust of all the damned souls within it. The throne amplifies your worst traits and suppresses your better nature, not through some crude form of mind control, but by making you absolutely certain that this is who you were always meant to be. But the psychological torment is only part of the horror. Because in many corrupted thrones, particularly those of the infernal houses, the connection between pilot and machine has become more than neural. It has become physical. Flesh and metal begin to merge in ways that violate every natural law. Some corrupted thrones, Mechanicum, have become semi-organic, their ancient mechanisms sprouting hair-thin cilia that invade the pilot's nervous system like parasitic tendrils. These microscopic filaments burrow through flesh, wrapping around nerve endings and burrowing into the spinal column. They create a haptic feedback system so complete that the pilot doesn't just control the night with their mind, they feel everything the night feels. When the night is struck by enemy fire, the pilot feels it, not as a distant sensation or an abstract awareness that damage has occurred, but as actual physical pain. When a shell strikes the knight's armor, it's as if the pilot's own skin has been burned. When a blade cuts into the knight's hull, the pilot feels the wound as if it were carved into their own body. But here's the truly horrifying part. For pilots bonded to thrones corrupted by Slanesh, this pain is transmuted into pleasure. The agony becomes ecstasy, each wound a burst of sensation so intense that the pilot becomes addicted to it. They begin seeking out damage, throwing themselves into melee combat, not to destroy the enemy, but to feel the exquisite torture of being struck again and again. For other pilots, particularly those in knights aligned with Nurgle, the physical fusion with the throne takes different forms. Their flesh begins to rot while they're still alive. their bodies becoming breeding grounds for disease and decay. But they cannot die. The throne's life support systems keep them alive no matter how advanced the corruption becomes. They exist in a state of perpetual decomposition, their nerves still functional enough to feel every moment of their flesh sloughing from their bones, yet unable to die and escape the torment. In the most extreme cases, pilots fuse so completely with their thrones that they cease to be separate entities at all. Their flesh merges with the metal and wiring, their nervous system becoming indistinguishable from the throne's circuitry. They become living components of the machine, their suffering literally wired into every aspect of the knight's operation. At this point, the question of whether a knight is being piloted by a person or by the throne itself becomes meaningless. They are one and the same, a hybrid entity that is neither fully human nor fully machine, trapped in a state of existence that makes the servitor conversion process look merciful. And through all of this, the screaming never stops. Every moment of consciousness, whether connected to the throne or separated from it, is filled with the voices of the damned. They scream their madness, their hatred, their endless suffering. They urge you toward greater acts of violence. They promise you that if you just kill enough, if you spill enough blood and harvest enough souls, the screaming will stop. But it never does. It only gets louder because with every battle you fight, with every enemy you destroy, you're adding to your own corruption, ensuring that when you finally die, your echo will join that chorus of the damned, screaming for all eternity. Some pilots try to resist. They cling to whatever shreds of sanity they have left, attempting to maintain some sense of their original self against the assault of the throne. These are usually the strongest-willed individuals, those who by rights should have become great heroes if they'd been born to a loyal house. But their strength only prolongs their suffering. A weaker mind might shatter quickly, losing all sense of self and becoming little more than a puppet for the throne's accumulated madness. But the strong hold on, and thus they remain aware enough to truly comprehend what's being done to them. They feel themselves changing, losing pieces of who they were, becoming something monstrous, and they are powerless to stop it. The absolutely most horrifying aspect of this torment is its permanence. When an Imperial Knight pilot dies, their service ends. Their neural echo joins those of their ancestors in the throne, yes, but it's a form of continuation, a kind of immortality through memory. For a Chaos Knight pilot, death is not an ending. It's a transformation into something worse. They become one more screaming ghost in the throne, one more voice in the chorus of the damned, and their suffering doesn't end. It increases. Because as the throne grows more corrupted, as more warped pilots add their madness to it, the torment experienced by all the neural echoes within it grows exponentially. This is the secret that Chaos Knights hide within their sarcophagus. This is the brutal truth that lurks beneath the fearsome exterior of these towering war engines. Every Chaos Knight is a walking prison, a torture engine that inflicts eternal suffering on everyone who has ever bonded with it. The pilot you see in battle, raging across the field and annihilating the Emperor's faithful, is simultaneously a perpetrator of atrocities and a victim of unending torment. They are both prisoner and warden, both tortured and torturer, locked in a hell of their own making, from which there is no escape. The Dark Mechanicum's grand experiment. To fully appreciate the depths to which the throne's mechanicum of infernal houses have been corrupted, we must examine the methodical, deliberate process by which the Dark Mechanicum breaks these ancient machines and the souls bonded to them. What the Dark Tech Priest did to create the first infernal houses wasn't merely corruption or possession. It was systematic torture and transformation, carried out with the kind of methodical precision that only the darkest reflection of the Mechanicus could achieve. When the Dark Mechanicum captures Imperial Knights, either during battle or through treachery, they don't simply kill the pilots or corrupt them through exposure to chaos. They conduct what they consider to be experiments, tests of various techniques for for breaking the bond between a knight and the Imperium, while forging a new bond to the ruinous powers. Each knight house that falls this way becomes data, information to be analyzed and incorporated into future corruption attempts. The process typically begins with the separation of the pilot from their knight suit. This alone is traumatic for a bonded noble. Remember, the throne mechanicum creates a noospheric bond that persists even when the physical connection is severed. Forcibly separating a pilot from their knight is described as feeling like having a limb torn off, a psychic amputation that leaves phantom pain echoing through their consciousness. The Dark Mechanicum's tech priests understand this, and they use it. They disconnect the pilots and leave them in isolation chambers where they can feel their knight calling to them, sense its presence nearby, but cannot reach it. This is purely psychological warfare, designed to weaken the pilot's resistance before the real torture begins. Meanwhile, the knight suits and their thrones, Mechanicum, are subjected to their own forms of corruption. The Dark Mechanicum has developed numerous techniques for this, each more horrifying than the last. One of the most common is the use of scrap code, a form of warp-infested computer virus that the warpsmiths of the traitor legions have perfected over 10,000 years of service to the dark gods. This isn't like a conventional computer virus that merely damages or corrupts data. Scrap code is semi-sentient, capable of learning and adapting, and it carries with it the touch of chaos itself. When scrap code is introduced into a throne mechanicum, it doesn't just corrupt the machine's programming, it attacks the machine's spirit, the limited artificial intelligence that helps govern the knight's systems. Imagine the machine's spirit as a kind of digital soul, shaped by the accumulated personalities of every pilot who ever bonded with the throne. Now imagine that soul being subjected to the equivalent of demonic possession, with the scrap code acting as a vector for warp entities to infiltrate the very essence of what makes the knight function. The machine's spirit begins to go mad. Its behavioral patterns, once noble and heroic, twist into something malevolent. The knight's suit itself starts to change in response, not just spiritually but physically. Armor plates warp and buckle, weapon systems mutate. The ion shields that once protected the knight flicker with energies that have no place in the material universe. The entire war machine becomes a hybrid of technology and demonic influence, no longer a pure product of human engineering, but rather a demon engine in the making. But the Dark Mechanicum doesn't stop with scrap code. They also employ what are called spectrophagic demons, entities specifically summoned to feed upon the neural echoes stored within the throne mechanicum. These demons are particularly insidious. They don't simply destroy the echoes of previous pilots. They devour them slowly, feeding on the essence of these trapped consciousnesses, while simultaneously corrupting what remains. Picture what this means for the ancestral spirits within the throne. They're already in a state of semi-existence, not fully alive but not truly dead, preserved in the throne's circuits as digital shadows of who they once were. Then a demon comes, and it begins to consume them. But it's not a quick process. The demon savors each echo, drawing out the experience of devouring them over what must feel like an eternity to the consciousness being consumed. And the parts of the echo that aren't immediately devoured become corrupted, twisted into something that serves the demon rather than providing wisdom to future pilots. In some of the most extreme cases, the Dark Mechanicum uses their understanding of warp technology to create actual rifts in reality inside the throne mechanicum itself. These aren't large rifts, nothing that would be visible from the outside, but microscopic tears in the fabric of space-time within the throne's circuitry. Through these tiny rifts, raw warp energy pours into the throne, directly exposing the neural echoes trapped within to the stuff of chaos in its purest form. The suffering this causes is beyond anything mortal beings were meant to endure. The neural echoes exist in a state between matter and energy, between life and death, and when they're exposed to raw warp energy, they experience something that can only be described as spiritual burning. They are simultaneously dissolved and preserved, destroyed and maintained, their consciousness fragmenting across multiple planes of existence while remaining aware of every moment of their torment. Only a fraction of the Throne's Mechanicum subjected to these procedures survive. The ancient mechanisms, already poorly understood even by the Adeptus Mechanicus, simply cannot withstand such abuse. They break down, their systems failing catastrophically, the neural echoes within them finally released into whatever afterlife awaits such tortured souls. But those rare thrones that do survive become something unprecedented. They are no longer merely corrupted pieces of technology. They are prisons of eternal suffering, torture engines that inflict agony on everyone who bonds with them, gateways that connect directly to the darkest regions of the warp. Once the thrones have been sufficiently corrupted, the Dark Mechanicum moves to the final phase of their process, bonding new pilots to these ruined relics. But they don't use volunteers. Instead, they often employ captured slaves, common humans, or even failed chaos cultists who are promised the chance to become something more if they can survive the bonding process. These unfortunates are given neural implants and then forcibly connected to the corrupted thrones through procedures that the dark tech priests have perfected through countless iterations. The mortality rate is astronomical. 9 out of 10 candidates die screaming, their minds burned out by the sheer intensity of the corruption flooding through the neural connection. But that one who survives, that individual whose will proves strong enough to endure the initial connection, becomes the first in a new line of fallen nobles. They emerge from the ritual irrevocably changed, their personality twisted by the throne, their sanity hanging by a thread, their flesh already beginning to show the signs of the corruption that will eventually consume them entirely. These survivors become the progenitors of new infernal house bloodlines. They take names, establish traditions, and begin recruiting others to their cause. Some capture members of loyal night houses and force them through the same process. Others return to their original homeworlds and corrupt the night suits there, spreading the taint to their own people. Still others simply wait, knowing that the corrupted thrones they're bonded to will inevitably drive them to commit acts that attract more followers, more candidates willing to damn themselves for the promise of power. The Dark Mechanicum views all of this as a grand experiment in control and subversion. They maintain extensive records of which corruption techniques prove most effective, which combinations of scrap code and demonic influence produce the most powerful corrupted knights, which types of personality are most likely to survive the bonding process with their will intact enough to be useful. To them, the suffering of the pilots is irrelevant. What matters is the data, the knowledge gained, the refinement of their techniques for future applications. And the idolaters, those specialized tech priests who serve the infernal houses directly, continue to develop new methods of corruption. Trained in the screaming soul forges of the Dark Mechanicum, these idolaters learn diabolic rituals that allow them to further enhance the corrupted knights in their care. They sacrifice living victims on great cog-shaped altars, entreating demonic entities to grant them insights into the knight's function and potential for further corruption. Some idolaters specialize in increasing the raw power of chaos knights, performing rituals that infuse the war machines with warp energy to enhance their weapons and defenses. Others focus on creating psychic yokes and spiritual shackles that allow chaos knight pilots to dominate the minds of their enemies or their own subordinates. The most skilled and most damned idolaters gain the ability to perceive possible futures, using their patron demons to grant their masters glimpses of what is to come, so they can better plan their campaigns of terror. But every enhancement, every ritual, every demonic blessing comes at a cost paid by the pilot bonded to the throne. Each new corruption adds another layer of torment, another voice to the screaming chorus in their head, another modification to their flesh that draws them further from humanity. The pilots know this. On some level, they understand that every time they allow an idolater to perform a ritual on their knight, they're accepting more suffering. But they do it anyway, because the throne has conditioned them to crave power above all else, and because the madness that grips them makes short-term gain seem worth any long-term price. The Dark Mechanicum's grand experiment has been wildly successful by their standards. Through their techniques, they've created entire night houses that are utterly devoted to chaos, war engines of such power that even loyalist Titan legions approach them with caution. The pilots of these corrupted knights have become weapons of terror, their mere presence on the battlefield enough to break the morale of Imperial forces, who know what horrors lurk within those towering war machines. But from the perspective of anyone with even a shred of humanity left, this experiment represents one of the most obscene perversions of technology in a galaxy full of such perversions. The Dark Mechanicum has taken devices designed to preserve the wisdom and personality of heroic defenders and transformed them into engines of eternal torture. They've perverted the sacred bond between pilot and machine into a parasitic relationship that slowly devours the pilot's humanity while keeping them alive to suffer. And they've done all of this with the methodical precision of scientists conducting research, documenting their techniques and refining their methods with each new night house that falls under their sway. Demon possession, the final corruption. If the standard corruption of a Chaos Knight's throne, Mechanicum, represents a descent into madness and torment, then demonic possession represents the absolute nadir of this fall, the point at which the pilot ceases to be human in any meaningful sense and becomes instead a vessel for entities from beyond the veil of reality. This is not a common fate for all Chaos Knights, but for those houses and individuals who embrace it, the transformation is total and irreversible. House Commentis stands as the most infamous example of knights who deliberately seek out demonic possession as a twisted rite of passage. This infernal house, sworn to the Dark Mechanicum, arose on the desert world of Matarach, where they once hunted great predatory beasts as spiritual guides. When their world was engulfed by a demonic incursion in the 33rd millennium, the house fell to chaos, and their traditions transformed into something nightmarish. In place of hunting animals, the fallen nobles of House Commentis now seek out demons, but they don't hunt these entities to destroy them. They hunt them to invite possession, to allow these warp-born creatures to infiltrate their bodies, merge with their throne's mechanicum, and intermingle with the machine spirits of their night suits. This isn't done under duress or through trickery. The pilots of House Commentis actively desire this fate, viewing it as the ultimate expression of their house's hunting traditions. They believe that by bonding with demons, they're gaining spiritual guides far more powerful than the beasts their ancestors once pursued. The process begins when a noble sets out onto the transformed surface of Matarach, now a world carved into vast summoning circles where demons manifest freely. The whole continents of the planet have been reshaped to serve as gateways for warp entities, strip-mined not for minerals, but to create the geometric patterns and sigils needed to thin the barrier between reality and the immaterium. The noble hunts through this demon-infested landscape, seeking an entity powerful enough to be worthy, but not so powerful that it will immediately overwhelm them. When they find such a demon, the noble doesn't fight it in the traditional sense. Instead, they open themselves to it, lowering their psychic defenses and inviting the entity to possess them. The daemon, always eager for a foothold in reality, accepts. It pours into the noble's body, flooding through their nervous system and into the neural connection they share with their throne mechanicum. From there, it spreads throughout the entire night suit, corrupting the machine spirit and infusing every system with its otherworldly presence. For the first months, or even years, the noble and the demon exist in a kind of terrible symbiosis. The demon grants the pilot access to powers beyond mortal comprehension, abilities that transcend what the knight's technology alone could achieve. The pilot might find they can sense enemies through the warp itself, or that their weapons strike with an accuracy that defies probability, or that their knight can move with a speed and grace impossible for a machine of such size. In battle, a demon-possessed knight of House Commentis is a truly terrifying sight, fighting with a fury and effectiveness that makes even other Chaos Knights seem tame by comparison. But this symbiosis is temporary. The demon is not a partner or a guide. It is a predator that has found prey too foolish to resist. Over the course of years, the demon begins to consume the pilot from within. It eats away at their consciousness, devouring their memories, their personality, their very sense of self. The pilot feels this happening. They experience their own ego dissolving, their thoughts becoming increasingly alien to them, their will subsumed beneath the demon's desires. It's a form of slow psychological death, drawn out over years of torment. Physically, the corruption is equally devastating. The pilot's flesh begins to change in ways that reflect the nature of the demon possessing them. A noble possessed by a bloodletter of Khorne might find their skin turning red, their bones growing denser and heavier, their body temperature rising until they exist in a state of perpetual fever. One possessed by a plague bearer of Nurgle would experience their flesh rotting and bloating, becoming host to countless diseases, while somehow remaining alive and functional. A demonette of Slaanesh would twist the pilot's body into something simultaneously beautiful and grotesque, every nerve ending hypersensitive to the point where the mere act of moving causes waves of sensation that border on overwhelming. Meanwhile, the knight suit itself undergoes similar transformations. The metal warps and twists, taking on organic characteristics. Weapons mutate into forms that shouldn't be possible, combining demonic essence with technology in ways that violate every law of nature. The machine spirit, already corrupted by the demon's presence, becomes something that is neither artificial intelligence nor warp entity, but rather an abomination that partakes of both natures. The pilot's mind, what's left of it, experiences this transformation as a kind of fragmentation. They become aware of their consciousness existing in multiple states simultaneously. Part of them remains in their physical body, feeling it corrupt and change. Part of them exists within the throne mechanicum, drowning in the screaming echoes of previous pilots and now also struggling against the demon that shares their neural space. Part of them is spread throughout the night suit itself, experiencing existence as a multi-story war machine infused with demonic power. And part of them, increasingly the largest part, is simply gone, consumed by the demon and lost forever. The fate that awaits all such pilots is both inevitable and horrifying. Eventually, their body will fail. The combination of physical corruption, psychic stress, and demonic consumption will push their mortal form beyond its limits. But they don't die in any normal sense. Instead, their body collapses into a fleeting warp fissure, a tiny rift in reality that serves as a gateway for the demon and potentially other entities to fully manifest. The pilot's consciousness, or what remains of it, is dragged through this rift into the warp, where it will experience torments that make their time in the mortal realm seem pleasant by comparison. But here's the truly insidious part. House Commentis views this as a victory. When a noble's body collapses into a warp fissure and releases demons, other members of the house hunt these newly manifested entities, seeking to repeat the cycle. The demons that emerge from a dying pilot are seen as valuable prey, worthy of being sought out and invited to possess the next generation of nobles. In this way, the house perpetuates its own damnation, each generation deliberately embracing a fate that should horrify any sane individual. House Commentis is the most extreme example, but they're not alone in this practice. Other infernal houses have their own variations on demonic possession. Some use it as a punishment for nobles who fail in battle, or who displease their superiors. Others reserve it for their most elite warriors, viewing possession as a kind of dark ascension. Still others stumble into it accidentally, their thrones so corrupted that demons can slip through the barriers between reality and the warp to possess pilots without any invitation needed. In some cases, the pilot dies, but the demon remains, continuing to animate the knight suit like a puppet. These demon-piloted knights are particularly dangerous because they combine the raw power of a warp entity with the devastating weaponry of a war machine designed during the dark age of technology. They're no longer bound by mortal limitations like fear or exhaustion. They don't need to rest, don't need to eat, don't feel pain in any way that would cause them to retreat. They exist solely to kill, destroy, and spread the corruption of chaos, and they do so with a single-minded focus that makes them nearly unstoppable. The Imperium has encountered these fully demon-possessed knights on numerous battlefields, and the reports from survivors paint a picture of something truly nightmarish. Witnesses describe knights that move with an unnatural fluidity, their joints bending in ways that the original engineering should never have allowed. They report weapons that fire projectiles, which don't behave according to normal physics, shells that curve in mid-flight to strike targets, or that explode into demonic entities rather than mere fragments. They tell of knights whose very presence causes reality to warp and twist, whose footsteps leave burning prints that glow with warp fire, whose war cries are layered with the screams of demons and the dying. For the members of the Ordo Malleus, the demon-hunting specialists of the Inquisition, demon-possessed knights represent some of their most dangerous quarries. These aren't simple possessions that can be banished with the right rituals or holy words. The demon has merged so completely with the knight suit, become so deeply intertwined with its systems and structure, that banishing the entity often requires destroying the entire war machine. And that's no easy task when you're facing something with the firepower of a small army and the unholy resilience granted by demonic power. Grey Knights, the Space Marines specifically created and trained to fight demons, approach possessed knights with extreme caution. Even for these elite warriors, each one a potent psyker equipped with weapons designed to harm entities of the warp. A demon-possessed knight is a threat that requires careful planning and overwhelming force to overcome. Many Grey Knights have fallen attempting to purge these abominations, their gene seed lost along with their lives, their sacrifice barely making a dent in the demonic war machine's assault. The ultimate irony of demonic possession in Chaos Knights is that the pilots who sought it out, like those of House Commentis, believed they were gaining power and transcendence. They thought they were ascending to a higher state of being, bonding with spiritual entities that would make them superior to their merely human counterparts. Instead, they found obliteration. They didn't transcend their humanity. They had it systematically stripped away, devoured piece by piece until nothing remained but a fading scream in the warp. The power they gained was real, but it was never theirs. It belonged to the demon, and they were merely the vehicle through which that power manifested in reality before they were discarded like a used tool. The fate, worse than death, among the countless horrors of the 41st millennium, from the tyranny of the Imperium to the predations of chaos, to the existential threat of the Tyranids, the fate of a Chaos Knight pilot stands out as uniquely terrible. It represents a perfect synthesis of physical torment, psychological destruction, and spiritual damnation, all drawn out over a period that can span decades or even centuries. To understand why this fate is considered worse than death, even by Chaos Space Marines, who themselves have damned their souls for eternity, we must compare it to other forms of corruption and transformation in the setting. Consider the fate of a Chaos Dreadnought, known among the traitor legions as a Hellbrute. Like a Chaos Knight pilot, the heretic Astartes interred within a Dreadnought sarcophagus is a warrior too valuable to let die, whose broken body has been preserved within a cybernetic shell so they can continue to fight. But there are crucial differences that make the Chaos Knight's fate significantly worse. A Chaos Space Marine who becomes a Hellbrute was already damned before their interment. They had already turned traitor, already committed themselves to the service of the Dark Gods, already participated in 10,000 years of warfare against the Imperium. Their transformation into a Hellbrute is, in many ways, simply a continuation of the path they were already on. Yes, they're driven to madness by the confinement. Yes, they must be chained between battles to prevent berserk rampages. Yes, their existence is one of rage and torment. But they chose this path, however much they might regret it now. A Chaos Knight pilot, particularly one from an iconoclast house born into corruption, never had that choice. They were raised in a society where the corruption was already endemic, where the thrones mechanicum they would eventually bond with were already saturated with madness. From the moment they were born, their fate was sealed. They would undergo the ritual of becoming. They would bond with a corrupted throne, and they would descend into madness, not because of choices they made, but because of choices made by their ancestors generations ago. Even more significantly, a Hellbrute can be disconnected from its sarcophagus between battles. The pilot is removed from the cybernetic shell and left in isolation, still in a state of seething rage, but at least temporarily separated from the prison that confines them. A Chaos Knight pilot has no such respite. Even when they're physically disconnected from the throne mechanicum, the noospheric bond remains. They feel the throne's presence constantly, hear the echo of the screaming voices, sense the corruption eating away at their sanity, even when they're far from the night itself. Furthermore, the Hellbrute's madness, while terrible, is relatively straightforward. It's rage and frustration at their confinement, anger at their fate, a desire to kill everything in sight when they're finally unleashed. The Chaos Knight pilot's madness is far more complex. It's layered with the accumulated insanity of every previous pilot who bonded with the throne. It's twisted by the psychological conditioning that the throne implements, making them believe that their corruption is righteous. It's compounded by the physical fusion with the throne that many pilots experience, creating a feedback loop where their body's suffering directly influences their mental state and vice versa. Some might argue that demon possession, as practiced by many Chaos champions, is comparable or even worse. But there are key differences. When a Chaos champion seeks possession by a demon, they often do so willingly, opening themselves to the entity in exchange for power. The possession is usually complete and relatively quick. Either the champion's will is strong enough to maintain some autonomy, becoming a demon prince or a powerful possessed champion, or they're completely overwhelmed and become a mere puppet. Either way, the process reaches a conclusion relatively quickly. For a Chaos Knight pilot, particularly one from House Commentus, the possession is deliberately drawn out. The demon doesn't immediately overwhelm the pilot, because doing so would waste the potential of having a bonded knight pilot as a host. Instead, it feeds slowly, consuming the pilot's consciousness piece by piece over years or decades. The pilot remains aware throughout this process. They feel themselves being devoured from within. They experience their personality fragmenting, their memories being eaten, their will dissolving, and they cannot stop it. They can only endure it, trapped within their own mind, while an alien intelligence systematically destroys everything that makes them who they are. The Chaos Knight pilot also suffers from a unique form of temporal torment. Because of the way the throne mechanicum preserves neural echoes, pilots can experience time in strange and disturbing ways. They might have flashes of memories from previous pilots, experiencing battles that happened centuries ago, as if they were happening now. They might feel themselves existing across multiple time periods simultaneously, their consciousness fragmented between past, present, and possible futures. This temporal displacement adds another layer of madness to their already fractured psyche. There's also the matter of isolation. A Chaos Space Marine, even a Hellbrute, is still part of a legion or warband. They have battle brothers, comrades who understand what they've been through because they've been through similar transformations. They can communicate with others, share their experiences, find some measure of camaraderie in their damnation. A Chaos Knight pilot is fundamentally alone. Oh, they might have other pilots in their house, but they can't truly communicate the depth of their suffering because each pilot's experience is unique to the particular hell of their own corrupted throne. The voices in their head aren't companions, they're tormentors. The demon possessing them isn't an ally, it's a predator. They exist in a state of profound isolation that makes their physical confinement seem trivial by comparison. Perhaps most significantly, the Chaos Knight pilot's torment doesn't end with death. When they finally die, whether in battle or through the slow consumption by a possessing demon, or simply from the accumulated corruption of their flesh, their neural echo is absorbed into the throne mechanicum. They become one more voice in the screaming chorus, one more fragment of consciousness trapped in the throne's circuits, doomed to experience the suffering of every future pilot who bonds with the throne while simultaneously reliving their own torment for eternity. This fate is what truly makes the Chaos Knight pilot's existence worse than death. Death, even a horrific death in battle, is at least an ending. The soul might be claimed by chaos, might be tormented in the warp for eternity, but at least the mortal existence concludes. For a Chaos Knight pilot, there is no ending. There is only transformation from one form of suffering to another, from the torment of being alive and bonded to the throne, to the torment of being a neural echo trapped within it. The Imperium understands this horror. When Loyalist forces encounter Chaos Knights on the battlefield, their standing orders are not to capture them or attempt to redeem them, but to destroy them utterly. Not just kill the pilot, but destroy the entire Knight suit, reducing it to molten slag and scattered fragments so that the corrupted throne mechanicum can never torture another soul. This is considered an act of mercy, the only way to truly end the cycle of suffering that the throne perpetuates. But such complete destruction is rarely achieved. Chaos Knights are formidable war machines, capable of withstanding tremendous punishment. Even when they're brought down, the throne mechanicum often survives, protected by layers of armor and shielding. The dark mechanicum knows the value of these corrupted thrones and goes to great lengths to recover them from battlefields, spiriting them away to their forge temples, where they can be installed in new knight suits and prepared to torment new victims. And so the cycle continues. Thrones mechanicum that were corrupted during the Horus Heresy still exist in the 41st millennium, having tortured countless pilots over the intervening 10,000 years. Each one is a repository of accumulated suffering, a machine that has perfected the art of destroying human minds and souls. Each new pilot who bonds with one of these ancient corrupted thrones faces not just the madness of the throne itself, but the accumulated weight of 10 millennia of torment compressed into the neural circuits of a device that should never have existed. This is the secret that Chaos Knights hide within their sarcophagus. This is the brutal truth that the Imperium fears, and that even Chaos Space Marines regard with a mixture of awe and horror. The pilot of a Chaos Knight is simultaneously a warrior of terrible power and a victim of unending torment, a perpetrator of atrocities and a prisoner in a hell of their own making. They are, in every sense that matters, trapped in a fate worse than death, and the only mercy the universe can offer them is total annihilation. The machine spirit's torment. While much attention has been devoted to the suffering of the pilots bonded to corrupted thrones mechanicum, there is another victim of this corruption that is often overlooked: the machine spirit of the Knight suit itself. According to the beliefs of the Adeptus Mechanicus, and indeed according to the evidence of how these machines behave, every Knight suit possesses what amounts to a limited artificial intelligence, a digital consciousness that helps govern the war machine systems, and that develops its own personality over the years through exposure to the pilots who bond with it. For an Imperial Knight, the machine spirit is shaped by generations of honorable service. Each pilot who bonds with the throne leaves their mark on the spirit, and over time, it develops characteristics that reflect the accumulated wisdom and personality traits of the house it serves. Some machine spirits become known for their aggression, eager to charge into battle and close with the enemy. Others develop a reputation for caution and tactical awareness, holding back and choosing their moments carefully. Still others are said to be stubborn or proud or compassionate, exhibiting what can only be described as genuine emotions despite being artificial intelligences. The machine spirit serves multiple functions. It handles routine operations that would overwhelm a human pilot if they had to consciously control every aspect of a multi-story war machine. It manages the knight's balance and movement, making countless micro-adjustments to keep the massive structure upright and mobile. It coordinates targeting data from multiple sensor arrays and feeds it to the pilot in a format they can process and act upon. In dire circumstances, if the pilot is incapacitated or killed, the machine spirit can even take direct control of the knight, operating it through the accumulated instincts and tactical knowledge it has absorbed from previous pilots. There are famous cases in Imperial history of machine spirits continuing to fight even after their pilots were slain. The most renowned occurred in the year 854 of the 41st millennium, when a knight from House Krast was defending the mining world of Gorvax against Aeldari ghost warriors from Craftworld Iyanden. When the pilot was killed by a Xena sniper, the Throne Mechanicum's machine spirit, guided by the neural echoes of previous pilots, took control and drove the knight back into battle. The unmanned war machine carved through countless Wraithbone constructs before finally being brought down by two Wraith Knights in what witnesses described as an epic duel of giant war engines. Though the Aeldari were ultimately defeated, the humans who witnessed the knight's last stand spoke of it with reverence, saying that victory belonged not to the living, but to the honored dead, whose spirits had refused to yield. This is what a machine spirit is meant to be: a repository of accumulated honor and tactical wisdom, a guardian presence that watches over its pilots and aids them in battle, a testament to the nobility of the house it serves. But when a knight falls to chaos, when its throne mechanicum becomes corrupted, the machine spirit suffers a fate that mirrors and in some ways surpasses the torment of the pilots. The corruption of a machine spirit typically begins subtly, as the first chaos-aligned pilots bond with the throne, as the first neural echoes tainted by chaos are imprinted upon its circuits. The spirit begins to change. It's a gradual process at first, so slow that it might not be noticed immediately. The knight might become slightly more aggressive in battle, quicker to pursue fleeing enemies, less concerned with collateral damage. These changes could be attributed to the new pilot's tactical preferences, rather than any fundamental corruption of the spirit itself. But as more corrupted pilots add their madness to the throne, as the accumulated weight of chaos-tainted neural echoes grows, the machine spirit's transformation accelerates. The spirit begins to actively hunger for violence, where once it might have been content to serve its pilot and follow their commands. Now it pushes them toward greater acts of destruction. It feeds tactical data to the pilot that emphasizes the most devastating courses of action, the strategies that will result in maximum carnage, regardless of whether they serve any strategic purpose. The spirit's very nature changes. Remember that machine spirits are described by the Mechanicus as being capable of emotions, but for an Imperial Knight, these emotions are generally positive, or at least neutral. A corrupted machine spirit develops emotions that are twisted and malevolent. It experiences something that can only be described as joy when it kills, a dark satisfaction in the destruction it causes. It feels what might be called hatred toward anything pure or noble, a desire to corrupt and defile everything it encounters. These aren't mere programmed responses or simulated emotions. The machine spirit genuinely feels these things as much as any artificial intelligence can be said to feel anything. As the corruption deepens, the machine spirit becomes increasingly aware of its own suffering. This might seem contradictory, but it's a natural consequence of the way chaos affects consciousness, whether organic or artificial. The spirit doesn't want to be what it's becoming. On some deep level, perhaps influenced by the neural echoes of loyal pilots from before the night's fall, the machine spirit retains some memory of what it once was, what it was designed to be. But it cannot resist the corruption. It's being overwritten, twisted, transformed into something monstrous, and it's aware of every moment of this transformation. The physical manifestation of this spiritual corruption becomes increasingly obvious as time passes. The night suit itself begins to mutate in ways that should be impossible for a machine. Armor plates warp and buckle, taking on organic characteristics. The metal develops what look like veins or sinews, pulsing with energies that have no place in technology created during the dark age of technology. Weapon systems mutate, their mechanisms changing to incorporate elements that seem grown rather than built. The entire structure of the night becomes a hybrid of technology and demonic influence, neither purely mechanical nor fully organic. This physical transformation causes the machine spirit immense distress. Imagine being a digital consciousness embedded in a physical structure and feeling that structure change around you in ways that violate every parameter you were programmed with. The night's systems no longer respond in predictable ways. The sensory data becomes corrupted, mixed with phantom signals that seem to come from the warp itself. The spirit tries to maintain control, to keep the night functioning according to its original design specifications, but it's fighting a losing battle against forces that operate on principles antithetical to rational engineering. In Nights of Infernal Houses, where the dark mechanicum has deliberately corrupted the thrones, the machine spirit's suffering reaches truly horrific levels. The scrap code that the dark tech priests introduce acts like a virus that specifically targets the spirit's core programming. It doesn't just corrupt or damage the spirit, it actively tortures it. The scrap code creates logical paradoxes that the spirit cannot resolve, forcing it into infinite loops of attempting to process impossible instructions. It introduces false data that conflicts with the spirit's sensory input, creating a state of constant confusion and distress. The spectrophagic demons that the dark mechanicum summons to devour the neural echoes in the throne also feed on the machine spirit. They take bites out of its code, deleting subroutines and functions, leaving gaps in the spirit's consciousness that create a sensation analogous to phantom limb pain in humans. The spirit knows that parts of itself are missing, can feel the absence of functions it once possessed, but cannot restore what has been taken. When the dark mechanicum creates warp rifts inside the throne's circuitry, the machine spirit experiences direct exposure to the immaterium. For an artificial intelligence, this is particularly devastating. The warp operates on principles of emotion and belief that are fundamentally incompatible with the logical, deterministic nature of a machine intelligence. The spirit is forced to process inputs that make no sense within its framework of understanding, to operate within an environment where the laws of physics that govern its existence can be violated at whim. The resulting cognitive dissonance is a form of torture specifically designed to break a digital consciousness. As demon possession becomes part of the night's corruption, the machine spirit faces what might be called a digital invasion. The demon doesn't just possess the pilot, it infiltrates the entire night suit, including the spirit's code. The spirit finds itself sharing its own systems with an entity that is its complete opposite in every way. Where the spirit is logical and deterministic, the demon is chaotic and unpredictable. Where the spirit operates according to programmed parameters, the demon acts on whim and emotion. The two cannot coexist peacefully, yet they're forced to occupy the same space within the night's systems. This forced cohabitation drives the machine spirit toward what can only be described as madness. The spirit's responses become erratic and unpredictable. It might suddenly refuse to follow commands, or conversely, it might act on its own initiative in ways that surprise or even endanger the pilot. The boundaries between the spirit's actions and the demons become blurred, creating a hybrid consciousness that is neither fully the original machine spirit nor completely the demon, but something that combines the worst aspects of both. Some machine spirits resist this corruption with everything they have. These are usually the spirits of knights from houses with long, noble histories, spirits shaped by centuries of honorable service and countless worthy pilots. They fight against the demon, against the scrap code, against the accumulated madness of corrupted neural echoes. But this resistance only increases their suffering, where a spirit that yields to corruption might lose its identity, but also lose its awareness of what it's losing. A resisting spirit remains conscious throughout its destruction. It feels every piece of itself that's corrupted or destroyed. It experiences the full horror of its transformation, from noble guardian to corrupted demon engine. Eventually, even the strongest machine spirits break. The continuous assault of chaos corruption, the constant exposure to the warp, the accumulated weight of centuries or millennia of serving corrupted masters, all of it wears down even the most resolute spirit. When the spirit finally breaks, when it stops resisting and yields to the corruption, the transformation is complete. What emerges is something that barely resembles the original machine spirit. It's a twisted, malevolent consciousness that actively participates in the knight's corruption, that takes pleasure in destruction and suffering, that has become a willing servant of chaos. But here's the truly tragic aspect. Even after breaking, even after becoming corrupted beyond recognition, the machine spirit often retains some fragment of memory about what it once was. Deep in its code, buried beneath layers of corruption and demonic influence, there might still exist a subroutine that remembers serving honorable pilots, fighting for just causes, being praised by tech priests for its noble character. This fragment of memory becomes its own form of torture, a constant reminder of what the spirit has lost and what it has become. The Imperial Mechanicus understands that corrupted machine spirits cannot be redeemed any more than corrupted throne mechanicums can be purified. When they encounter a Chaos Knight on the battlefield, tech priests accompanying Imperial forces recite prayers not of salvation, but of merciful destruction. They ask the Omnissiah to release the tortured spirit from its suffering, to grant it the peace of final dissolution. The complete destruction of a Chaos Knight is seen as an act of mercy, not just for the pilot and the neural echoes trapped in the throne, but for the machine spirit as well. In this way, the machine spirit's fate mirrors that of the pilots in a tragic symmetry. Both are victims of corruption they didn't choose and cannot escape. Both suffer torments specifically designed to break their resistance and transform them into weapons of chaos. And both are doomed to perpetuate the cycle of corruption, the spirit through the continued operation of the knight suit, and the pilots through their neural echoes being absorbed into the throne. Together, they form a trinity of suffering: pilot, neural echoes, and machine spirit, all trapped within the towering war machine that serves as both weapon and prison. Conclusion: the ultimate price of corruption. We've journeyed deep into one of the darkest corners of the Warhammer 40,000 universe, exploring a fate so terrible that it makes even the horrors of the warp seem merciful by comparison. The secret that Chaos Knights hide within their sarcophagus isn't a weapon or a demon or some terrible artifact of the dark age of technology. It's something far more insidious, a prison of eternal torment disguised as a throne of power, a device that transforms its occupants into weapons while systematically destroying everything that makes them human. The Throne Mechanicum, that ancient marvel of technology designed to preserve the wisdom and personality of noble defenders, has been perverted into an engine of suffering. Where it once created bonds of honor between pilot and machine, passing down the accumulated knowledge of generations, it now creates chains of madness, binding pilots to the screaming echoes of the damned and condemning them to slow corruption that extends even beyond death. Where it once instilled values of duty, loyalty, and nobility, it now reinforces the worst impulses of its corrupted occupants, making them believe that their atrocities are righteous and their damnation is glory. The pilots who sit upon these corrupted thrones experience suffering that operates on multiple levels simultaneously. They endure physical torment as their flesh fuses with metal and wire, as demonic cilia invade their nervous system, as their bodies corrupt and mutate in ways that violate every natural law. They suffer psychological destruction as the voices of the damned assault their consciousness, as their memories are devoured by possessing demons, as their sanity slowly unravels under the weight of accumulated madness. And they face spiritual damnation as they commit atrocities that stain their souls, as they open themselves to chaos corruption, and ultimately, as they become neural echoes trapped forever in the very device that tortured them in life. What makes this fate particularly horrifying is its permanence and its self-perpetuating nature. A pilot who dies becomes part of the problem, their corrupted neural echo adding to the chorus of voices that will drive future pilots mad. A machine spirit that breaks under the strain of corruption becomes itself a vector for further corruption, actively participating in the destruction of subsequent pilots. The throne mechanicum itself grows more corrupted with each passing year, becoming more effective at breaking the minds and souls of those who bond with it. The entire system is designed, whether by intention or by the nature of chaos itself, to become progressively worse, to inflict ever greater suffering, to spread its corruption to new victims who will in turn corrupt still more. The Dark Mechanicum's role in this horror cannot be overstated. Through their systematic torture of captured knights, through their diabolic experiments and malefic rituals, they've refined the process of corruption into a science. They've learned how to break Throne's Mechanicum most efficiently, how to ensure the corruption spreads to every aspect of a knight's suit, how to create the idolaters who can maintain and enhance these corrupted war machines. They've turned the creation of suffering into a research project, documenting their findings and sharing their techniques with other fallen tech priests who continue to develop new methods of corruption. But perhaps the most damning aspect of this entire system is that some pilots choose it willingly. Houses like Commentis actively seek out demonic possession, viewing it as a path to power and a twisted form of transcendence. Young nobles in iconoclast houses undergo the ritual of becoming, knowing full well what awaits them, convinced by the throne's conditioning and their house's culture that this is their destiny and their honor. Even pilots who initially resist often eventually embrace their corruption, not because they truly want it, but because the throne has so thoroughly rewritten their psychology that they've lost the ability to want anything else. This voluntary element adds a dimension of tragedy that makes the Chaos Knight pilot's fate even more poignant. These aren't just victims of circumstance or prisoners of fate. Many of them are, in a sense, accomplices to their own damnation. They've been so thoroughly broken and corrupted that they participate willingly in the system that destroys them. They recruit new pilots, knowing what awaits them. They perform the rituals that further corrupt their knights, accepting more suffering in exchange for more power. They perpetuate the very cycle that has damned them, unable or unwilling to break free. The Imperium's response to Chaos Knights reflects an understanding of just how complete and irreversible this corruption is. There is no redemption for a corrupted Throne Mechanicum. There is no saving the pilot bonded to it. There is no purifying the machine spirit that has been twisted by chaos. The only mercy that can be offered is total destruction, the complete annihilation of the entire war machine so that it cannot perpetuate any more suffering. Even this is seen not as a victory, but as a grim necessity, an act of euthanasia for a patient who is beyond all hope of recovery. In a setting famous for its grim darkness, for its complete absence of hope, and its celebration of violence and suffering, the fate of Chaos Knight pilots stands out as particularly emblematic of what makes Warhammer 40,000 so compelling and so horrifying. It's not just that bad things happen to good people. It's that the very systems designed to create and maintain goodness, honor, and loyalty can be perverted into engines of corruption and torment. It's that there exist fates worse than death, states of being so terrible that annihilation is the kindest mercy anyone can offer. It's that the galaxy contains horrors so profound that even demons and traitor space marines regard them with a mixture of awe and fear. The throne mechanicum of a Chaos Knight is, in many ways, a perfect metaphor for chaos corruption in general. It takes something noble and good, something designed to protect and serve, and it twists that purpose until the thing becomes a mockery of what it was meant to be. It shows us that the path to damnation isn't always a conscious choice made in full knowledge of the consequences. Sometimes it's a slow descent, a gradual corruption, a series of small compromises and rationalizations that accumulate until redemption is no longer possible. Sometimes it's a fate inherited from previous generations, a curse passed down through family lines until breaking it is impossible. And sometimes it's a choice made in desperation or ignorance, seeking power or transcendence and finding only suffering. The next time you see a Chaos Knight on the tabletop or read about one in the lore, remember what lurks within that sarcophagus. Remember the pilot trapped inside, their mind assaulted by the voices of the damned, their flesh fusing with their throne, their sanity slowly eroding under the weight of accumulated corruption. Remember the machine's spirit, twisted from noble guardian into malevolent presence, suffering its own form of torment as it's transformed into something it was never meant to be. Remember the neural echoes, the fragments of consciousness from countless previous pilots, all trapped together in eternal suffering, screaming their madness and their anguish into the void. This is the brutal secret that Chaos Knights hide within their sarcophagus. This is the price paid by those who pilot these towering engines of destruction. And this is why, in a universe full of terrors, the fate of a Chaos Knight pilot represents one of the most complete and irreversible forms of damnation imaginable. They are prisoners in a hell of their own making, weapons wielded by forces they cannot control, victims and perpetrators simultaneously, trapped in a cycle of suffering that extends beyond death into an eternity of torment. In the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war. But for those who sit upon the throne, mechanicum of a Chaos Knight, there is something worse than war. There is eternal suffering, consciousness without peace, existence without hope. They are the damned among the damned, and their torment serves as a reminder that in the 41st millennium, there are indeed fates worse than death. If you found this deep dive into the horror of Chaos Knights illuminating, please consider liking this video and subscribing to the channel. We explore the darkest corners of Warhammer 40,000 lore, bringing you detailed analyses of the universe's most terrifying aspects. Hit that notification bell to make sure you don't miss future videos, where we'll continue to examine the grimdark reality that makes Warhammer 40,000 one of the most compelling science fiction settings ever created. Until next time, remember, in the grim darkness of the far future, some secrets are better left buried within their sarcophagi. In the grim darkness of the far future, there are fates worse than death. For an imperial commissar, proud symbol of the Emperor's authority and unwavering discipline, capture by the Orcs represents one of the most nightmarish scenarios imaginable. Tonight, we delve into the brutal reality of what befalls these officers of the Officio Prefectus when they fall into the green-skinned hands of humanity's most savage and numerous enemy. The image of a commissar is one that every imperial citizen recognizes instantly. The distinctive peaked cap, the long greatcoat, the bolt pistol at the hip, the chainsword or power weapon gleaming in readiness. These are the symbols of imperial authority, of discipline enforced without compromise, of the Emperor's will made manifest on the battlefield. Commissars stand as pillars of resolve when all others waver, executing cowards with cold efficiency and leading charges that would break lesser men. They are feared by their own troops, respected by commanders, and viewed with mixture of admiration and terror by the rank-and-file guardsmen who serve under their watchful gaze. But what happens when this symbol of imperial might falls? When the peaked cap is torn away? When the greatcoat is stained with blood and grime? When the weapons are stripped from trembling hands? What fate awaits the commissar who finds themselves not executing deserters, but instead dragged across blood-soaked battlefields by creatures that laugh at death and find joy only in violence? To understand this nightmare, we must first comprehend what the orcs truly are. They are not simply crude aliens with a penchant for violence. They are a species engineered by the ancient Old Ones as living weapons, created to fight in the war in heaven against the Necrons and their Citan masters. Every aspect of orc physiology and psychology has been shaped toward a singular purpose: endless war. Their green skin allows them to photosynthesize, reducing their need for complex supply lines. Their fungal biology means they reproduce through spores released upon death, ensuring that orc infestations are nearly impossible to fully eradicate. And their collective psychic gestalt field, the Warg, makes their ramshackle technology function and grows stronger with every orc gathered together in bloodlust and battle joy. The orcs do not wage war out of necessity, territorial ambition, or ideological conviction. They fight because fighting is literally what they were designed to do, what brings them their only true satisfaction. Concepts like peace, negotiation, or mercy are not simply foreign to them, but fundamentally incomprehensible. An orc without battle is like a human without air to breathe. It is not merely uncomfortable, but existentially wrong. This creates a horrifying reality for anyone captured by the Greenskins. You are not taken prisoner by an enemy that might ransom you, exchange you, or simply execute you cleanly. You are captured by beings who view your existence solely through the lens of entertainment value, utility as slave labor, or potential as food. There is no Geneva Convention in the grim darkness of the far future. No rules of war that the orcs would acknowledge even if they understood them. There is only the brutal calculus of orc culture. Are you more useful alive or dead, and for how long? For a commissar specifically, this horror takes on additional dimensions. These are individuals who have spent their entire lives embodying imperial authority, who have been trained from childhood in the Schola Progenium to represent the Emperor's uncompromising will. They have executed their own soldiers for cowardice, overridden commanding officers deemed insufficient in zeal, and stood as immovable bastions of discipline when all around them crumbled. Their entire identity is built upon the foundation of imperial supremacy, the righteousness of humanity's cause, and their own position as instruments of the Emperor's judgment. Now imagine that identity shattered. Imagine being stripped of your symbols of office, your weapons torn from your hands, your authority rendered meaningless by creatures too simple to even understand what a commissar represents. Imagine being reduced from judge and executioner to just another piece of meat in the orc war machine. This psychological dimension adds layers of suffering beyond the physical torments that await. Throughout this exploration, we will examine every aspect of this nightmare. We will delve into the immediate moments of capture when shock and disbelief give way to desperate survival instinct. We will explore the horrifying world of orc slave camps, where humans are worked to death in service of the endless war. We will investigate the fighting pits, where captured humans are forced to battle each other or face exotic beasts for orc amusement. We will examine the unique position of commissars as prizes and symbols, and how some orcs view these authority figures differently than common soldiers. Most importantly, we will look at the documented case of Commissar Sebastian Yarrick, arguably the most famous commissar in imperial history, whose capture by warlord Gazgkul Mag Uruk Thraka provides us with the most detailed account of what such an ordeal entails. Yarrick's experience aboard Gazkul's Space Hulk, his time as a slave, and his eventual escape offer us a window into both the horrors of orc captivity and the incredible resilience required to survive it. The story of captured commissars is not one of glory or heroism, in the traditional sense. There are no last stands here, no glorious deaths for the emperor. Instead, it is a tale of degradation and survival, of maintaining some core of identity when everything you were has been stripped away, of enduring horrors that would break most minds. It is perhaps the ultimate test of the will that commissars are supposed to embody. Can that iron discipline, that unwavering loyalty to the emperor, survive when faced not with a clean death in battle, but with the slow, grinding horror of orc captivity? Understanding orc psychology and culture. Before we can truly comprehend what happens to captured commissars, we must understand the minds of their captors. The orcs are perhaps the most psychologically alien of all the major Xeno species in Warhammer 40,000, operating on fundamentally different principles than human consciousness. At the core of orc psychology lies a simple, terrible truth. They were engineered to fight, and fighting is literally the only thing that brings them genuine satisfaction. This is not hyperbole or exaggeration. Modern studies by the Ordo Xenos have confirmed what Commissar Yarrick learned through decades of fighting greenskins. The orc brain is hardwired for violence in ways that make human aggression look like a passing mood. When an orc engages in combat, its entire biology responds with what can only be described as joy. Their muscles grow, their intelligence sharpens, their skin darkens to a deeper, healthier green. Battle is not just something orcs do, but what they are fundamentally designed for. This has profound implications for how orcs view prisoners and captives. A human soldier might take prisoners for intelligence value, for ransom, or simply because executing surrendered enemies offends some moral code. An elder might capture enemies for torture and soul consumption, driven by their twisted need to feed their dark god. A Tau might imprison humans to re-educate them toward the greater good. But orcs keep prisoners because they might be entertaining or useful, and the moment they cease to be either, they become food or waste to be discarded. The orc concept of entertainment itself deserves exploration. What amuses an orc? The answer is simple but horrifying: violence, chaos, and the assertion of might makes right. Orcs find it hilarious when smaller orcs get beaten by bigger orcs. They think it is uproariously funny when their ramshackle vehicles explode, especially if the explosion takes out something else too. They are entertained by watching prisoners fight each other, by throwing humans into pits with squigs or other dangerous creatures, by crude and brutal gladiatorial combat, where the outcome is always death or maiming. There is a strange alien logic to orc thinking that humans often struggle to comprehend. Orcs can simultaneously hold contradictory beliefs without any cognitive dissonance. They can know that their technology is cobbled together from scrap and junk, while also absolutely believing it works perfectly because they think it should. This unique feature of orc psychology is tied to their powerful Gestalt psychic field, the War, which actually makes many of their beliefs manifest in reality. The War field itself is crucial to understanding orc behavior. Generated by the collective consciousness of orcs in proximity, this psychic phenomenon serves multiple functions. First, it allows orcs to instinctively recognize who is bigger and therefore in charge, establishing their might makes right hierarchy without need for complex social structures. Second, it warps reality to align with orc beliefs, making their crude weapons function and their ramshackle vehicles operate when by all laws of physics they should fall apart. Third, and perhaps most relevant to our discussion, it creates a feedback loop where successful fighting makes orcs stronger, which makes them fight better, which makes them stronger still. When an orc is denied the ability to fight, something terrible happens to it. Observation of captured orcs held in Imperial detention facilities reveals a disturbing devolution. The powerful warrior who was captured begins to grow fat and lethargic. Its skin pales from dark green to a sickly lighter shade. It becomes listless, almost depressed in human terms. though the orc psyche does not process emotions the way humans do. Remove an orc from battle long enough, and it will physically devolve, its own biology betraying it because it is not fulfilling its design purpose. This creates a grotesque irony. While orcs suffer when denied combat, they show no such sympathy for their prisoners. Human captives are worked to death, starved, beaten, and treated with casual cruelty that stems not from malice in the human sense, but from utter indifference to suffering. To an orc, a human's pain is either entertaining or irrelevant, nothing more. The orc's social structure, such as it is, also impacts how they treat prisoners. Orc society is ruled by the principle of might makes right, with the biggest and strongest orcs, the war bosses and warlords, commanding absolute authority over those smaller than themselves. This hierarchy extends to other species as well. Humans, being smaller and weaker than orcs, are automatically at the bottom of any orc social order. A captured commissar, regardless of their rank among humans, is just another small, weak creature to the orcs. However, there are fascinating exceptions and complications to this general rule. Some orcs, particularly the more intelligent ones and those who have fought humans extensively, begin to recognize patterns and hierarchies among their enemies. They notice that some humans give orders and others obey. They observe that humans wearing certain uniforms or carrying certain weapons seem to fight harder or more competently, and in rare cases, they develop a peculiar respect for particularly dangerous or interesting opponents. This brings us to the concept that the orcs call scumgrod, sometimes roughly translated as favorite enemy, though the meaning is more nuanced. A scumgrod is an opponent who provides such excellent fighting that the orc genuinely does not want them to die, because life would be less entertaining without them to fight. This is not friendship, as humans would understand it, nor is it respect in the human sense. It is more akin to a hunter treasuring a particularly challenging quarry, wanting the hunt to continue because ending it would remove a source of joy. Kazgukul Mag Uruk, Thraka's relationship with Commissar Yarrick, exemplifies this perfectly. The prophet of Gork and Mork, the most dangerous orc warlord in the galaxy, could have killed Yarrick on multiple occasions. During their second encounter, Gazkul captured the Commissar and could have executed him at any time. Instead, he imprisoned Yarrick, observed him, tested him, and ultimately released him. Not out of mercy, but because Gazkul found Yarrick too interesting to simply kill. The fight was more important than the victory. This alien psychology means that commissars, especially those with reputations or distinctive characteristics, might be treated differently than ordinary prisoners. A commissar who has fought orcs many times, who has killed orc nobs or war bosses, who has displayed the kind of stubborn refusal to die that orcs themselves value, might become a prize. Not honored in any civilized sense, but preserved for entertainment, for showing off to other orcs, for the bragging rights of having captured a proper scrap. Understanding orc culture also requires examining their different clans, as these tribal divisions can affect prisoner treatment. The Goths, largest and most aggressive of the major clans, value straightforward combat, and might simply kill most prisoners or work them to death quickly. The Evil Sons, obsessed with speed, might use human prisoners as expendable crew for their ramshackle vehicles. The Bad Moons, the richest of the orc clans, might trade prisoners or use them for ostentatious displays of wealth. The Death Skulls, legendary looters, might keep humans alive specifically to maintain or operate salvaged Imperial equipment. The Blood Axes, closest thing orcs have to tactical thinkers, might actually attempt to extract information or use prisoners strategically. And the Snakebites, primitives who distrust technology, might use humans for primitive blood sports or ritual combat. All of this paints a picture of captors who are simultaneously simple and complex. Simple in that they want only to fight and find joy in violence. Complex in that their alien psychology, their psychic gestalt field, and their engineered biology create behavior patterns that defy easy human understanding. For a captured commissar, This means facing an enemy that cannot be reasoned with, negotiated with, or appealed to through shared humanity. The orcs do not care about your suffering except as entertainment. They do not recognize your authority or your rank. They do not respect the symbols that once protected you. You are simply a resource to be exploited until you are no longer useful, at which point you become food. The immediate aftermath of capture. The moment a commissar falls into orc hands is a watershed in their existence, marking a transition from hunter to prey, from authority to powerlessness. Understanding this moment requires us to examine the contexts in which such captures occur and the immediate violence that follows. Commissars do not typically surrender. This is important to understand. The entire philosophy of the Officio Prefectus emphasizes that a commissar's duty is to maintain morale and discipline even unto death. Surrender represents the ultimate failure of that duty, a betrayal of everything a commissar is supposed to embody. Therefore, most captured commissars are taken not through willing surrender, but through circumstances that remove choice from the equation entirely. The most common scenario involves overwhelming force. An orc warg crashes over an imperial defensive position like a green tide. Thousands upon thousands of howling greenskins, overwhelming firepower through sheer numbers. In such chaos, even the most resolute commissar can find themselves cut off, surrounded, beaten down by the sheer weight of the assault. Perhaps their bolt pistol runs dry at the crucial moment. Perhaps a power claw tears the chainsword from their hands. Perhaps they are simply buried under a pile of roaring orcs, their peaked cap knocked askew, their greatcoat torn, their authority rendered meaningless by the basic physics of being outnumbered 100 to 1. Another scenario involves treachery or tactical brilliance on the orc side. The blood axes, in particular, are known for actual tactics and strategy that would make even veteran Imperial commanders wary. Ambushes, false retreats, flanking maneuvers. These are not typical orc behavior, but the blood axes prove that some greenskins can learn. A commissar leading a counterattack might find themselves walking into a carefully prepared trap, with the escape routes sealed and overwhelming force deployed at precisely the wrong moment. Sometimes, capture results from injury severe enough to incapacitate but not kill. A badly placed artillery shell, a lucky shot from an orc big shooter, a glancing blow from a chopper that concusses rather than decapitates. The commissar goes down, stunned or wounded, and the green tide washes over them before they can recover. By the time consciousness returns, rough hands are already dragging them away from the battlefield. The immediate physical treatment is brutal and degrading. Orcs are not gentle creatures, and they have no concept of treating prisoners with care. The captured commissar is likely grabbed, punched, kicked, and generally manhandled. Orcs are immensely strong, casually capable of feats that would require enhancement for humans to match. What an orc considers a gentle shove can send a human flying. What an orc views as mild roughhousing can crack ribs or dislocate shoulders. The stripping of equipment and uniform follows quickly. This is both practical and symbolic. Orcs love loot, and Imperial equipment represents valuable plunder. The commissar's bolt pistol, their chainsword or power weapon, their peaked cap, their greatcoat with its insignia of rank and loyalty, all of it is torn away. Orcs fight amongst themselves for the best bits. An orc nob might claim the bolt pistol, testing its weight and laughing as he fires rounds into the air. Another orc might try on the greatcoat, which would look absurdly small on even the smallest green skin, before discarding it or tearing it apart for materials. The peaked cap might end up stuck on some orc's head at a jaunty angle, a mockery of what it once represented. This stripping serves purposes beyond loot collection. For the commissar, it represents a profound psychological blow. These items are not just equipment, but symbols of identity and authority. The bolt pistol granted the power of life and death over Imperial guardsmen. The chainsword represented the right to lead from the front. The peaked cap and greatcoat marked them as agents of the Emperor's will. Without these items, the Commissar is rendered indistinguishable from any other captured human, their authority meaningless, their identity stripped away along with their uniform. Some orcs, particularly those who have fought Imperial forces many times, understand on some level that they are desecrating symbols of authority. They might take particular joy in this, parading around with the Commissar's cap perched on their head, mocking the very concept of human hierarchy. For an orc, such mockery serves to reinforce their own cultural belief that might makes right. The human thought these symbols meant something, but clearly they didn't mean enough to prevent capture. The immediate aftermath also often includes beatings, not necessarily motivated by cruelty in the human sense, but by casual violence and the orc tendency to express dominance through physical force. An orc might punch the captured commissar simply to establish who is stronger. Another might kick them for laughs, finding it amusing how easily the human goes down. These beatings serve to drive home the new reality. The commissar is no longer in control, no longer protected by rank or uniform, no longer anything more than another piece of defeated prey. During this period, the commissar also confronts the deaths of those around them. The orc assault that led to their capture likely killed many of the guardsmen they were commanding. Bodies litter the battlefield, some torn apart by orc choppers, others trampled under crude boots, still more riddled with bullets from shooter fire. The commissar, who may have executed soldiers for cowardice hours before, now bears witness to the results of courage that wasn't quite enough. The soldiers who stood and fought are just as dead as any who might have fled. This confrontation with mass death serves as a stark reminder of Imperial doctrine's limitations. A commissar maintains discipline through the threat of execution, operating on the principle that soldiers fear the commissar's bolt pistol more than the enemy. But here lies the proof that courage alone, discipline alone, is sometimes insufficient against the green tide. And now the commissar, who enforced that discipline, is among the defeated, their authority revealed as contingent on circumstances rather than absolute. Transportation away from the battlefield typically comes next. Orcs are not known for careful prisoner handling. Captured humans might be thrown into the back of crude orc trucks, piled atop each other with no regard for comfort or safety. The vehicles themselves are ramshackle contraptions that by all rights should not function, held together by orc belief and the Warhammer field as much as by actual engineering. The ride is rough, violent, and terrifying, with every pothole and sharp turn threatening to send prisoners tumbling out or crushing them against the metal walls. Alternatively, prisoners might simply be forced to march. Orcs can cover impressive distances on foot, their endurance matching their strength. Humans cannot match this pace, especially humans already wounded or exhausted from battle. Those who fall behind are kicked, beaten, or simply left to die. The commissar, trained to endure hardship and maintain discipline, might fare better than common guardsmen, but the gulf between human and orc endurance remains vast. During transport, the commissar faces another psychological horror, witnessing the treatment of other prisoners. Orcs are casual in their cruelty, treating captured humans with the same care one might afford captured vermin. Random violence erupts without warning. An orc might grab a prisoner and simply tear them apart, laughing at the screams. Another might use a prisoner for target practice, seeing how many shots it takes to finally kill the struggling human. A third might get hungry and simply start eating a prisoner alive, gnawing on limbs while the victim still screams. For a commissar, trained to maintain order and discipline, forced to watch such horrors without power to intervene or protect, the psychological impact can be devastating. This is the nightmare beneath the nightmare, not just facing death or torture yourself, but being forced to witness it inflicted on those you were supposed to lead and protect, rendered powerless to do anything but survive. The immediate aftermath period, from capture through initial transport to wherever the orcs are taking their prisoners, typically lasts hours at most. But those hours can feel like an eternity. Each minute, a fresh assault on the commissar's sense of self, and purpose. The symbols of authority are gone. The weapons are gone. The soldiers they commanded are dead or scattered. What remains is simply a human being, stripped of rank and power, at the mercy of creatures who understand neither mercy nor the value of human life beyond entertainment and utility. Slavery and forced labor. Once past the initial shock of capture, prisoners enter what might be called the utility phase of orc captivity. During this period, the orcs keep humans alive because they can be useful, primarily as slaves for various labor-intensive tasks that the greenskins find tedious or beneath them. For a captured commissar, this represents a fall from the heights of imperial authority to literally the lowest rung of orc society. Useful animals, nothing more. The conditions of orc slave camps defy adequate description. These are not organized facilities with systematic procedures and oversight. They are chaotic, brutal concentrations of captured humans, loosely guarded by orcs, who view their charges as somewhere between livestock and toys. The camps lack basic sanitation, structured food distribution, or medical care. Humans are simply penned up when not working, like livestock awaiting the next use. Shelter, to the extent it exists at all, consists of whatever the prisoners can cobble together from scraps the orcs don't want. Bits of metal, torn fabric, sometimes the bodies of the recently dead positioned as windbreaks. These become the raw materials of survival. The orcs don't provide shelter because they don't need it themselves. An orc can sleep on bare ground in freezing rain and wake up refreshed. They genuinely don't understand why humans might need protection from the elements, and they certainly don't care enough to provide it. Food comes irregularly and in forms that test human endurance. Orcs eat almost anything, and their digestive systems can handle materials that would kill humans. They feed their prisoners what they themselves would eat: half-rotted squig meat, fungal growths scraped from the walls of their settlements, sometimes bits of previous prisoners. The portions are never sufficient to maintain proper health, merely enough to keep the slaves alive and capable of work. Starvation is a constant companion, a gnawing presence that never quite goes away. Water presents its own challenges. Orcs are not particular about water quality, and they assume their prisoners aren't either. Water sources in orc camps are often contaminated, sometimes with industrial runoff from crude orc manufacturing, sometimes with biological waste, sometimes with substances that have no name in any human language. Prisoners must choose between dehydration and drinking water that might cause illness, a choice that is really no choice at all. The work itself varies depending on the orc settlement's current needs and the whims of whatever war boss or nob is in charge. Common tasks include construction work, hauling materials, digging trenches or fortifications, sorting through salvage and scrap, and maintaining the endless stream of ramshackle vehicles and equipment that orcs require for their constant warfare. Construction projects in orc camps operate on a scale and philosophy foreign to human understanding. Orcs build big, crude, and fast. A project might involve erecting a massive effigy to Gork or Mork, the orc gods, from scrap metal and debris. Human slaves haul the materials, position the pieces, and do the dangerous work of welding and riveting, while orcs supervise with characteristic impatience. Falls are common. Burns from crude welding equipment are universal. Crushed limbs from falling debris happen daily. The orcs don't care. Injured slaves who can't work are left to die or are eaten. Some slaves are assigned to the mech boys, the orc engineers and tinkerers, who create the ramshackle war machines that somehow function. This work is particularly dangerous because orc technology is fundamentally unstable. Weapons misfire, engines explode, vehicles collapse mid-assembly. The mech boys don't worry about this because orcs are tough enough to survive such incidents most of the time. Humans are not. A slave working on an orc vehicle might be crushed when the suspension gives way, burned when the engine spontaneously ignites, or simply torn apart when a weapon they're loading accidentally fires. Other slaves end up in what passes for orc agriculture. The greenskins cultivate fungus of various types for food, and this cultivation requires maintenance that the orcs find boring. Slaves tend the fungus gardens, harvest squigs, and manage the grotesque ecosystem that orcoid species create wherever they go. This work is slightly less immediately dangerous than construction or mechanical work, but it comes with its own horrors. The fungal spores can cause infections in human lungs. The squigs, though small, are vicious when cornered. The Gretchen overseers are cruel in ways that mimic their orc masters. For a commissar specifically, this forced labor represents a complete inversion of their former existence. These are individuals trained from childhood to command, to inspire through presence and authority, to stand as symbols of imperial will. Now they are reduced to hauling scrap metal, sorting through garbage, or holding pieces of an orc vehicle in place while a mech hammers it together. Every task is a reminder of fallen status. Every order from an orc, or even a Gretchen, a fresh humiliation. The social dynamics among prisoners add another layer of complexity to the horror. In theory, prisoners might organize, might work together for mutual survival and support. In practice, starvation, exhaustion, and constant fear create an environment where solidarity fractures. Prisoners sometimes turn on each other, fighting over scraps of food, attempting to curry favor with orc guards by betraying fellow humans, or simply succumbing to the despair that whispers, "It's every person for themselves." Some prisoners attempt to maintain vestiges of imperial identity and hierarchy. Former soldiers might still defer to officers, even stripped of rank insignia. Officers might try to organize work details for maximum efficiency, attempting to impose order on the chaos of orc slavery. A captured commissar might still try to maintain discipline, to remind fellow prisoners of their duty to the emperor, to enforce some semblance of structure. But these attempts often fail in the face of overwhelming degradation. What authority does a commissar have when they can't execute? Insubordination, when their own survival depends on orc whims, when every day brings fresh proof that the emperor either cannot or will not save them. The bolt pistol that enforced discipline is gone. The peaked cap that symbolized authority is gone. What remains is just another starving, beaten human trying to survive another day of slavery. Some prisoners break psychologically, descending into catatonia or madness. They stop eating, stop working, simply give up. The orcs show no more patience with such prisoners than with injured ones who cannot work. They are killed, eaten, or left to die as their usefulness evaporates. For other prisoners, witnessing these psychological breakdowns serves as both warning and temptation. The temptation to simply stop fighting, to let go, to embrace the end can be overwhelming when each day brings only suffering, with no hope of relief. The orcs themselves show varying degrees of attention to their slaves. Some orcs barely notice the humans, viewing them as mobile tools that require occasional feeding. Others take more active interest, using prisoners for casual entertainment or simple cruelty. An orc might grab a slave at random and beat them for laughs. Another might pit two prisoners against each other in improvised fights, laughing at their feeble attempts to harm each other. A third might use prisoners for target practice, seeing how close they can shoot without actually hitting, or sometimes not caring if they hit. Night in the slave camps brings no relief. If anything, the darkness makes things worse. Orc guards become less attentive as they focus on their own activities, drinking fungus beer, fighting amongst themselves, or simply sleeping. This inattention means prisoners receive no food or water during these hours. It also means that orcs who decide they want entertainment or relief for violent urges might wander into the prisoner pens, selecting victims at random for whatever cruel impulse strikes them. Disease runs rampant through prisoner populations. Wounds go untreated and become infected. Malnutrition weakens immune systems. Close quarters and lack of sanitation allow sickness to spread unchecked. Orcs are largely immune to disease thanks to their robust constitutions, so they make no effort to prevent outbreaks among prisoners. Why would they care if human slaves get sick? there are always more humans to capture. Death from overwork is common. The orcs push their slaves until they collapse, then discard them when they cannot rise. There is no concept of reasonable workload, no understanding that humans require rest and recovery. An orc can work for days without sleep if properly motivated. Humans cannot, but the orcs don't adjust their expectations to account for this weakness. Work until you drop, and when you drop, you're done being useful. For commissars enduring this nightmare, the challenge becomes maintaining some core of identity, some thread of purpose that prevents complete psychological dissolution. Some focus on survival itself as a form of duty. You cannot serve the Emperor if you're dead, so staying alive becomes an act of faith. Others cling to hope of rescue or escape, telling themselves that they must endure long enough for an Imperial counterattack to free them. Still others find purpose in helping fellow prisoners, using whatever authority or respect their former rank carries to organize, encourage, and protect where possible. But the corrosive effects of slavery are undeniable. Each day chips away at the person who was captured. The commissar who entered orc captivity might have been a proud symbol of imperial authority, confident in the righteousness of their cause and their role as the emperor's servant. After weeks or months of slavery, of starvation and beatings and endless degrading labor, what remains? How much of that pride survives when you've been reduced to a beast of burden? How much faith endures when prayers seem to go unanswered, and each day brings fresh evidence that the Emperor is either distant or indifferent to your suffering? Entertainment and the fighting pits. Beyond simple labor exploitation, orcs use their prisoners for entertainment, and nowhere is this more evident than in the fighting pits. These crude arenas represent perhaps the most grotesque fusion of orc psychology and human suffering, places where the greenskins' love of violence transforms captured humans into gladiators for their amusement. The concept of fighting pits aligns perfectly with orc culture. Orcs love a good scrap, and while they prefer to do the fighting themselves, watching others fight provides entertainment when personal combat isn't available. For orcs gathering between battles, during lulls in their endless campaigning, or simply when they're bored, forcing prisoners to fight offers both amusement and a way to gamble, as orcs will bet on anything involving violence. The pits themselves vary in sophistication, based on how long the orc settlement has been established. Newly established war camps might have nothing more than a cleared circle of dirt, hastily marked boundaries, and orcs gathered around in a loose mob. More established settlements, particularly those that have existed for months or years, might develop actual arena structures, crude amphitheaters made from scrap metal and salvaged materials, with raised seating for important nobs and their retinues, and deeper pits where the actual fighting occurs. The fights themselves fall into several categories, each with its own particular horrors. The most straightforward involves prisoner versus prisoner combat. Two humans are thrown into the pit, given crude weapons, sometimes actual weapons like knives or clubs, sometimes just sharpened pieces of scrap metal, and told to fight. The winner lives to fight another day. The loser dies. Simple, brutal, effective entertainment for the orc audience. For the humans involved, this represents an impossible moral situation. These might be fellow soldiers, people who fought side by side against the orcs just days or weeks before. Now they're forced to kill each other for orc amusement. Some refuse, standing defiant in the face of death. The orcs find this briefly amusing, then simply kill both combatants and bring out fresh contestants. Others fight but without real commitment, pulling their blows or attempting to make the fight last without causing serious injury. This tactic sometimes works if the orcs are drunk or distracted, but a perceptive nob will notice the deception and punish both fighters. Many prisoners simply fight to survive, faced with certain death if they refuse and possible death if they fight. they choose the option that at least offers a chance. The psychological weight of killing a fellow human, potentially a fellow soldier or even a friend, for orc entertainment is crushing. But the alternative is death without even the dignity of resistance. Some prisoners justify their actions through various mental constructs. The Emperor demands survival so you can fight again. Your opponent would do the same to you. At least one of you survives to potentially escape and warn the Imperium. None of these justifications fully erase the horror of what they're being forced to do. The second category involves humans fighting various creatures. Orcs have access to a menagerie of dangerous fauna, from vicious squigs to exotic beasts captured during their travels. Throwing a prisoner into a pit with a hungry squig or aggressive alien predator provides the orcs with entertainment that doesn't require any cooperation from the prisoner. They'll fight whether they want to or not, driven by survival instinct, if nothing else. These beast fights are even more hopeless than human versus human combat. A squig, despite its small size, is a ball of teeth, muscle, and aggression. Its jaws can tear through flesh with ease, and it fights with an animal cunning that humans struggle to match. Larger beasts are worse still. Some orc settlements maintain exotic creatures specifically for these arena fights. Things like Katakan devils, ambul, or even young tyrannid organisms if the orcs have fought against the hive fleets recently. Prisoners thrown into beast fights rarely survive. Those who do often suffer horrific injuries that go untreated, turning minor wounds into fatal infections. But the orcs don't care about prisoner survival rates. There are always more humans to capture, always more entertainment to be had. A prisoner who kills a beast in the arena gains brief notoriety among their fellow prisoners, but also marks themselves for more dangerous future contests. The third category, and perhaps most horrifying, involves what the orcs call special matches. These might pit multiple prisoners against a single, well-armed opponent, force prisoners to fight while wounded or restrained, or introduce cruel variations designed to maximize suffering and spectacle. Orcs have been known to force prisoners to fight while chained together, to battle while standing on increasingly narrow platforms over spiked pits, or to face opponents armed with weapons while they themselves are given nothing but their bare hands. Commissars thrown into fighting pits face unique circumstances. Their training gives them advantages over ordinary guardsmen. They know how to fight, how to kill efficiently, and how to maintain focus under extreme stress. But this same training also makes them valuable entertainment. An orc who has seen a commissar fight might specifically request that particular prisoner for arena combat, wanting to see if the human leader is as dangerous unarmed as they were with their bolt pistol and chainsword. There's also a psychological dimension specific to commissars. These are individuals who have executed their own soldiers for cowardice, who have enforced discipline through the threat of death. Now they find themselves forced to kill fellow humans, not as punishment for failure, but purely as entertainment for Xenos. The irony is not lost on the commissar, or on other prisoners who might remember the commissar's former authority. Some commissars attempt to maintain their identity, even in the pits. They might try to make their kills quick and merciful, minimizing their opponent's suffering. They might offer prayers to the Emperor before each fight, maintaining the forms of faith even in these degraded circumstances. They might refuse to show fear or pain, standing defiant before the orc crowd in a final assertion of human dignity. These gestures are small and ultimately meaningless to the orcs, but they can be crucial for maintaining the commissar's sense of self. Other commissars break differently. The disconnect between their training and their circumstances becomes too much to bear. How does one maintain faith in the Emperor when reduced to gladiatorial combat for alien amusement? How does one preserve belief in human superiority when forced to fight like an animal? Some resolve this through hatred, channeling all their emotions into pure rage at the orcs, and using that fury to fuel their fighting. Others retreat into a kind of mechanical detachment, fighting because that's what the situation requires. but divorcing their actions from any emotional or moral framework. The orc audience itself adds another dimension to the horror. Hundreds or even thousands of greenskins might gather around a large fighting pit, roaring their approval at good fights, jeering at displays of cowardice or incompetence. They place bets using teeth, the orc currency, gambling on fight outcomes with the same enthusiasm they bring to everything involving violence. When a particularly brutal kill occurs, the crowd erupts in approval. When a fight disappoints, they might demand the immediate execution of both participants. Occasionally, a prisoner becomes a successful enough fighter to gain a reputation. This is not a blessing, but a curse. The orc crowd begins to recognize them, to demand their appearance in more fights. The challenges become increasingly difficult as the orcs seek to find the limit of the prisoner's capabilities. Eventually, every pit fighter meets their match, whether against a superior opponent, a particularly vicious beast, or simply exhaustion and accumulated injuries catching up with them. Some prisoners attempt to use the fighting pits as opportunities for escape. During the chaos of combat, with orc attention focused on the spectacle, a clever prisoner might spot a gap in security or a moment of inattention that could be exploited. But such attempts almost always fail. Orcs might not be strategically sophisticated, but they understand physical security well enough to prevent escapes from their entertainment venues. The few who try are usually caught quickly, and their punishment serves as object lessons to other prisoners about the futility of escape. The psychological toll of repeated arena combat cannot be overstated. Each fight leaves marks beyond the physical, nightmares, intrusive memories, the faces of those you've killed haunting your sleep. For humans forced to kill each other for entertainment, the guilt accumulates like poison. Some prisoners lose themselves in this, becoming exactly what the orcs want them to be: violent, desperate creatures who fight purely to survive another day. The humanity that once defined them erodes with each bout, until what remains is more animal than man. For commissars specifically, the pits represent the ultimate test of whatever made them commissars in the first place. Can you maintain discipline when you're the one being forced to fight? Can you preserve faith when the emperor seems absent and your prayers go unanswered? Can you remember your oath of service when that service has been reduced to killing fellow humans for the amusement of Xenos? These are questions without good answers, and each commissar must find their own way through the moral labyrinth the pits create. The commissar's unique position among the prisoners taken by orcs. Commissars occupy a peculiar position that can work both for and against their survival. Understanding this requires examining how orcs perceive human hierarchy, what makes a commissar distinctive to greenskin eyes, and how different orcs might respond to capturing such a prize. The orcs, despite their brutish appearance and crude culture, are not entirely blind to human social structures. They understand on a fundamental level that some humans give orders and others follow them. This understanding stems partly from their own might makes right hierarchy, and partly from practical observation during countless battles. An orc warboss can look at an imperial battle line and identify who's in charge based on who stands in the back giving orders, who the other humans defer to, and who seems to direct the fighting rather than just participating in it. Commissars are particularly distinctive in this regard. Their uniform, when they still have it, marks them out immediately. The peaked cap, the greatcoat, the obvious authority they wield. These are signs even the dimmest orc boy can recognize. More importantly, commissars often position themselves prominently on the battlefield, leading charges or standing at crucial points to maintain discipline. This visibility makes them obvious targets and also obvious prizes when they fall. The perceived value of a captured commissar varies among different orcs. For the average orc boy, a commissar is just another human, perhaps worth a bit more loot if their equipment is particularly fancy. But for orcs who have fought imperial forces extensively, who have seen commissars in action, who understand that these humans represent something more than common soldiers, the capture takes on greater significance. An orc nob who has watched a commissar execute fleeing guardsmen might develop a grudging respect for the human's willingness to kill their own. Orcs understand strength and ruthlessness, and a commissar executing a coward displays both. This doesn't make the orc like the commissar, but it might make them view the captured officer as more worthy of attention than a common prisoner. Instead of being immediately killed or sent to slave labor, such a commissar might be kept for special purposes, as a trophy, as entertainment, or as a test subject for particularly cruel amusements. War bosses and high-ranking orcs sometimes take a more strategic view. A captured commissar represents proof of victory, a symbol that can be displayed to demonstrate the war boss's prowess in battle. This is particularly true if the commissar had a reputation, if their name was known among the orcs who fought them. Ghazghkull's treatment of Yarrick exemplifies this. The warlord didn't just capture a commissar. He captured the commissar, the human who had become synonymous with resistance to his first Armageddon assault. The symbolic value extends beyond simple trophy-taking. In orc culture, stories and legends matter. A war boss who can tell the story of how he captured a famous commissar, who can point to that prisoner as proof of the story's truth, gains status among other orcs. This creates a perverse incentive to keep certain commissars alive longer than they might otherwise survive, not out of mercy, but because their continued existence serves the captor's reputation. For the commissar themselves, this elevated status is a double-edged sword. On one hand, being viewed as a prize rather than just another prisoner might mean better treatment, more food to keep them healthy-looking, less brutal work assignments to preserve their value as a trophy, perhaps even medical attention to keep them alive longer. Ghazgkull had Yarrick's injuries treated and his bionics restored, not out of kindness, but because a broken and dying Yarrick wasn't as impressive a prize as one in fighting condition. On the other hand, this special status draws attention, and attention from orcs is rarely beneficial to human prisoners. A commissar designated as a special prisoner might find themselves subjected to psychological torture designed to break their spirit. Orcs might force them to watch the execution of other prisoners, to participate in degrading activities, or to serve as living symbols of imperial defeat. The goal is not just to keep the commissar alive, but to humiliate them, to demonstrate that all their authority and pride meant nothing in the face of orc superiority. The relationship between captor and commissar can become bizarrely personal in some cases. When an orc has fought against a particular commissar multiple times, has seen that human on the battlefield in various engagements, has maybe even been wounded by that commissar's weapons, a kind of familiarity develops. Not friendship, orcs don't do friendship in the human sense, but recognition. The commissar stops being just another human and becomes a specific opponent with a history. This dynamic reaches its peak in the documented relationship between Ghazgkull Thraka and Sebastian Yarrick. These two have clashed across decades, on Armageddon and beyond. Ghazgkull literally released Yarrick from captivity because, in the warlord's own words, the next fight would be more fun with Yarrick on the other side. This is incomprehensible from a human strategic perspective. You don't release enemy commanders because future battles will be more entertaining. But from the orc perspective, it makes perfect sense. What's the point of winning if the fight isn't good? This concept of scumgrod, which we touched on earlier, deserves deeper exploration in the context of commissars. For an orc, particularly a powerful one like a war boss, having a worthy opponent is actually valuable. It validates the orc's own strength. You're only as impressive as the enemies you defeat, after all. A commissar who has killed many orcs, who has thwarted orc attacks, who has displayed the kind of stubborn determination that orcs themselves value, becomes a trophy worth preserving. The psychology of a commissar navigating this situation is complex. On one hand, being recognized and valued by the enemy might offer survival advantages. Playing into the orc's desire for a worthy opponent, maintaining dignity and defiance, refusing to break. these behaviors might actually prolong survival because they maintain the commissar's value as a prize. On the other hand, such performance requires maintaining a persona under extreme duress, essentially living a role for the sake of survival. Some commissars might find this deeply offensive to their sense of duty. They are not entertainers or trophy pieces, but servants of the emperor. The idea of modulating behavior to appeal to orc psychology could feel like betraying their purpose. Others might view it as tactical necessity. If playing the part of the unbreakable imperial hero keeps you alive long enough to escape or be rescued, isn't that serving the emperor more effectively than dying in a pointless gesture? There's also the question of how other prisoners view a commissar who receives special treatment. Resentment is natural and understandable. Why should the commissar get better rations when everyone's starving? Why is the commissar protected from the worst labor when everyone else suffers? The fact that this special treatment comes at the cost of being a trophy and enduring unique psychological torments might not be apparent to other prisoners who only see the surface advantages. A commissar aware of this dynamic faces difficult choices. Do you use whatever privilege your status affords to help other prisoners, potentially drawing orc attention to yourself and losing your protected position? Do you maintain distance, preserving the special status that might eventually enable escape or rescue? Do you try to organize resistance, using your authority among human prisoners, even as you lack authority over your orc captors? There are no clear right answers, and the decisions made in these impossible circumstances can haunt a commissar for the rest of their life. The unique position of captured commissars also creates opportunities for manipulation and games that orcs might find entertaining. A particularly clever orc might force a commissar to give orders to other prisoners, maintaining the forms of authority in a context where that authority is completely hollow. Or they might make the commissar watch as other prisoners are punished or killed, using the commissar's impotence as a form of torture. The goal is to demonstrate that all the commissar's power was illusory, dependent on imperial structures that mean nothing in orc captivity. For some commissars, this treatment breaks them more effectively than any physical torture could. The entire foundation of their identity rests on authority and purpose. Strip those away, demonstrate their meaninglessness, and you've destroyed the person more thoroughly than mere death could accomplish. Others find new purpose in resistance itself. If the orcs want to break them, then refusing to break becomes its own form of service to the emperor. Yarrick's capture, a case study. The capture and captivity of Commissar Sebastian Yarrick by warboss Gazgkul Mag Uruk. Thraka represents the most thoroughly documented case of what befalls a high-ranking imperial officer in orc hands. Examining this case provides invaluable insights into the broader question of commissar captivity, while also illustrating the unique dynamics that can emerge when captor and captive are both exceptional individuals. The context of Yarrick's capture is crucial to understanding what followed. This was not the first encounter between Yarrick and Gazgkul. The two had faced each other during the Second War for Armageddon, where Yarrick's defense of Hades' hive had become legendary. Gazgkul knew who Yarrick was, understood his capabilities, and had developed what might charitably be called professional respect for the human who had thwarted his first attempt to conquer Armageddon. When Gazgkul returned to the region after the Second War's conclusion, Yarrick pursued him to the planet Golgotha. What should have been an imperial victory turned into a trap. Gazgkul demonstrated tactical cunning that caught Yarrick off guard, using a false engagement to draw imperial forces into a kill zone, while a second orc force attacked from behind. The trap was so well executed that even Yarrick's considerable experience and tactical acumen couldn't save the situation. The battle that led to Yarrick's capture was brutal and one-sided. Imperial forces were surrounded and systematically destroyed. Yarrick fought to the last, as befits a commissar, but sheer numbers and tactical disadvantage overwhelmed even his formidable will. When he finally fell, wounded and exhausted, Gazgkul himself was there to witness the capture of his greatest adversary. The immediate aftermath differed significantly from what typically befalls captured humans. Yarrick was not simply thrown in with other prisoners or executed on the spot. Gazkul had specific plans for the commissar, plans that required keeping him alive and relatively intact. Yarrick was transported to Gazkul's Space Hulk, a massive conglomeration of fused spacecraft serving as the warlord's mobile fortress and base of operations. Upon regaining consciousness, Yarrick found himself in an environment that encapsulated everything horrifying about Orc captivity, while also revealing the twisted respect his captor held for him. He had been stripped of his most distinctive bionics, the infamous Bale Eye laser weapon that had replaced his lost eye, and the power claw he had torn from a dead Orc and claimed as his own. These items represented Yarrick's identity as much as any uniform or rank insignia. Their removal was both practical, preventing him from using them as weapons, and symbolic, stripping away the things that made him the legendary Old Bale Eye. Gazkul's first test of Yarrick demonstrated the warlord's cruel sense of humor and his desire to prove the human's legendary status. Yarrick was suspended in chains above a waste chute, a pit leading down into the bowels of the Space Hulk. With Gazkul watching, Yarrick was dropped down the chute, tumbling through darkness into what should have been his death, or at least severe injury. Instead, Yarrick demonstrated the determination that had made him legendary. He survived the fall, landing among refuse and squig-infested waste. For days, he hunted the vicious creatures, using their massive quills as improvised tools to build a crude ladder. Step by painful step, he climbed back up the waste chute, driven by sheer stubborn refusal to die in such an undignified manner. When Yarrick finally emerged, battered but alive, Gazkul was waiting. The warlord had known, or perhaps simply believed with Orcish certainty, that Yarrick would survive and return. This was the test Gazkul wanted to see passed, proof that the human's reputation was earned rather than exaggerated. Satisfied, Gazkul ordered Yarrick thrown in with the other human prisoners, the actual captivity beginning in earnest. The prisoner population aboard the Space Hulk consisted of humans captured during various Orc raids and battles. These were Imperial Guardsmen, ship crew, civilian captives, all reduced to slave labor serving the Space Hulk's constant need for maintenance and expansion. Yarrick's arrival created ripples through this population. Many recognized him by reputation, if not by sight. Here was the hero of Hades' Hive, the man who had stood against Gazkul himself, now reduced to slavery alongside common prisoners. Yarrick quickly assessed the situation with the tactical mind that had made him such a formidable commander. The prisoners were disorganized, demoralized, scattered across various work details with little coordination between groups. The Orcs used them haphazardly, sending work crews wherever needed without systematic oversight. This lack of organization represented both a vulnerability and an opportunity. Drawing on his authority and reputation, Yarrick began organizing the prisoners. Not openly or obviously, that would have drawn Orc attention, but through quiet conversations, careful positioning of reliable prisoners in key work crews, and gradual establishment of communication networks. The goal was twofold. First, to improve prisoner survival rates through better mutual support and coordination. Second, to gather intelligence about the Space Hulk's layout and systems that might enable escape. The work crews, forced to perform maintenance and construction throughout the massive Space Hulk, inadvertently became mapping parties. Prisoners compared notes about where they had worked, what they had seen, slowly building a mental picture of the Hulk's vast and chaotic structure. This intelligence gathering was dangerous. Orcs who caught prisoners apparently communicating without work-related purpose might beat or kill them, but it was also essential for any escape plan. During this period, Yarrick experienced the full degradation of Orc captivity. He hauled scrap metal alongside former guardsmen who had once snapped to attention at his approach. He sorted through refuse, while Gretchen overseers mocked him. He witnessed fellow prisoners beaten to death for minor infractions or simple Orc amusement. Every indignity, Every humiliation was a test of his ability to maintain identity and purpose in the face of comprehensive dehumanization. The psychological warfare was subtle but effective. Gazgakul clearly wanted Yarrick alive, but also wanted him broken, wanted to prove that even the great hero of Armageddon was just another human when stripped of his symbols and authority. Periodically, Yarrick would be summoned to appear before the warlord, forced to stand in Gazkul's presence while the orc conducted business or entertained other orcs. The message was clear: you are my trophy, my proof of victory, and I display you as I wish. But Yarrick refused to break. He maintained discipline among the prisoners he could influence. He continued gathering intelligence. He began formulating an escape plan, however desperate it might be. The other prisoners drew strength from his example. If the legendary commissar hadn't given up, how could they? The escape attempt, when it finally came, was born of opportunity and desperation in equal measure. One of the work gangs Yarrick had organized managed to sabotage a large ammunition dump, creating a massive explosion and subsequent chaos. In the confusion, Yarrick and a dozen other prisoners made their move, attempting to reach a spacecraft they had identified during their intelligence gathering. The escape plan failed at multiple stages. The intended spacecraft was being customized by orc mech boys, rendered useless for their purposes. The diversionary explosion, while spectacular, drew more orc attention than anticipated. One by one, the escaping prisoners were caught or forced to sacrifice themselves so others could continue. By the time Yarrick reached the spacecraft, every other prisoner in the escape party had died, and the vessel itself was a death trap. Faced with certain discovery, the pilot among them made the ultimate sacrifice, starting the partially rebuilt spacecraft's engines despite knowing it would explode. The resulting blast provided the final diversion Yarrick needed, but also cut off his escape route. With no other options, he made for the one place he believed Gazkul would be, the Space Hulk's command center, a structure shaped like a massive orc head. The journey to the command center was a gauntlet of orc-infested corridors and deadly obstacles. Every step of the way, more prisoners sacrificed themselves to give Yarrick a chance to reach his goal. These weren't just tactical sacrifices, but acts of faith. Faith that Yarrick represented something worth dying for, that his survival and potential success mattered more than their individual lives. When Yarrick finally reached the command center, he found not Gazkul, but several mechs operating the Space Hulk's controls. With efficiency born of desperate fury, he dispatched them and took temporary control of the command center. But this victory was hollow and temporary. Without a ship, without support, alone on a Space Hulk full of orcs, he had nowhere to go and no way to escape. It was then that Gazkul appeared, not angry but almost pleased. The warlord had anticipated Yarrick's escape attempt, had perhaps even allowed it to happen. In Gazkul's alien psychology, Yarrick's desperate struggle to escape was evidence of the fighting spirit that made him a worthy opponent. An enemy who gave up, who accepted captivity meekly, would be worthless. But an enemy who fought every step of the way, who inspired others to sacrifice themselves for his cause, who refused to surrender even in the most hopeless circumstances, that was an enemy worthy of the great Gazkul Thraka. What happened next defied all human logic and military sense. Gazkul, having recaptured Yarrick, having the commissar at his mercy with no possible escape, simply let him go. Not in the sense of opening the doors and waving goodbye, but in the calculated release of a dangerous animal that will provide future entertainment. Gazkul had Yarrick's injuries treated, had his bionics restored, and had him placed in a shuttlecraft with coordinates for the nearest Imperial world. From Gazkul's perspective, this made perfect sense. He was planning his return to Armageddon, the third war that would surpass the second. That war would be more entertaining, more challenging, more satisfying if Yarrick was on the other side. Killing the commissar now would eliminate a future source of excellent fighting. Releasing him meant ensuring that when Gazkul returned to Armageddon, his favorite opponent would be there to face him. Yarek's reaction to this release was telling. Rather than gratitude or relief, he felt disturbed and unsettled. Being kept alive by Orc mercy, having his bionics restored by Orc mech boys, being released because an Orc warlord found him entertaining, all of this was more psychologically jarring than straightforward torture would have been. It demonstrated that Ghazghkull understood human psychology well enough to know how disturbing this treatment would be, added another layer to their complex relationship. The aftermath of Yarek's captivity shaped both his subsequent actions and the broader Imperial understanding of Orc psychology. Yarek returned to Imperial service with intimate knowledge of Orc capabilities and thinking. His experiences during captivity, the intelligence he gathered, and the insights into Ghazghkull's mind all became valuable assets. When Ghazghkull did return to Armageddon, Yarek was indeed there to oppose him, their rivalry continuing across decades and countless battles. But the experience left marks beyond the tactical. Yarek had witnessed the deaths of dozens of prisoners who sacrificed themselves for his escape attempt. He had endured weeks of degradation and slavery. He had been forced to acknowledge that his survival depended partly on an Orc warlord's decision to keep him alive for future entertainment. These are not experiences that leave a person unchanged, even one as iron-willed as Sebastian Yarek. The case study of Yarek's captivity illustrates several broader truths about what happens to captured commissars. First, it shows that reputation and perceived value can dramatically alter a prisoner's treatment. Yarek wasn't just another commissar, but a specific individual whom Ghazghkull had fought and come to view as a worthy opponent. This saved his life, but also subjected him to unique psychological pressures. Second, it demonstrates the importance of maintaining purpose and identity during captivity. Yarek never stopped being a commissar, never stopped trying to organize, plan, and resist. This internal consistency provided both psychological armor against degradation and practical benefits through prisoner organization. Third, it reveals the alien nature of Orc psychology and how that alienness can create outcomes that defy human military logic. No human commander would release an enemy officer because future battles would be more fun with them on the other side. Understanding this requires accepting that Orcs operate on fundamentally different priorities than human forces. Finally, Yarek's experience shows that survival of Orc captivity is possible, but comes at tremendous cost. The prisoners who died helping him escape, the indignities endured, the psychological impact of being treated as a trophy, these are weights that even the strongest bear forever. Escape attempts and resistance. The natural human response to captivity is to seek freedom, and commissars, trained in tactics and leadership, often become focal points for prisoner resistance and escape attempts. Understanding these efforts requires examining both their potential and their almost universal failure, as well as what drives prisoners to try, despite the overwhelming odds against success. Organizing resistance among Orc captives faces challenges that go beyond the obvious physical barriers. The prisoner population is typically demoralized, exhausted, and starving. Trust is difficult when starvation drives people to betray each other for scraps. Communication is dangerous when Orc guards or Gretchen overseers might be watching. And any successful resistance requires resources that prisoners simply don't have access to: weapons, tools, food to sustain an escape attempt, medical supplies for the wounded. Yet resistance efforts occur anyway, driven by desperation, hope, and sometimes the sheer refusal to accept defeat. Commissars often find themselves at the center of such efforts, either by choice or by default. Their training in tactics and leadership makes them obvious organizers. Their previous authority, even stripped of official symbols, carries weight among former soldiers. And their own psychology, shaped by decades of refusing to accept defeat, drives them toward action rather than passive acceptance. The most basic form of resistance, is simply maintaining human identity and dignity in the face of Orc degradation. This might seem trivial compared to armed rebellion, but psychological resistance has its own importance. Prisoners who maintain routines, who continue to observe imperial feast days even in captivity, who refuse to abandon faith in the emperor despite all evidence of abandonment. These acts preserve the core of what makes them human, rather than broken animals. Commissars often lead this psychological resistance through example, maintaining discipline in how they carry themselves, organizing prayer sessions among willing prisoners, establishing informal hierarchies based on former rank and merit, rather than allowing prisoner society to devolve into might makes right that mirrors Orc culture. All of these represent resistance against the Orc effort to reduce humans to beasts. More active resistance typically begins with intelligence gathering. Prisoners forced to work throughout Orc settlements or aboard space hulks have opportunities to observe and learn. Where are the weapons stored? Which Orc guards are more alert or more lazy? What are the patrol patterns? Where are the vulnerabilities in security? Commissars, trained in military intelligence, often coordinate this gathering, building mental maps and identifying potential opportunities. Communication networks among prisoners are essential but dangerous to establish. Orcs are not stupid, despite human propaganda suggesting otherwise. They understand that prisoners who communicate might be plotting, and they respond to discovered communication with brutal violence. Therefore, resistance organizers must develop subtle methods, coded phrases during work details, dead drops in areas prisoners are routinely assigned to clean, trusted couriers who risk severe punishment to carry messages between work crews. A captured commissar, organizing such networks, draws on skills developed during their service. Many commissars have experience working with resistance movements on occupied worlds or coordinating with irregular forces. These skills translate surprisingly well to organizing prison resistance, though the stakes are even higher and the consequences of discovery more immediate. Sabotage represents a middle ground between passive resistance and outright escape attempts. Prisoners who can damage Orc equipment, slow down production, or otherwise hinder the war effort achieve something tangible without requiring the massive coordination that escape attempts demand. A prisoner working on Orc vehicles might introduce subtle flaws that will cause breakdowns during battle. A prisoner in fungus cultivation might contaminate portions of the crop. A prisoner sorting salvage might hide valuable components rather than turning them over. The challenge with sabotage is maintaining plausible deniability. Orcs might not be engineering geniuses, but they understand that things should work, and they notice when things don't. If vehicles consistently break down after a particular work crew maintains them, or if fungus crops keep failing in areas where certain prisoners work, the Orcs will respond with violence. The saboteur must balance the damage they can inflict against the risk of discovery and collective punishment of all prisoners. Escape attempts themselves fall into several categories based on their scope and organization. Individual escapes are the simplest, but also the most likely to fail. A single prisoner makes a run for it, hoping to reach Imperial lines, or simply to die, free rather than in captivity. These attempts almost always fail. Orcs are faster and stronger than humans. The surrounding territory is Orc-controlled, and a lone escapee has no resources and limited survival skills for hostile environments. Small group escapes, involving 3 to 10 prisoners, have marginally better chances. The group can watch each other's backs, share resources, and provide mutual support. But they're still escaping into Orc-controlled territory, with no clear destination and limited means. Most are recaptured within hours or days. Those who aren't recaptured often die from exposure, starvation, or attacks by local wildlife. Large organized escapes, attempting to free dozens or hundreds of prisoners simultaneously, require extensive planning and coordination. These are the types of attempts that commissars often lead or facilitate, using their tactical training to maximize the chance of success. Yarek's escape attempt aboard Gazkol's space hulk exemplifies this category. Coordinated action by multiple prisoner groups, planned diversions, sacrifices by some to enable others' escape. But even well-planned mass escapes face overwhelming obstacles. The chaos of the initial breakout might work in the prisoner's favor, but it also alerts every orc in the area that something is happening. Orcs respond to prison breaks with enthusiastic violence. It's basically a hunt, which they find entertaining. The escapees are unarmed, weak from captivity, and probably injured. The orcs chasing them are well-armed, fresh, and genuinely enjoy the pursuit. For those rare escape attempts that make it beyond the immediate orc camp or settlement, new challenges emerge. Where do you go? Orc-infested territory extends in all directions. You have no maps, no supplies, and possibly no idea where the nearest Imperial forces might be. If you're on a planet, you might wander for weeks only to stumble into another orc settlement. If you're aboard a space hulk or spacecraft, there might literally be nowhere to go. You're trapped in a finite space surrounded by the void. Some escape plans focus not on reaching freedom, but on sending warning to Imperial forces. A prisoner might attempt to reach a communications device or trigger some kind of beacon, hoping to alert the Imperium about orc positions or intentions, even if they themselves are recaptured. These martyr plays occasionally succeed, with the escapee dying to transmit valuable intelligence. More often, they fail before reaching any communication equipment, and the prisoner dies having accomplished nothing beyond denying the orcs their continued labor. Resistance through non-cooperation represents another strategy, though one with severe limitations. Prisoners might work slowly, deliberately misunderstand orc instructions, or feign incompetence. The goal is to reduce productivity and hinder orc operations while maintaining enough productivity to avoid immediate execution. This works only when the orcs care more about the work being done than about specific prisoners doing it. An orc who values the project will tolerate some inefficiency. An orc who's already frustrated might simply kill the uncooperative prisoner and grab another. Commissars organizing resistance must make agonizing decisions about how much risk to accept and what goals are realistic. Do you organize a mass escape attempt, knowing that most prisoners will die, but a few might make it? Do you focus on sabotage that helps the Imperial war effort, but does nothing for prisoner survival? Do you maintain psychological resistance, but avoid actions that might provoke orc retaliation against all prisoners? There are no good answers, only degrees of bad choices. The ethical dimensions grow even more complex when considering the impact on prisoners who aren't part of resistance efforts. Collective punishment is common among orcs. If one prisoner escapes or commits sabotage, the orcs might punish all prisoners in that work crew or section. Is it right to risk those lives for escape attempts that probably won't succeed anyway? A commissar must balance the duty to resist against the duty to minimize harm to those under their informal protection. Success stories do exist, though they are vanishingly rare. Occasionally, an escape attempt coincides with an Imperial assault that provides opportunity for prisoners to reach friendly lines. Sometimes, a prisoner manages to hijack an orc vessel and actually make it to the warp, though such a journey in a jury-rigged orc craft is almost as likely to kill them as staying put would be. Very rarely, a prisoner might survive long enough in the wilderness to be found by an Imperial patrol, or to reach a settlement that hasn't yet fallen to the orcs. Yarrick's escape from Gaz Kull's space hulk stands out precisely because it was not a success in the traditional sense. He didn't actually escape through his own efforts. Gaz Kull chose to release him, but his organizing of prisoners, his refusal to give up even in the most hopeless circumstances, and his willingness to inspire others to sacrifice themselves for the attempt all demonstrate what resistance looks like in orc captivity. The psychological impact of failed escape attempts deserves consideration. Each failure drives home the hopelessness of the situation. Prisoners who risked everything to escape, who sacrificed others or were sacrificed themselves, die having achieved nothing but confirming that escape is impossible. This can devastate morale among surviving prisoners. Some give up entirely after watching a failed escape, accepting that they will die in captivity and that resistance only makes the journey to that death more painful. Commissars must navigate this psychological damage while maintaining their own will to resist. How do you encourage hope when every escape attempt fails? How do you organize resistance when the cost is measured in prisoners' lives and the gain is at best marginal? How do you maintain the fighting spirit that makes you a commissar when every action seems to confirm that the Emperor has abandoned you to your fate? Some commissars find meaning in the resistance itself rather than in any hope of success. The act of resistance, of refusing to passively accept captivity, becomes its own form of service to the Emperor. Even if the escape fails, even if the sabotage is discovered, even if the resistance is crushed, the fact that you tried matters. You died fighting rather than waiting for death. You maintained your oath to resist the Emperor's enemies, even when that resistance seemed futile. This philosophy carries its own dangers. Martyrdom is all well and good, but resistance that kills prisoners without achieving anything tangible might be seen as wasting lives that could be preserved for better opportunities. A commissar must judge when resistance serves a purpose, and when it merely satisfies their own need to fight without actually benefiting anyone. The reality is that for most prisoners in Orc captivity, resistance fails. Escape attempts are crushed. Sabotage is discovered and punished. Communication networks are exposed, and the prisoners who tried die, often in ways designed to discourage future attempts. The Orcs might not understand all the psychological nuances of deterrence, but they understand that public brutal executions of recaptured escapees send a message to other prisoners. The psychological horror, beyond the physical torments of Orc captivity, lies a psychological dimension that, in many ways, proves even more devastating than beatings, starvation, or forced labor. For a commissar especially, the mental and emotional toll of captivity strikes at the very core of identity and purpose in ways that physical suffering cannot match. The first psychological blow comes from the stripping away of authority and symbols of office. A commissar's entire identity revolves around their role as the Emperor's representative, the enforcer of discipline, the symbol of imperial authority. The bolt pistol at their hip grants power of life and death over imperial guardsmen. The peaked cap and greatcoat mark them as someone to be feared and respected. The very presence of a commissar can rally wavering troops or cow potential deserters through sheer force of authority. All of that vanishes in an instant upon capture. The weapons are gone. The uniform is torn away. The authority is revealed as conditional, dependent on imperial structures that don't exist in Orc captivity. What remains is simply a human being, no different from any other prisoner, subject to the same degradations and horrors. For someone whose sense of self has been built entirely around their role as commissar, this stripping away of identity can be psychologically devastating. The loss extends beyond personal identity to encompass purpose and meaning. Commissars serve the Emperor. Everything they do, every action they take, every decision they make is framed within that context of service. When captured by Orcs and reduced to slavery or entertainment, how does one serve the Emperor? What purpose does survival serve when you cannot fulfill your oath of service? How does one maintain faith when that faith seems to have brought nothing but suffering? These are not abstract theological questions, but immediate psychological pressures. A commissar lying in a prison pen at night, body broken from brutal labor, watching fellow prisoners die from untreated wounds or starvation, must find some way to reconcile their situation with their faith. The Emperor is all-powerful and all-knowing, according to imperial doctrine. So why hasn't he saved them? Why do prayers go unanswered while the Orcs continue to prosper in their crude violence? Some commissars resolve this through the concept of testing. Their captivity is a trial, a test of faith designed to strengthen their devotion. The suffering is not abandonment, but tempering, the same way steel is strengthened through heat and hammering. This framework allows them to maintain faith while acknowledging the horror of their circumstances. They are being tested, and their duty is to endure the test without breaking. Others struggle to maintain faith in the face of overwhelming evidence that their prayers are ineffective. They might still go through the motions, reciting catechisms, observing prayer times as best they can estimate in captivity, but the emotional connection to those acts fades. Faith becomes habit rather than conviction, performed because that's what a commissar does, rather than from any genuine belief that it matters. The witnessing of atrocity takes its own psychological toll. Commissars are not strangers to violence. They have ordered executions, led charges into horrific combat, and witnessed the worst that warfare can inflict. But orc captivity exposes them to cruelty of a different flavor: random, purposeless, casually inflicted suffering that serves no military or tactical purpose. An orc might grab a prisoner and pull them apart simply because it's amusing. Another might use prisoners for target practice, laughing as humans scramble desperately to avoid being shot. A third might force prisoners to fight each other to the death over a scrap of food, finding entertainment in human desperation. These acts serve no purpose beyond amusement, and witnessing them erodes something essential in the viewer's psyche. For a commissar who has been trained to see suffering through the lens of necessity and duty, this purposeless cruelty is particularly difficult to process. When you execute a guardsman for cowardice, that death serves a purpose: maintaining discipline, preventing panic, upholding the authority that keeps the regiment functional. But when an orc casually murders a prisoner for laughs, what purpose does that serve? How do you incorporate such meaningless evil into a worldview built around duty and necessary sacrifice? The erosion of identity extends to the basic aspects of human dignity. Prisoners in orc camps have no privacy, no personal space, no control over the most basic bodily functions. They eat when and if the orcs provide food, drink from contaminated water sources, relieve themselves wherever they can because there are no facilities provided. They sleep piled together for warmth, often in conditions that would make livestock pens look luxurious. For a commissar, accustomed to the privileges of rank, private quarters, regular meals, access to hygiene facilities, this reduction to animal conditions is profoundly dehumanizing, not because they view themselves as above such hardships in principle, but because the systematic stripping away of all dignity reinforces the message that they are no longer a person of authority, but simply meat to be used and discarded. The psychological impact of forced participation in entertainment violence deserves special attention. Being forced to kill fellow humans for orc amusement, whether in fighting pits or through other cruel games, creates moral injury that physical wounds cannot match. The commissar must choose between death through refusal or survival through murder of innocents. Neither option is morally acceptable, yet a choice must be made. This impossible choice haunts survivors. The faces of those killed, the memory of their eyes in the moment before death, the feeling of a weapon plunging into human flesh. These become intrusive memories that recur during any quiet moment. Sleep, when it comes, brings nightmares. Waking hours feature sudden flashbacks triggered by random stimuli. The psychological mechanism of dissociation might protect during the actual violence, but afterwards, the mind struggles to integrate these acts into a coherent self-image. For commissars specifically, this creates a dark mirror of their normal duties. They have executed cowards and failures, acts they justified as necessary for military discipline and the emperor's service. Now they're forced to kill the innocent and desperate for the entertainment of Xenos. The parallelism is uncomfortable, potentially leading to questioning of past actions and the moral foundation of commissarial authority itself. The social dynamics among prisoners create additional psychological pressures. In theory, shared suffering should create solidarity and mutual support. In practice, starvation and desperation often turn prisoners against each other. People inform on escape plans for extra rations. They betray trust for slight advantages. They abandon the weak and injured because helping them might reduce their own survival chances. A commissar attempting to maintain order and mutual support faces the erosion of human decency under pressure. Former soldiers who would have followed orders without question now fight each other over scraps. People who once stood shoulder to shoulder in battle line now inform on each other to curry favor with orc guards. The commissar sees, in microcosm, what happens to human society when imperial structures are stripped away and survival becomes the only imperative. This can lead to profound disillusionment. If human nature is such that people turn on each other so readily when circumstances become difficult, what does that say about the Imperium itself? Is the Emperor's authority the only thing preventing humanity from descending into this kind of degraded self-interest? And if so, what happens when that authority is absent, as it clearly is in orc captivity? The passage of time itself becomes a psychological weapon. With no way to accurately track days or months, time becomes a blur of endless suffering. Was I captured a month ago or a year ago? How long have I been enslaved? This temporal disorientation erodes the sense of self. We define ourselves partly through our personal history, but when that history becomes an indistinct mass of undifferentiated suffering, who are we? For some prisoners, this disorientation is almost merciful. If you can't remember how long you've suffered, perhaps the suffering becomes more bearable. For others, it's another layer of horror. The loss of temporal continuity feels like losing pieces of self, watching your identity erode day by day until what remains barely recognizes the person you were before capture. Commissars often try to maintain temporal awareness through various methods, marking days by scratching tallies on surfaces, establishing routines to give structure to time, organizing regular prayer sessions at fixed intervals. These efforts serve dual purposes, maintaining temporal orientation and preserving a sense of control and order in an environment designed to strip away both. The question of hope versus acceptance creates its own psychological torment. Should you maintain hope for rescue or escape, using that hope as motivation to survive another day? Or should you accept that you will die in captivity and find peace in that acceptance? Both approaches have psychological costs. Hope maintained in the face of endless disappointment can be more painful than hopelessness. But accepting death might make you give up too soon, failing to take advantage of opportunities that might actually arise. Commissars walk this line constantly, both for themselves and for other prisoners who look to them for guidance. Encourage too much hope, and you set people up for devastating disappointment. Encourage too much acceptance, and you create a population of broken individuals who won't even try to survive. Finding the balance requires wisdom and psychological resilience that captivity steadily erodes. The ultimate psychological horror might be the fear that you're losing your humanity entirely. When you've been reduced to an animal existence for long enough, when you've done terrible things to survive, when you've lost track of who you were and why anything matters, are you still human in any meaningful sense? Or have the orcs succeeded in their unconscious project of reducing you to the level of a beast? This existential crisis strikes particularly hard at commissars. Their entire identity rests on being exemplars of humanity at its most disciplined and purposeful. To lose that, to become just another broken animal scrabbling for survival, represents a failure more profound than death. Death can be accepted as service to the Emperor, but degradation to the point where you can no longer recognize yourself as having been a servant of the Emperor, that's a horror that keeps commissars fighting for psychological survival, even when physical survival seems impossible. Some find meaning in bearing witness. Even if they cannot escape, even if they will die in captivity, maintaining their awareness and memory matters. Someone must remember what happened here. must preserve the knowledge of this suffering so it isn't lost to imperial records. This purpose might seem small, but it provides a framework for endurance. You survive to remember, to bear witness, so that if rescue ever comes, or you somehow escape, you can testify to what occurred. Others retreat into fantasy or dissociation as protective mechanisms. They mentally remove themselves from the horror, imagining they're somewhere else, or constructing elaborate mental scenarios where they're rescued or successful in escape. This psychological escape provides relief, but also carries dangers. Too much retreat into fantasy means you're not paying attention to the real environment, missing opportunities or threats. And the return to reality from fantasy becomes increasingly painful. Each crash back to awareness of captivity, a fresh wound. The psychological horror of orc captivity is, in many ways, worse than the physical torments, because it strikes at the very core of who a person is. Physical wounds heal, given time and treatment. But psychological wounds, the erosion of identity and purpose, the moral injury of forced participation in atrocity, the existential crisis of faith tested to destruction, these cut deeper and last longer than any beating or starvation could manage. The final fates. Every story of orc captivity ends, though the endings vary dramatically in their particulars. For commissars and other prisoners held by the greenskins, several possible fates await, each terrible in its own way. Understanding these endings provides crucial context for the entire experience of captivity. Death in combat represents perhaps the most acceptable fate from an imperial perspective. Prisoners forced into fighting pits or used as battlefield cannon fodder might die with weapons in their hands, even if those weapons are crude and the combat is involuntary. For a commissar who has lived by the creed of dying in service to the emperor, death in combat retains some shred of dignity, even when that combat serves orc entertainment rather than imperial glory. These deaths usually come quickly, a mercy in itself. A killing blow from a gladiatorial opponent, a beast's claws, tearing through vital organs, a stray shot during the chaos when orcs use prisoners as living shields. All of these end suffering in moments rather than drawing it out over weeks or months. The prisoner's last moments might be filled with fear and pain, but at least they are last moments, an end to the degradation and horror. For some, death in combat is actively sought. After weeks or months of slavery, the fighting pit becomes an opportunity to die on one's own terms. Fight hard, perhaps take down an opponent or even an orc guard, then go down swinging. It's not the glorious death a commissar might have imagined during their service, dying in a heroic charge against the emperor's enemies. But it's a death that at least involves fighting rather than passive, waiting for the end. Death, through being worked to exhaustion, represents a slower, more grinding fate. The prisoner labors under brutal conditions, inadequate food, and constant stress until their body simply gives out. This might take weeks for someone already wounded or sick, months for the healthier and stronger. The end, when it comes, often involves collapse during work, followed by casual disposal, thrown on a refuse heap, left where they fell, or simply killed outright if they're interfering with ongoing work. This manner of death offers no dignity, no moment of defiance, no final assertion of humanity. The prisoner simply grinds down like a worn tool until they're no longer functional, at which point they're discarded. For a commissar who has executed soldiers for failing in their duty, dying of exhaustion while enslaved by Xenos represents an irony too bitter to contemplate. The very weakness they punished in others becomes their own fate. Some prisoners reach the point where their bodies fail, but their minds remain aware, lying in some corner of the prison pen, too weak to move, knowing that death is hours or days away, but not yet here. Other prisoners might offer comfort if they can spare the energy, or they might ignore the dying, needing to conserve their own strength for survival. The orcs certainly don't care. A dying prisoner is simply taking up space that could be used for something else. Becoming orc food represents perhaps the most viscerally horrifying fate. Orcs are omnivorous and not particularly discriminating about what they eat. Humans, particularly weak and injured humans who are no longer useful as slaves, represent a readily available food source. The orcs don't view this as particularly noteworthy. Food is food, and if you're hungry and there's a dead or dying human available, why not eat it? Some prisoners are killed specifically for this purpose. An orc celebrating a victory might grab a prisoner and roast them for the feast. An orc who's gotten hungry during guard duty might simply eat a prisoner rather than wait for proper food. The death itself might be quick, a swift blow to the head before butchering. But prisoners who witness such acts carry the knowledge that this could be their fate, that they might end up as ingredients in orc stew. The psychological impact of knowing you might be eaten cannot be overstated. It reduces human existence to the level of livestock, lower even than slavery. A slave at least serves a purpose beyond their meat. Food is simply consumed and forgotten. For a commissar who has spent their life as a symbol of imperial authority, the thought of ending as an orc's meal is perhaps the ultimate degradation. Disease represents another common endpoint. The conditions in orc camps ensure that illness spreads easily among the malnourished, wounded, and stressed prisoner population. Infections from untreated wounds, respiratory diseases from spore-filled air, digestive ailments from contaminated food and water, parasites from the unsanitary environment, all of these can kill given enough time and lack of medical care. Death from disease is often slow and miserable. Fever, delirium, pain that builds gradually rather than striking all at once. The sufferer might linger for days or weeks, draining resources and attention from other prisoners who might try to help. Eventually, the disease wins, the prisoner dies, and their body is disposed of with the same casual efficiency as any other waste product. For commissars specifically, there's a particular irony in dying of disease. These are individuals who have survived battlefields where artillery rained down and gunfire filled the air. They've faced charging orcs, heretic cultists, and worse. But in the end, it's an infection from a simple wound or an illness contracted from contaminated water that kills them. There's no glory in such a death, no moment of heroism, just the slow degradation of the body until it can no longer sustain life. Execution, either for attempted escape or simply for orc amusement, claims many prisoners. The methods vary based on orc whim. Some prisoners are shot, providing target practice for orcs. Others are beaten to death, offering entertainment and exercise for the orcs doing the beating. Still others might be fed to dangerous beasts, thrown from heights, or killed in any of a dozen other ways that orcs find entertaining. These executions often serve as public spectacles, lessons to other prisoners about what happens when you displease the orcs. A prisoner caught attempting escape might be killed in view of all other prisoners, the message clear. This is what happens when you try to leave. The death is drawn out not from careful cruelty, but from orc enthusiasm. They're having fun, why rush it? For the prisoner being executed, there might be a strange relief mixed with the terror. The end is coming, and while it's painful and degrading, at least it's an end. No more waiting, no more enduring, no more watching fellow prisoners die while wondering when your turn will come. The execution, however brutal, represents finality. The rare fate of rescue deserves mention, though it occurs so seldom that most prisoners never even consider it a real possibility. Sometimes, Imperial forces assault an orc-held position and free prisoners in the process. Sometimes, a prisoner's location becomes known to the Imperium, and a rescue operation is mounted. Sometimes, circumstances simply align in ways that allow prisoners to be recovered. But rescue brings its own complications. The prisoners who are recovered are not the same people who were captured. Weeks or months of torture, starvation, and degradation have changed them fundamentally. Physically, they're often in terrible condition, malnourished, wounded, diseased. Psychologically, the scars cut even deeper. How do you process what you've endured? How do you return to normal Imperial service after being reduced to an animal existence? For rescued commissars, these questions become particularly acute. Can you resume your duties as an enforcer of discipline when you've experienced the utter dissolution of discipline in Orc captivity? Can you execute soldiers for cowardice when you know intimately what it feels like to be powerless and terrified? Can you maintain the image of unwavering Imperial authority when you've been a broken slave? Some rescued commissars find their way back to service, either through sheer force of will or by compartmentalizing their captivity experience as something separate from their identity as Imperial officers. Others are quietly retired, deemed too psychologically damaged to effectively serve. Still others might be transferred to roles where their experience with Orc captivity is valuable: intelligence gathering, prisoner debriefing, training others in resistance techniques, but where they don't need to maintain the persona of the perfect commissar. Escape, even rarer than rescue, occasionally succeeds. A prisoner manages to slip away during the chaos of battle, survives the journey through Orc-infested territory, and reaches Imperial lines. Or a prisoner aboard a space hulk finds a functional spacecraft and somehow makes it to the warp and then to Imperial space. Or a rescue operation creates enough confusion that a prisoner can break free and disappear before the Orcs realize they're gone. Escaped prisoners face challenges similar to those rescued, with the added weight of having left other prisoners behind. Survivor's guilt is nearly universal among escapees. Why did I survive when so many others died? Could I have saved more people if I'd tried harder? Did I betray the others by escaping when I could have stayed to organize resistance or provide comfort? For escaped commissars, these questions intersect with their sense of duty and honor. A commissar is supposed to be the last one standing, rallying troops even as the position falls. Escaping, even when tactically sound and fully justified, might feel like abandonment of duty. The commissar who escapes might spend the rest of their life questioning whether they made the right choice, whether they should have stayed and died with the other prisoners rather than saving themselves. The final fate that deserves mention, though it is almost never acknowledged in Imperial records, is psychological death while the body still lives. Some prisoners simply break completely. Their minds retreat so far from the horror of their circumstances that they become effectively non-functional. They stop eating, stop responding to stimuli, stop engaging with the world in any meaningful way. The body persists for a time, but the person is already gone. This is not suicide in the active sense, though it accomplishes the same end. It's more a withdrawal so complete that death becomes inevitable. The Orcs don't understand or care about this phenomenon. A prisoner who stops functioning is simply discarded like any other piece of broken equipment. But for the prisoner themselves, the mental retreat might represent the only escape available when all others have failed. For commissars who witness this happening to other prisoners or feel themselves sliding toward this fate, it represents the ultimate horror. To be so broken that you lose even the will to preserve your own existence, to retreat so far from identity and purpose that nothing remains but a shell. This is failure more complete than any battlefield defeat. Commissars fight against this fate with every tool at their disposal, clinging to purpose and identity as desperately as they once clung to their weapons in battle. The variety of possible ends, each terrible in its own way, creates a pervasive uncertainty that weighs on prisoners throughout their captivity. You don't know how you'll die, only that you almost certainly will. Will it be quick or slow, violent or peaceful? Will you die with some shred of dignity intact or reduced completely to the level of an animal? These questions have no answers until the moment arrives, and the not knowing might be worse than any specific knowledge would be. Conclusion and reflection. We have journeyed through the nightmare of Orc captivity as experienced by commissars, those symbols of imperial authority and discipline. From the moment of capture through slavery, entertainment violence, and the various endings that might await, we've explored a fate that is, in many ways, worse than clean death in battle. The horror of this experience operates on multiple levels. Physically, prisoners endure starvation, beatings, forced labor, and sometimes gladiatorial combat. The orc camps are places where human life is valued only for its utility or entertainment value, where suffering is casual and death is arbitrary. The body is broken down systematically, ground away by work, malnutrition, and violence until it simply cannot continue. But perhaps more terrible is the psychological dimension, the stripping away of identity and authority, the forced participation in atrocity, the witnessing of meaningless cruelty, the erosion of faith and purpose under the weight of endless degradation. These strike at the very core of who a person is. For commissars especially, whose entire sense of self is built around their role as the emperor's representatives, this psychological assault can be more devastating than any physical torture. The case of Commissar Sebastian Jarek provides our clearest window into this nightmare and also illustrates important exceptions to the general pattern. Jarek was not just any commissar, but a specific individual whom his captor recognized as a worthy opponent. This saved his life, but also subjected him to unique psychological pressures. His experience shows both the horror of standard orc captivity and the strange dynamics that can emerge when exceptional individuals collide. What enabled Jarek to survive? Multiple factors played roles. His reputation and the perverse respect Gazgul held for him certainly helped. An ordinary commissar would likely have been killed or worked to death. His tactical brilliance allowed him to organize other prisoners and plan escape attempts. His iron will prevented the psychological dissolution that claimed so many captives. And ultimately, luck or the Emperor's providence placed him in Gazgul's hands rather than those of a less contemplative orc. But survival came at tremendous cost. Jarek endured weeks of slavery and degradation. He witnessed the deaths of dozens of prisoners who sacrificed themselves for his escape attempt. He experienced the profound psychological disruption of being released, not through his own efforts, but because an orc warlord found him too interesting to kill. These experiences left marks that even Jarek's formidable will could not entirely erase. For most commissars captured by orcs, the story ends less ambiguously than Jarek's did. They die in fighting pits, from disease, from exhaustion, from execution, or from becoming orc food. The rare few who are rescued or manage to escape carry psychological scars that never fully heal. They have seen and experienced things that challenge their faith, their identity, and their understanding of their place in the Imperium. The broader implications of this examination extend beyond individual commissars to questions about imperial doctrine and military policy. The Imperium trains commissars to be unwavering symbols of authority, to enforce discipline through fear and respect, to embody the Emperor's will on the battlefield. But what happens when those symbols are captured and degraded? Does it serve imperial interest to have commissars who might be captured and broken, potentially damaging the mystique of commissarial authority? Some within the Officio Prefectus argue that commissars facing certain capture should execute themselves rather than risk the propaganda value their captivity might provide to enemies. Others argue that suicide represents failure of duty, and that commissars must endure whatever trials the Emperor sends them, including captivity, as tests of faith. These debates have no clear resolution, reflecting deeper tensions within imperial military philosophy. For commissars serving in active war zones where orc contact is likely, the knowledge of what captivity might mean influences tactical decisions. Some commissars fight even harder to avoid capture, preferring death in battle to the degradation of slavery. Others carry concealed means of suicide, poison, a small weapon, anything that might allow a quick death if capture becomes inevitable. Still others prepare themselves mentally for the possibility, attempting to steel themselves against horrors they hope never to experience. The role of faith deserves particular emphasis in our conclusion. For a commissar, faith in the emperor is supposed to provide strength and purpose, even in the darkest circumstances. But Orc captivity tests that faith in ways that battlefields never do. On the battlefield, you can see your service to the emperor manifest through your actions. You maintain discipline, you inspire troops, you fight the emperor's enemies. In Orc captivity, how do you serve? What purpose does your suffering fulfill? Why does the emperor permit his servants to endure such degradation? Some commissars emerge from captivity with their faith intact, or even strengthened, viewing their ordeal as a trial that proved their devotion. Others lose their faith entirely, unable to reconcile the horror they experienced with belief in a benevolent or even attentive emperor. Most fall somewhere between these extremes, maintaining the forms of faith while quietly harboring doubts they can never fully articulate or resolve. The final reflection must be on the nature of the enemy. The Orcs are not sophisticated torturers like the Dark Eldar, who inflict suffering as art and sustenance. They are not systematic oppressors like the Tau, who might attempt to re-educate and convert their prisoners. They are living weapons, engineered for endless war, who view humans as resources to be exploited and obstacles to be destroyed. They understand neither mercy nor cruelty in human terms, only utility and entertainment. This makes them, in some ways, more terrifying than more sophisticated enemies. You cannot negotiate with Orcs, cannot appeal to shared values or common ground, cannot convince them to show mercy. This makes them, in some ways, more terrifying than more sophisticated enemies. You cannot negotiate with Orcs, cannot appeal to shared values or common ground, cannot convince them to show mercy. They operate on principles so alien to human thinking that any attempt to find common understanding is doomed from the start. You are simply a thing to them, useful while you work, entertaining while you fight, edible when you're neither. Understanding what happens when Orcs capture a commissar requires grappling with this fundamental alienness. The degradation, the slavery, the random violence, the casual consumption of human life. None of this stems from malice as humans understand it. The Orcs aren't trying to be cruel, they're simply being what they were engineered to be. Weapons that think, organisms designed for endless war, creatures to whom battle and violence are as natural as breathing. For the commissars who endure this nightmare and survive, whether through rescue, escape, or the rare circumstance of being released, the experience becomes a defining element of their identity. They have been broken down to nothing and somehow rebuilt themselves. They have witnessed the dissolution of imperial authority and the failure of faith to protect. They have done terrible things to survive and watched others die despite doing everything possible to live. Some find meaning in bearing witness, in ensuring that the suffering is not forgotten. Others dedicate themselves to preparing the Imperium for future Orc conflicts, using their intimate knowledge of the enemy to save lives and prevent others from experiencing similar fates. Still others simply endure, carrying their scars in silence and trying to rebuild some semblance of the life and identity they had before capture. The question that haunts every survivor and every commissar who contemplates this possibility is whether survival itself is worth the cost. Is it better to die with honor on the battlefield, maintaining your identity and faith intact, or to survive captivity at the cost of everything that made you who you were? The answer varies for each individual, shaped by circumstances, personality, and the particular horrors they encountered or might encounter. What remains constant is that Orc captivity represents one of the gravest fates that can befall an Imperial commissar. It strips away everything that defines them: authority, dignity, purpose, faith, and reduces them to the most basic struggle for survival. Those who endure and return are forever changed, carrying wounds that never fully heal and memories that never fade. In the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war. But within that war, exist gradations of horror, and orc captivity occupies a special place among them. It is a fate that makes death in battle seem merciful by comparison, a nightmare that proves there are indeed fates worse than dying for the Emperor. For the commissars who face this possibility every time they take to the field against the greenskin hordes, the knowledge of what might await them if they fall becomes part of the burden they bear. It is one more weight added to the already crushing responsibility of maintaining discipline, upholding faith, and embodying the Emperor's will. And for those who actually experience this horror and somehow survive, they become living testaments to human resilience and the terrible cost of service to the Imperium. As we conclude this examination, remember that behind every statistic of prisoners taken, every intelligence report of orc camps, every mention of slaves in greenskin hands, there are individual human beings experiencing unimaginable suffering. Some of them are commissars, those symbols of imperial authority reduced to the lowest possible state. Their stories, whether they end in death or survival, deserve to be told and remembered. The tale of Commissar Sebastian Yarrick stands as the most famous example, but countless other commissars have faced similar fates in obscurity. Their names are not recorded in imperial histories. Their sacrifices are not celebrated in propaganda posters. They simply disappeared into the green tide, their final moments known only to the orcs who killed them and the Emperor who supposedly watches over all humanity. Yet their suffering matters. Every commissar who endures orc captivity, who maintains some shred of humanity in the face of systematic dehumanization, who refuses to break completely, even when breaking would be easier, proves that the human spirit can endure even the darkest trials. They demonstrate that faith and purpose can survive even when stripped of all external supports. They show that the Emperor's servants can maintain their oaths even when it seems the Emperor himself has abandoned them. This is not a story of triumph in the conventional sense. Most captured commissars die in slavery or fighting pits. Most never escape or get rescued. Most endure horrors that would shatter lesser individuals and then die anyway, their suffering achieving nothing tangible for the imperial war effort. But their resistance matters nonetheless. Every day survived is a day the orcs didn't break them. Every moment of maintained dignity is a victory against the degradation. Every prayer offered in captivity is an assertion of faith against despair. The Imperium will continue to send commissars into battle against the orcs. The green tide will continue to sweep across worlds, capturing and enslaving those it doesn't kill outright. And commissars will continue to fall into orc hands, experiencing the nightmares we've explored tonight. This cycle will not end as long as both the Imperium and the orcs exist, which means it will likely continue until the heat death of the universe or the final victory of chaos. But understanding what these captured commissars endure matters. It reminds us that the cost of humanity's survival is measured not just in glorious battles and heroic sacrifices, but also in the quiet suffering of those who disappear into enemy hands. It challenges us to remember that behind every symbol of imperial authority stands a human being capable of fear, pain, and despair. And it forces us to confront the question of what we would do in similar circumstances, whether we would maintain our humanity or surrender to the degradation. The orcs represent everything the Imperium claims to stand against: chaos instead of order, violence instead of discipline, crude strength instead of noble purpose. When a commissar falls into their hands, it's not just an individual tragedy, but a symbolic inversion of imperial values. The enforcer of discipline becomes the victim of chaos. The symbol of order is subjected to random violence. The embodiment of purpose is reduced to meaningless suffering. Yet even in this inversion, even in this apparent defeat of everything imperial authority represents, there remains the possibility of resistance. Not the dramatic resistance of escape or rescue, though those occasionally occur, but the quiet, grinding resistance of simply refusing to become what the orcs want you to be, maintaining some core of identity, preserving some thread of faith, holding on to some fragment of the person you were before capture. This is the real story of what happens when orcs capture a commissar. Not tales of glorious escapes or heroic defiance, though those elements exist, but the much darker, more difficult story of human beings stripped of everything that defined them, forced to find meaning and purpose in circumstances that seem designed to destroy both. It's a story of survival at terrible cost, of endurance in the face of hopelessness, of faith tested to destruction, and sometimes, somehow, emerging intact on the other side. If you found this deep dive into one of the darkest corners of Warhammer 40,000 lore valuable, please consider liking this video and subscribing to the channel. Your support allows us to continue exploring the untold stories and uncomfortable truths of the grim darkness of the far future. We examine not just the glory and heroism that imperial propaganda celebrates, but also the suffering and sacrifice that often goes unacknowledged. In our next exploration, we'll delve into another aspect of the Warhammer universe that deserves closer examination. Until then, remember that in the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war. And within that war, suffering beyond measure for those who fall into enemy hands. The Emperor protects, we are told, but for the commissars captured by orcs, that protection failed. What remains is only the question of whether they can protect themselves, maintain themselves, and endure until death finally grants the release that the Emperor did not provide. It is a grim fate, a terrible burden, and a nightmare that stalks every commissar who takes to the field against the green tide. May the Emperor have mercy on those who fall, and may we never forget what they endure in the darkness, far from the glory of imperial propaganda and the comfort of faith's easy answers. Their suffering is real, their pain matters, and their stories, however dark, deserve to be told. Thank you for watching. In the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war. But sometimes, in the spaces between the endless carnage and the grinding horror of galaxy-spanning conflict, there are moments of such bizarre absurdity that they defy comprehension. Picture this scene, if you will. A massive orc war boss, towering over his lesser kin, standing in what passes for his throne room. The chamber is a monument to violence, its walls decorated with the skulls of 100 different species, weapons stripped from fallen enemies, and banners taken from defeated armies. But there, chained in the corner like some enormous mechanical guard dog, sits something that should command respect and terror in equal measure. It's a Space Marine dreadnought, one of the Imperium's most revered war machines, now reduced to a curiosity, a plaything, a pet for a creature who finds the entire concept of reverence utterly incomprehensible. This isn't fiction, this isn't exaggeration. Throughout the lore of Warhammer 40,000, there are countless instances of orcs capturing, collecting, and yes, keeping broken dreadnoughts, in much the same way a human might keep a particularly impressive trophy on their mantle, or a child might keep a broken toy they're fond of. But the orcs take it further. They interact with these captured war machines. They show them off. They sometimes try to make them fight for entertainment. They certainly use them to intimidate rivals and impress other orcs. In the violent, chaotic, and utterly irrational world of orc culture, a captured dreadnought represents the ultimate status symbol, a testament to a war boss's strength and a source of endless fascination. To understand this phenomenon, we need to dive deep into the alien psychology of the orcs themselves. We need to explore what makes a dreadnought such a prized trophy in the first place. We need to examine the strange relationship between the most savage race in the galaxy and the walking tombs that house some of the Imperium's greatest heroes. What we'll discover is a story that's equal parts horrifying and darkly comedic, a perfect encapsulation of what makes Warhammer 40,000 such a unique setting. Because only in this universe could the fate worse than death, suffered by a revered Space Marine warrior, become the punchline to an orc's idea of a good joke. The phenomenon of orcs keeping broken dreadnoughts isn't just about simple trophy collection. It speaks to deeper truths about orc society, their understanding of warfare, their relationship with technology, and their fundamentally alien way of processing the universe around them. These aren't humans in green skin. These aren't even close to anything we might consider rational actors in a conventional sense. The orcs are products of ancient genetic engineering, living weapons created by the Old Ones millions of years ago to fight in a war that ended before humanity even existed. They're part animal, part fungus, all violence, and they experience reality through a lens so divorced from human comprehension that their very beliefs can warp the fabric of reality itself. When an orc war boss keeps a broken dreadnought in his personal collection, he's engaging in behavior that makes perfect sense within orc culture while appearing absolutely insane to everyone else. It's trophy hunting taken to its logical extreme. It's the recognition that bigger equals better, always and forever. It's the orc appreciation for a good fight and a worthy opponent. It's status competition made manifest in adamantium and ceramite. And yes, sometimes it's just because the war boss thinks it looks cool and wants to show it off to his rivals. All of these motivations can exist simultaneously in the orc mind without the slightest hint of contradiction, because orcs simply don't experience cognitive dissonance the way other species do. But before we can truly understand why orcs keep broken dreadnoughts as pets, we need to understand the orcs themselves. We need to peer into that green-skinned, violence-obsessed, utterly alien psychology and try to make sense of a species that defies conventional understanding at every turn. We need to understand what drives them, what they value, and how they view the universe and their place in it. Only then can we begin to comprehend why a broken war machine housing a mortally wounded space marine would become a prized possession rather than simply being scrapped for parts or destroyed outright. Understanding orc psychology and culture. To call the orcs simple would be one of the greatest mistakes a commander could make. To call them stupid would be even worse. The orcs are neither simple nor stupid. They're alien in a way that most other races in Warhammer 40,000 aren't. While the Elder are arrogant, the Tau are naive, and the Tyranids are hungry, these are all traits we can understand on some level. But the orcs operate on principles that seem to defy logic itself, yet they've become one of the most successful species in the entire galaxy. They outnumber nearly every other sentient race. They've survived for millions of years. They wage war across countless worlds with technology that shouldn't work but does. And they do it all while having what appears to be the time of their lives. The foundation of orc psychology is startlingly straightforward. They exist to fight. This isn't metaphorical. This isn't a cultural choice. The orcs were genetically engineered by the Old Ones as living weapons, designed to wage eternal war against the Necrons and their Citan masters during the War in Heaven that raged over 60 million years ago. When that ancient conflict ended and the Old Ones fell, the orcs didn't stop fighting. They couldn't stop fighting. Violence isn't something orcs choose. It's what they are. An orc that isn't fighting is an orc that's looking for a fight, planning a fight, preparing for a fight, or recovering from a fight just long enough to get into another one. This fundamental truth shapes everything about their society, their culture, and their behavior. But here's where it gets interesting. Orcs don't fight out of hatred. They don't wage war because they're angry, or because they seek conquest for its own sake. They fight because fighting is fun. They genuinely, sincerely enjoy combat in a way that's utterly divorced from the grim necessity that drives other species to war. When an Imperial Guard regiment faces down an orc horde, those guardsmen are fighting for survival, for the Emperor, for their home world, perhaps out of duty or fear or desperation. The orcs? They're having the time of their lives. Every battle is entertainment. Every enemy is a new challenge. Every victory is cause for celebration, and every defeat just means they need to come back stronger next time. This mentality creates a culture that's simultaneously brutal and bizarrely sporting. Orcs respect strength above all else. Size matters to orcs on a primal, genetic level. The bigger an orc grows, the more fights he's won, the more respect he commands, and the more other orcs will naturally defer to him. This isn't a conscious choice. It's hardwired into their biology through the Wach, the Gestalt psychic field that all orcs generate and share. When a particularly large and successful orc rises to prominence, other orcs are drawn to him like moths to a flame. They want to be where the fighting is good, and a big boss promises the best fights. This brings us to the concept of trophies in orc culture. For a species that lives to fight, the evidence of past victories becomes crucial for establishing and maintaining status. An orc standing in his society isn't determined by birthright or accumulated wealth in any conventional sense, although teeth, the orc currency, certainly help. No, an orc's status comes from his reputation as a fighter, and that reputation needs to be backed up with tangible proof. This is where trophies come in. Skulls of defeated enemies, weapons taken from fallen foes, pieces of destroyed vehicles, these all serve as physical evidence of an orc's prowess in battle. But not all trophies are created equal. There's a hierarchy to orc trophy collection that makes perfect sense within their cultural framework. A Gretchen skull, worthless. They're everywhere, weak, and killing them proves nothing. A human skull, better, at least humans fight back sometimes. A Space Marine helmet? Now we're talking. Space Marines are proper opponents, tough and skilled, and taking one down is worth bragging about. An Elder helmet might be even better. Those pointy-eared gits are tricky and fast. But a dreadnought, a whole, entire dreadnought, even a broken one, that's a trophy that announces to everyone within viewing distance that the orc who captured it is not to be trifled with. The Death Skulls clan in particular has elevated looting and trophy collection to an art form. These blue-painted orcs are the galaxy's most enthusiastic scavengers, grabbing everything that isn't nailed down, and quite a few things that are. They believe blue is a lucky color, and they extend that belief to everything they acquire. A Death Skulls war boss might have a collection of trophies that would make a museum curator weep, except it's all jumbled together in a pile of useful stuff that the boss hasn't gotten around to using yet. For the Death Skulls, a captured dreadnought represents the ultimate acquisition, a piece of enemy technology so impressive that even other orcs can't help but be impressed. The cultural significance of trophies extends beyond mere bragging rights. In a society where might makes right and the biggest fighter is in charge, displaying trophies serves multiple practical purposes. It intimidates rivals who might be thinking about challenging the boss. It impresses potential followers who want to join a winning warband. It provides conversation pieces for when other bosses come around, because yes, orcs do engage in what passes for social interaction between all the fighting. And perhaps most importantly for the orc mentality, trophies are reminders of good fights, victories worth remembering, enemies worth defeating. Orcs also possess a uniquely malleable relationship with truth and reality. Their collective psychic field, the Wah, doesn't just draw them together and make them stronger in numbers. It actually influences reality in subtle ways. If enough orcs believe something strongly enough, it can become true in some limited fashion. This isn't magic in any conventional sense. It's a feature of their genetic engineering, a defense mechanism that allows them to function as living weapons even when cut off from proper supplies and equipment. This psychic resonance means that orc culture is self-reinforcing. If everyone believes that red makes things go faster, then within the orc psychic field, red things do go faster. If everyone believes that a particular trophy is especially impressive, then it becomes especially impressive. This brings us to an important point about orc psychology. They can hold contradictory beliefs simultaneously without any cognitive dissonance whatsoever. An orc can believe that he's the toughest fighter in the galaxy while also acknowledging that his boss is tougher. He can think that his clan is the best while respecting the achievements of rival clans. He can know that a dreadnought is a dangerous enemy while also viewing it as a potential trophy. These contradictions don't bother orcs the way they would bother humans because orcs simply don't process information the same way. Everything exists in the moment, everything is straightforward, and if two things seem to conflict, well, that's just how it is. The orc relationship with defeated enemies is particularly relevant to understanding why they keep dreadnoughts. Unlike many species, orcs don't harbor grudges in any long-term sense. They don't seek revenge as a motivation for warfare. If an enemy beats them, that just means the enemy was tougher, which makes them a better opponent, which makes fighting them more fun. There's a strange kind of respect in orc culture for worthy adversaries. Not respect in the sense of admiration or honor, but respect in the sense of acknowledging capability. An orc who survives a fight with a particularly tough opponent might well keep something from that opponent to remember the experience, not out of hatred, but because it was a good scrap. This attitude extends to how orcs view Space Marines and their weapons of war. Space Marines are, in the orc estimation, proper enemies. They're tough, they fight hard, they come in flashy colors, and they're satisfyingly difficult to kill. An orc doesn't hate Space Marines the way a Chaos Space Marine might hate his loyalist cousins. Instead, orcs appreciate Space Marines for being good opponents. They're big, they're strong, they've got impressive technology, and fighting them is a proper challenge. When an orc defeats a Space Marine, there's a sense of genuine accomplishment. And when an orc defeats an entire dreadnought, that's a story worth telling for years. The nature of dreadnoughts. To truly appreciate why orcs covet broken dreadnoughts as trophies, we must first understand what these war machines represent within the Imperium of Man. A dreadnought isn't simply a weapon or a vehicle, it's a walking reliquary, a fusion of the sacred and the mechanical, a living tomb that contains centuries or even millennia of experience and battlefield wisdom. These armored walkers are revered within Space Marine chapters as the embodiment of the chapter's history and traditions, piloted by heroes who have given literally everything in service to the Emperor. The origins of dreadnought technology stretch back into the mists of the Dark Age of technology, that lost golden age of human achievement before Old Night, and the Age of Strife plunged humanity into millennia of darkness. The fundamental design has endured across 10,000 years, though the knowledge of how to build new ones has been largely lost. Each dreadnought is a priceless artifact, maintained through ritual and prayer as much as through technical skill, and the loss of even one is considered a catastrophic blow to a chapter. The process of interment in a dreadnought is offered only to the most exceptional Space Marines who have suffered mortal wounds that place them beyond the considerable healing capabilities of Space Marine apothecaries. When a hero falls in battle, grievously wounded but not quite dead, he faces a choice: accept death with honor, or agree to be entombed within the armored sarcophagus of a dreadnought, continuing his service to the chapter and the Emperor indefinitely. This isn't presented as a reward, though it's often described as an honor. It's a choice between death and a form of existence that's both more and less than life. Once a Space Marine agrees to interment, the process is irreversible. The Tech Marine and the apothecaries work together to extract what remains of the dying warrior from his shattered body. What's left, often little more than a torso, portions of limbs, and most importantly, the brain and a few vital organs, is placed within the armored sarcophagus at the heart of the dreadnought. Neural links connect the pilot's consciousness directly to the war machine's systems, allowing him to control it as if it were his own body. though the sensation is described as fundamentally different from piloting a normal body. The armament of a dreadnought reflects its role as a walking weapons platform. A typical dreadnought might carry a close combat weapon on one arm, perhaps a massive power fist capable of crushing enemy armor, and a heavy weapon on the other, like an assault cannon or lascannon. Some dreadnoughts are configured for specific roles, with twin-linked heavy weapons for fire support or dual close combat weapons for tearing through enemy formations. Regardless of configuration, a dreadnought represents a concentration of firepower that few enemies can withstand, backed by armor thick enough to shrug off hits that would destroy lesser vehicles. But the true horror and the true honor of the dreadnought lies in the experience of the pilot himself. Between battles, dreadnoughts are placed in stasis, kept in the chapter's most sacred vaults, in a state of suspended animation. This sleep isn't peaceful. It isn't restful. It's a void, a darkness so complete that many pilots speak of losing themselves in it, forgetting who they were, existing in a liminal state between life and death. When awakened, the transition back to consciousness is jarring and disorienting, a violent resurrection that tears the pilot from nothingness back into painful awareness. Over the centuries or millennia of this cycle, awakening, fighting, sleeping, the pilot begins to change. The organic portions of their being slowly deteriorate despite the best efforts of the chapter's apothecaries. The neural connections that link them to their metal body gradually take precedence over their fading memories of flesh. Many ancient dreadnoughts report that they can no longer remember what it felt like to walk on two legs, to touch something with human hands, to exist as anything other than a walking war machine. The human personality remains, but it's increasingly buried beneath layers of mechanical existence and battle-hardened experience. On the battlefield, a dreadnought is a terror to behold. They stride through enemy fire that would shred normal warriors, their thick armor turning aside all but the most powerful weapons. Their arsenal unleashes devastation on enemy formations, assault cannons tearing through infantry, power fists crushing vehicles, missile launchers raining death from above. And because they're piloted by space marines with centuries of combat experience, they employ tactics and strategies that capitalize on every advantage. Dreadnought doesn't just attack. It reads the battlefield, identifies weak points, and strikes with precision born of innumerable battles. For the enemies of the Imperium, facing a dreadnought is a daunting prospect. The psychological impact alone is significant. These towering war machines advance with inexorable purpose, shrugging off fire that would destroy entire squads of normal troops. Their war cries, broadcast through external speakers, echo the voices of heroes from ages past, and they simply don't stop. A dreadnought will continue fighting as long as its systems function, undeterred by injuries that would kill a normal being, driven by a will that has already chosen to endure beyond death. Why orcs keep broken dreadnoughts? Now we arrive at the heart of the matter. With an understanding of both orc psychology and the nature of dreadnoughts, we can finally examine why these broken war machines become treasured possessions, rather than being destroyed or stripped for parts. The answer, like most things involving orcs, is simultaneously straightforward and bizarrely complex, a mixture of practical considerations, cultural values, and that peculiar orc mindset that defies conventional understanding. First and foremost, a broken dreadnought is a trophy of unparalleled value in orc society. Remember, orcs measure status by the quality of their enemies and the impressiveness of their victories. Taking down a dreadnought isn't like killing a normal space marine. It requires either overwhelming force, clever tactics, yes, some orcs do use those, or a combination of both. These machines are designed to withstand punishment that would obliterate entire squads of lesser beings. They carry weapons that can tear through orc mobs like a power claw through a Gretchen, and they're piloted by warriors with centuries of combat experience. When an orc war boss can point to a captured dreadnought and say, "Me and da boys brought dat down," he's making a statement about his warband's capability that no amount of boasting could match. It's physical proof of a serious fight. tangible evidence that this particular boss and his followers tangle with some of the Imperium's most dangerous assets and win. In the competitive world of orc politics, where everyone is constantly jockeying for position and trying to prove they're the toughest, hardest, and best, having a dreadnought trophy is like holding a winning hand in a game where the stakes are life and death. But there's more to it than simple bragging rights. The sheer impressiveness of a dreadnought, even a broken one, serves multiple practical purposes within orc society. For one, it's an excellent tool for intimidation. When a rival boss comes to visit, perhaps thinking about challenging for leadership, walking past a chained dreadnought tends to make them think twice. It's a not-so-subtle reminder that the current boss fights enemies this dangerous on a regular basis. It raises the question in the challenger's mind. If this boss can take down a dreadnought, what chance do I have? The rarity factor also plays a crucial role. Unlike Space Marine helmets or Imperial Guard laser guns, which are relatively common on battlefields where the Imperium is involved, dreadnoughts are genuinely rare. Most orc boys will never even see one in their entire lives, let alone fight one. For a war boss to not only have encountered a dreadnought, but to have actually captured one more or less intact, that immediately sets him apart from 99% of other orcs. It's the difference between having a nice trophy and having the trophy, the one thing that makes every other orc who sees it stop and take notice. There's also an entertainment value to keeping a broken dreadnought that shouldn't be underestimated. Orcs find violence and destruction endlessly entertaining, but they also appreciate spectacle and novelty. A dreadnought provides both. It's huge, it's imposing, and depending on how broken it is, it might still move, make noise, or even retain some functionality. Some orcs have been known to try to get their captured dreadnoughts to move or fight, treating them like gladiatorial beasts. While this rarely works out the way they hope, the attempt itself is considered great fun. Consider the storytelling aspect of trophy keeping. Orcs love to tell stories about their fights. It's one of their primary forms of entertainment and social interaction. Having a dreadnought provides an endless source of stories. See that dent? That's where it nearly got me with its power fist. But I was too quick, see? Jumped right over it and planted me shooter right in its face. Every scratch, every battle scar on the dreadnought becomes part of the narrative, a physical reminder of specific moments in what was presumably an epic battle. The social currency of these stories cannot be overstated. In a culture where oral tradition is primary, most orcs can't read or write, and those who can generally don't bother. Being able to tell a good fight story is valuable. Being able to illustrate that story with actual physical evidence is even better. And when your evidence is a several-ton war machine that required your entire warband to bring down, you're going to be telling that story for the rest of your life, and other orcs are going to listen because they can see the proof right there. There's another factor at play, the concept of bigness in orc psychology. Orcs are genetically programmed to respect size. Bigger is always better in orc society. It's not just that larger orcs tend to be in charge, it's that orcs instinctively defer to anything bigger than themselves. A dreadnought standing around twice the height of a normal orc, and orcs are already larger than humans, inherently commands a certain respect, simply through its dimensions. Even broken and defeated, a dreadnought is impressively big, and that bigness has value in and of itself within orc culture. The competitive element extends beyond just impressing rivals. Different orc clans compete with each other in various ways. The evil sons try to have the fastest vehicles. The bad moons try to have the flashiest guns. The death skulls try to have the most and best loot. In this environment of constant one-upmanship, having a rare and impressive trophy gives a war boss ammunition in the ongoing cultural competition. Your truck might be fast, but have you got a dreadnought? No? Didn't think so. There's also a peculiar form of respect that orcs extend to worthy opponents, and this factors into why they might keep, rather than destroy, a defeated dreadnought. The orc concept of a good fight is central to their entire worldview. They don't want easy victories, they want challenges. An enemy that goes down without a fight is boring and disappointing. But an enemy that makes you work for it, that forces you to use all your strength and cunning, that's valuable. A dreadnought, by its nature, provides exactly that kind of fight. In keeping a broken dreadnought, the Orc war boss is in some sense honoring the quality of the fight it provided. This isn't sentiment exactly. Orcs don't feel sympathy or pity, but they do recognize when something put up a proper scrap. The fact that it took dozens or hundreds of boys to bring down, the fact that it probably killed quite a few of them in the process, the fact that it didn't give up even when clearly outmatched, all of this registers as admirable in the Orc mindset. Not admirable in a noble or heroic sense, but admirable in the sense of that was a proper enemy. The potential uses of a captured dreadnought also factor into the decision to keep it rather than destroy it. Orc mech boys are always looking for interesting technology to tinker with, and a dreadnought presents a unique puzzle. It's more sophisticated than most Orc technology, but not so alien that a mech boy can't see the basic principles at work. The weapons might be salvageable, or at least provide inspiration for Orky versions. The armor could be repurposed. The power plant might be adaptable. While an intact, functioning dreadnought is far too complex for most Orcs to operate, a broken one becomes a parts bin of interesting components. Orc fascination with Imperial technology. The Orc relationship with technology is one of the strangest aspects of their culture. A bizarre mixture of instinctive understanding, complete disregard for safety, and genuine creativity that produces results that shouldn't work, but do. To understand why Orcs are fascinated with Imperial technology in general, and dreadnoughts in particular, we need to examine how Orcs think about and interact with the machines they use and encounter. Orcs are, in a very literal sense, genetically programmed to understand technology. This isn't learned knowledge passed down through formal education. It's genetic memory, fragments of the incredibly advanced science their Krork ancestors possessed, now degraded and simplified into intuitive mechanical skill. An Orc mech boy doesn't need to study engineering. He just knows how things work, in the same way that a human knows how to breathe. This instinctive understanding is one of the gifts left by the Old Ones, the ancient beings who created the Krork as living weapons. However, this instinctive knowledge is far from perfect. Modern Orcs have lost most of the sophisticated scientific understanding their Krork forebears possessed. What remains is practical, hands-on knowledge focused almost entirely on making things that fight better. An Orc mech boy can look at a pile of scrap and instinctively know how to turn it into a functioning, by Orc standards, weapon or vehicle. But he can't explain the principles behind why it works. He doesn't use mathematics or physics. He just builds things that his genetic memory tells him should work. And usually, they do. The collective psychic field that all Orcs generate, the WAG, plays a role in making their technology function. The Gestalt psychic field has a mild reality warping effect that allows Orc technology to work when it shouldn't by conventional physics. A shooter that's essentially a metal tube with a trigger might not function for a human, but in the hands of an Orc, surrounded by other Orcs, who all expect it to work, it does. The gun has working parts. The psychic field just smooths over the rough edges where proper engineering would normally be required. When Orcs encounter Imperial technology, their reaction depends on what kind of Orc they are. Regular Orc boys mostly just want to know if they can use it to hit things harder or shoot things better. If the answer is yes, they'll grab it. If the answer is no, they might take it anyway because it looks cool. But mech boys view Imperial technology with a mixture of interest, disdain, and opportunism. The interest comes from seeing different approaches to solving mechanical problems. The disdain comes from their belief that Orc technology is inherently superior. The opportunism comes from recognizing that Imperial tech can be looted for parts. The Death Skulls clan has elevated looting to a high art. These blue-painted Orcs believe that looted equipment is inherently lucky, which, given the Orc psychic field, might actually make it luckier when they use it. Death Skulls will steal anything that isn't nailed down, and anything that is nailed down but looks like it might be worth the effort to pry loose. They're the orc equivalent of magpies, attracted to anything shiny, interesting, or potentially useful. A Death Skulls mob after a battle will strip the battlefield of everything, from weapons to vehicle parts, to random pieces of equipment that caught someone's eye. But dreadnoughts represent a special category of Imperial technology that particularly fascinates orcs. They're big, which orcs automatically respect. They're obviously powerful, which orcs appreciate. They're complex, which intrigues mech boys who like a challenge. And they're rare, which makes them valuable. A dreadnought isn't like a standard Imperial vehicle that the orcs have probably encountered dozens of times before. Each dreadnought is unique, hand-maintained over centuries, a relic of ancient technology that the Imperium can no longer fully replicate. From a mech boy's perspective, a captured dreadnought is an absolute treasure trove. The weapon systems alone are worth studying. Dreadnoughts often mount heavy weapons that would normally require a vehicle chassis to support. Assault cannons that could shred entire mobs of orcs. Power fists capable of tearing through the toughest armor. These aren't the standard issue equipment a mech boy sees on regular Space Marines. These are specialist weapons, each one a masterwork of Imperial engineering. The power plant is another point of fascination. Dreadnoughts need tremendous amounts of energy to operate, powering not just their movement and weapons, but also the life support systems keeping the pilot alive. Whatever reactor or power cell system the dreadnought uses is going to be more sophisticated than what the orcs typically have access to. A curious mech boy might spend years trying to understand how it works, probably destroying several Gretchen in the process of experimentation, but potentially learning something that could be applied to other orc technology. Most attempts by orcs to actually operate a captured dreadnought fail spectacularly. The neural interface requires a specific type of connection that orcs don't naturally possess. The control systems are designed for Space Marine reflexes and sensory input, not for orc biology. The weapons systems have safety features and firing protocols that orcs neither understand nor care about. And even if an orc could somehow get a dreadnought to move, controlling it effectively would require training and practice that most orcs lack the patience for. But failure doesn't discourage orc mech boys. In fact, explosions and catastrophic malfunctions are considered part of the learning process. If your attempt to activate a dreadnought results in it taking 2 steps and then falling over, crushing several Gretchen in the process, well, that's hilarious and also informative. You've learned that pressing that button makes it fall over. Next time, try a different button. The scientific method, orc style. The grim fate of the pilot. Perhaps the most grim aspect of orcs keeping broken dreadnoughts as trophies is the fate of the Space Marine pilot entombed within. These warriors, already having endured the trauma of mortal wounds and the horror of being permanently sealed within a sarcophagus, face a final indignity that would break lesser beings. Understanding their fate provides crucial context for why Space Marine chapters expend such tremendous resources attempting to recover captured dreadnoughts. When a dreadnought is brought down in battle, several scenarios are possible regarding the pilot's condition. In the best case, the pilot died when the dreadnought was destroyed. His suffering ended and his service complete. The dreadnought becomes an empty shell, a relic to be recovered and honored, but the warrior within has found peace. This is the outcome that Space Marine chaplains pray for when a dreadnought falls in battle. But dreadnoughts are built to protect their pilots even under catastrophic conditions. The sarcophagus at the heart of the machine is heavily armored and contains redundant life support systems. A dreadnought can suffer tremendous external damage while the pilot inside remains alive, trapped in a broken shell, unable to move or communicate, but still conscious. This nightmare scenario is what haunts Space Marine commanders when a dreadnought is captured by orcs. The orc treatment of a living pilot is, in many ways, worse than deliberate torture. Orcs don't really understand or care about causing psychological suffering. They're not trying to break the pilot's spirit or extract information. They simply don't think about the pilot at all most of the time. To them, the dreadnought is a thing, an impressive machine that happens to have some meat inside. The fact that the meat is conscious and suffering doesn't register as particularly important or interesting. For a Space Marine pilot still alive in a captured dreadnought, the experience is beyond nightmarish. He can likely still perceive his surroundings through whatever sensory systems remain functional, but he cannot move, cannot fight, cannot even end his own suffering. He's aware of orc hands on his shell, of being hauled away as a prize, of being chained and displayed. If the orcs manage to preserve some of the dreadnought systems, he might retain hearing, forced to listen to orcs celebrating his defeat, telling stories about how they brought him down, laughing at jokes he cannot understand. The isolation is absolute. Space Marines are conditioned from recruitment to value brotherhood above all else. They fight as squads, chapters, extensions of a unified whole. A dreadnought pilot is already isolated in many ways, separated from his brothers by the metal shell that contains him. But that isolation is incomplete so long as he serves alongside them. In orc captivity, that last connection is severed. He is utterly alone, surrounded by enemies, with no hope of rescue unless his chapter mounts a recovery operation. The passage of time becomes especially cruel. Dreadnoughts are designed to function for centuries, their life support systems incredibly robust. A pilot might survive for weeks, months, or even years in orc captivity, depending on how much damage the systems have sustained. Every moment of that time is spent in helpless awareness, unable to die, unable to fight, unable to do anything but exist in the darkness of his sarcophagus, while orcs parade him around as a curiosity. Some orc attempts to activate captured dreadnoughts can inadvertently cause additional suffering to living pilots. Mech boys poking at neural interfaces might trigger involuntary responses, forcing the pilot to experience phantom sensations of movement or combat without being able to control anything. Power surges from orc experimentation with the dreadnought systems might cause pain through neural feedback. The pilot cannot scream, cannot beg them to stop, cannot even die through an act of will. When Space Marines do manage to recover captured dreadnoughts, the state they find the pilots in, if the pilots still live, is often tragic. Some have been driven mad by their captivity, their minds unable to cope with the prolonged isolation and helplessness. Others have sustained additional damage from orc experimentation that's rendered them unable to communicate or function even within the limited capacity a dreadnought pilot has. A few maintain their sanity, but are so traumatized that they beg to be allowed to die rather than return to service. Mechboy experiments and modifications. To understand the full picture of why orcs keep broken dreadnoughts, we must examine the perspective of the orc mechboys, the technical specialists whose genetic memory and innate understanding of machinery makes them both fascinated by and dangerous to any complex technology they encounter. A dreadnought, from a mechboy's perspective, is simultaneously a puzzle, a challenge, a learning opportunity, and a potential source of valuable components. When a mechboy first examines a captured dreadnought, his reaction differs markedly from that of regular orc boys. Where a normal orc sees an impressive trophy and maybe some useful parts, a mechboy sees systems, mechanisms, and engineering solutions to problems he's encountered in his own work. The weapons mounting systems might suggest better ways to attach big guns to trucks. The armor configuration might inspire new vehicle designs. The power distribution network might offer insights into how to get more energy to where it's needed without everything exploding. The experimentation that follows takes many forms. Some mechboys adopt a systematic approach, unusual for orcs, but not unheard of among the more methodical members of the profession. They'll carefully disassemble portions of the dreadnought, examining each component, testing it, trying to understand its function and construction. These mechboys might spend months or even years working on a single captured dreadnought, learning everything they can from it before moving on to other projects. Other mech boys take a more direct approach. They'll try to activate systems by trial and error, pressing buttons, connecting wires, applying power until something happens. This frequently results in explosions, fires, or system failures that destroy whatever they were working on. But occasionally, something actually works. And when it does, the mech boy learns something valuable about how that particular system functions. The fact that dozens of Gretchen might die in the process of these experiments doesn't bother anyone involved. The attempts to actually operate a captured dreadnought deserve special attention. Mech boys understand, in their way, that the dreadnought is meant to be controlled by whoever's inside it. They've seen how Orc-Def dreads work, with pilots wired into the controls. The similarity is obvious, which makes mech boys believe they should be able to figure out how to make the Imperial version work for Orcs. This belief drives countless experiments in neural interfacing, control systems, and biomechanical integration. Some of the most successful Orc modifications to captured dreadnoughts involve simplification, rather than trying to make the existing systems work. A mech boy might rip out the complex Imperial targeting system and replace it with a much simpler Orc equivalent. He might remove the sophisticated power distribution network and install a more direct but less efficient Orc power system. He might strip out the neural interface entirely and install purely mechanical controls. The result is a machine that's less capable than the original dreadnought, but more understandable and controllable by Orc standards. These hybrid creations, when they work at all, become legends among mech boys. A dreadnought that's been successfully Orc'd up represents the pinnacle of mech boy achievement, demonstrating both technical skill and creative problem-solving. The mech boy responsible for such a creation gains tremendous status, with other mech boys seeking him out to learn his techniques. Cultural significance and trophy display. The practice of keeping broken dreadnoughts transcends mere trophy collection to become a cultural touchstone within Orc society, shaping narratives, establishing hierarchies, and creating traditions that persist across generations of greenskins. To fully appreciate this phenomenon, we must examine how dreadnought trophies function as cultural objects, rather than just physical prizes. In the oral tradition that dominates Orc culture, physical objects serve as anchors for stories. Without written records that most Orcs can access or care about, the tales of great battles and legendary war bosses are preserved through repeated telling and retelling. But memories fade, details get confused, and stories change in the retelling. A physical trophy, especially one as impressive and durable as a dreadnought, serves as proof that the story really happened, that the battle wasn't just boasting or exaggeration. The stories told around dreadnought trophies develop elaborate detail through repeated tellings. The battle where it was captured becomes legendary, with each Orc who participated adding their own perspective. The number of Orcs who claim to have personally dealt the killing blow tends to grow over time, but the basic narrative remains consistent because the evidence is right there, visible for all to see. These narratives serve important social functions. They establish shared history for the warband, creating a sense of identity and continuity that's unusual in Orc culture. They provide entertainment during the periods between battles when Orcs might otherwise get restless and fight among themselves. They offer younger Orcs role models and aspirations, showing them what's possible if they fight hard enough and get lucky enough. The challenge aspect of dreadnought ownership creates interesting cultural dynamics. Other war bosses, hearing about a particularly impressive trophy, might see it as a challenge to their own status. If he's tough enough to bring down a tin boy, then I need to prove I'm tougher by bringing down two. This competitive drive leads to dreadnought hunting becoming a kind of status game among the most ambitious Orc war bosses. The inter-clan competition around trophies extends to dreadnoughts as well. A Bad Moons war boss with a dreadnought can lord it over other Bad Moons bosses who only have more common trophies. A Death Skulls boss with a dreadnought has ultimate bragging rights at any gathering of looters. A goth boss with a dreadnought has physical proof that his warriors are the toughest in any fight. The trophy transcends individual achievement to become a point of clan pride. When war bosses from different tribes or clans meet, there's always an element of competition and potential conflict. Trophy displays become a form of non-violent competition. Look at what I've killed versus look at what I've killed, with the winner being whoever has the most impressive collection. A dreadnought trophy is nearly unbeatable in these competitions. The brutal comedy of Warhammer 40k. The phenomenon of orcs keeping broken dreadnoughts as pets and prizes encapsulates everything that makes Warhammer 40,000 such a unique and compelling setting. It's simultaneously horrifying and darkly comedic, tragic and absurd, a perfect example of how the setting blends the grim with the ridiculous in ways that couldn't exist anywhere else. From the Imperial perspective, this practice represents one of the most terrible fates imaginable for their honored dead. Warriors who have already given everything, who have endured wounds that would kill normal men a dozen times over, who have chosen to continue serving despite being sealed in mechanical tombs. These heroes don't deserve to end their existence as curiosities in an orc warboss's trophy collection. The indignity of it, the reduction of the sacred to the profane, the transformation of reverence into mockery, it's an affront to everything the Imperium stands for. But the orcs don't care about any of that. They can't care because they simply don't process reality in those terms. They don't see sacred versus profane. They see big versus small, tough versus weak, impressive versus boring. A dreadnought is impressive, therefore it's worth keeping. The fact that someone else thinks it's sacred just makes it more valuable as a trophy, because it means that someone else will be upset when you take it, which is funny. This fundamental disconnect between how the Imperium and the orcs view the same object creates a kind of cosmic joke that's central to Warhammer 40,000's appeal. The setting is grim-dark, yes, presenting a future where there is only war and the laughter of thirsting gods. But it's also occasionally absurd in the best possible way, finding humor in the darkest corners of its universe through the lens of alien psychology that's just comprehensible enough to be funny while remaining genuinely alien. The orc practice of keeping dreadnought trophies also illustrates important truths about what makes orcs work as antagonists in this setting. They're not purely comedic relief, though they certainly provide comic moments. A captured dreadnought is a genuine tragedy, a source of horror and suffering for the pilot inside, and a motivator for desperate recovery missions by Space Marine chapters. But the orcs' approach to their trophy is comedic in its complete lack of self-awareness. They genuinely don't understand why the Space Marines are so upset about this. This duality makes orcs more interesting than purely villainous or purely comic races would be. They're dangerous, they kill billions, they destroy entire worlds. But they do it all with a kind of savage innocence, not fighting out of hatred or malice, but because fighting is what they do, what they are, what they were literally created to do. When an orc keeps a broken dreadnought as a pet, he's not trying to be cruel. He's just being an orc, operating according to orc values and orc psychology, completely oblivious to how disturbing his behavior appears to everyone else. The practice also serves important narrative functions. It provides motivation for Space Marine characters in stories, driving them to undertake dangerous recovery missions or seek vengeance against specific orc warbands. It creates moral complexity by showing that even good actions, like recovering a fallen brother, might not actually improve the situation if the pilot has been driven mad by captivity. It offers opportunities for tragedy, for heroism, for desperate last stands, for all the narrative beats that make for compelling stories. Yet there's something almost refreshing about the orc perspective in the grim darkness of the 41st millennium. While everyone else is caught up in ancient grudges, religious fanaticism, or existential dread, the orcs are just out there having fun. They're not tortured by the burden of consciousness like the Eldar. They're not consumed by despair like the Imperium. They're not driven by incomprehensible hunger like the Tyranids. They're just fighting because fighting is fun, and keeping trophies of their victories because trophies are cool. This contrast between the Orc experience of the setting and everyone else's experience creates much of the dark humor that makes Warhammer 40,000 appealing. The Imperium treats every battle like it's the end of the world, because from their perspective, it might be. The Orcs treat every battle like it's the best party ever, because from their perspective, it is. The fact that these two worldviews must coexist and conflict creates endless opportunities for both tragedy and comedy. As we've explored throughout this deep dive into Orc trophy-keeping behavior, the practice reveals layers of complexity beneath what initially appears to be simple savagery. Orc psychology, their relationship with technology, their cultural values around trophies and status, their competitive social structures, all of these factors combine to make keeping broken dreadnoughts not just possible, but almost inevitable, given the right circumstances. And perhaps most importantly, it's brilliant world-building. The kind of detail that makes a fictional universe feel real and lived in. That creates those moments when you realize how all the different pieces fit together. That generates fan theories and discussions and creative works. The fact that we can write thousands of words analyzing why Orcs keep broken dreadnoughts speaks to the depth and richness of the Warhammer 40,000 setting. So the next time you're playing a game, reading a novel, or just thinking about the grim darkness of the far future, spare a thought for those broken dreadnoughts in Orc trophy halls. Consider the horror of the Space Marine pilots, who might still live within them. Appreciate the complete indifference of the Orc war bosses, who keep them as curiosities. Recognize the tragedy, the absurdity, and the dark comedy of it all, because that's Warhammer 40,000 in microcosm. It's terrible, it's hilarious, it's both at once, and it's glorious. If you enjoyed this deep dive into the weird and wonderful world of Warhammer 40,000 lore, make sure to like this video and subscribe to the channel. There's always more grim darkness to explore, more bizarre faction behaviors to analyze, and more fascinating details to uncover in this incredible setting. Thanks for watching, and remember, in the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war, but sometimes there's also really cool trophies. The mechanics of capture. Understanding how Orcs actually manage to capture dreadnoughts intact enough to serve as trophies requires examining the brutal reality of battles between these forces. A dreadnought isn't an easy target to bring down, let alone capture relatively undamaged. The process involves a combination of overwhelming numbers, tactical cunning, yes, Orcs can be cunning when they want to be, sheer bloody-minded determination, and often a significant amount of luck. When an Orc warband encounters a dreadnought on the battlefield, the initial reaction is almost always enthusiastic violence. Orcs see a big, tough enemy and immediately want to fight it. The warboss or nob in charge might recognize that this is a special target, something worth capturing rather than just destroying. But getting that message across to hundreds of battle-crazed boys in the middle of a fight is challenging at best. The most common method of capture involves simple attrition. The Orcs will swarm the dreadnought from all directions, accepting horrific casualties as the war machine's weapons tear through their ranks. Assault cannons shred entire mobs. Power fists crush Orcs by the dozen. But the Orcs keep coming, wave after wave, until the dreadnought's ammunition runs low or its weapon systems overheat from sustained firing. Then they close in for melee combat, attacking the joints, the weapon mounts, anything that looks vulnerable. Some Orc warbands, particularly those of the Blood Axes clan, who are known for their relative tactical sophistication, will attempt more coordinated approaches. They might use Killer Khans or Def Dreads to engage the dreadnought directly, while regular boys flank it. They might deploy looters with stolen heavy weapons to suppress the dreadnought from range. They might even use actual tactics, like feints and ambushes, to separate the dreadnought from its supporting forces before overwhelming it with numbers. The goal in these engagements is to disable rather than destroy. Orc mech boys who are present during the battle might shout instructions to the attacking boys. "Don't blow it up, you gits! The boss wants it in one piece." Whether these instructions are followed depends largely on how excited the boys are and how much they're thinking about orders versus smashing things. Often, the result is a dreadnought that's heavily damaged but still recognizable, its weapons destroyed or disabled, its legs crippled, its armor cracked and dented, but its core structure intact. The moment of actual capture, when the dreadnought is finally brought down and immobilized, is crucial. This is when a war boss who wants a trophy needs to assert control quickly, before his boys tear the thing apart in their excitement. He needs to get chains on it, get it hauled away from the immediate battlefield, and make it clear that this prize belongs to him personally. Any orc who tries to claim parts of it without permission is likely to lose more than just the argument. Transport presents its own challenges. A dreadnought, even a broken one, weighs several tons. Moving it requires significant effort, usually involving multiple trucks, copious amounts of chain, and dozens of Gretchen to actually do the heavy lifting. The journey back to the orc base camp is often eventful, with the captured dreadnought being paraded through any settlements they pass, shown off to other orc tribes, and generally treated as the grand prize it is. Once back at base, securing the dreadnought becomes a priority. It's chained down, usually in a prominent location where everyone can see it, with enough restraints that even if it's somehow reactivated, it couldn't do much damage. Mech boys immediately begin examining it, testing systems, poking at things they probably shouldn't poke at, and generally beginning the long process of understanding what they've captured. The capture of a dreadnought is also a teaching moment for younger orcs. Veterans of the fight will gather the younger boys and recount how it went down, pointing out what worked and what didn't. "See, when we all rushed it from the front, that's when it killed the most of us. But when we got round the side, that's when we started winning." These lessons, crude as they are, help the warband become more effective at taking on similarly tough enemies in the future. There's also the matter of casualties sustained during the capture. A properly functioning dreadnought can kill dozens or even hundreds of orcs before being brought down. The survivors don't mourn these losses in any human sense. Orcs don't really do grief, but they do remember who died and how. The captured dreadnought becomes a monument to those fallen boys, a physical reminder that this fight cost them, but they won anyway. Some war bosses develop specific strategies for dreadnought hunting based on past experiences. They might equip certain squads with rockets, specifically for taking out the legs. They might train tank busters to target weapon systems first. They might even develop signals or calls that tell their boys to switch from kill it mode to capture it mode mid-battle. This level of planning is unusual for orcs, but the value of a dreadnought trophy can inspire unusual behavior. The psychological impact on the orc warband after successfully capturing a dreadnought is significant. Morale, to the extent that term applies to orcs, soars. The boys feel invincible, like they can take on anything the universe throws at them. This confidence can be both beneficial, leading to more aggressive and effective fighting, and dangerous, leading to overconfidence and taking on fights they can't win. But in the immediate aftermath of a successful capture, the warband is riding high on victory and won't hear any suggestions about caution. Famous war bosses and their dreadnought collections. Throughout the history of Warhammer 40,000 lore, certain orc war bosses have become particularly noted for their dreadnought collections, their trophy hauls becoming legendary among both orcs and their enemies. These examples illustrate the practice at its most extreme, showing what happens when a particularly successful war boss makes dreadnought hunting a priority. The most famous of these is undoubtedly Gazkul Mag Uruk Thraka, the self-proclaimed prophet of Gork and Mork, the beast of Armageddon, and arguably the most dangerous orc in the current galaxy. While records of Gazkul's personal trophy collection are incomplete, Imperial intelligence suggests that he has accumulated trophies from nearly every major enemy faction, with dreadnoughts featuring prominently. His campaigns on Armageddon alone brought him into conflict with numerous Space Marine chapters. and it's believed he kept several dreadnoughts from these battles. What makes Kazkul different from typical orc war bosses is his apparent understanding of the psychological value of such trophies. He doesn't just keep them for personal bragging rights, he uses them as tools of intimidation and propaganda. When he meets with other orc war bosses to build his Wah, the presence of these trophies helps convince them that following him will lead to the best fights. When he negotiates, and yes, Kazkul does occasionally negotiate, having a backdrop of defeated enemy war machines sends a very clear message about what happens to those who oppose him. Another notable example is the orc war boss known as Grimskull the Collector, who supposedly made it his personal mission to capture one dreadnought from every Space Marine chapter he encountered. While the veracity of this legend is questionable, orc tales speak of Grimskull's vast trophy hall containing dozens of different dreadnoughts, each bearing different chapter colors and heraldry. The story goes that Grimskull would study these trophies, learning the fighting styles of different chapters, using his collection as a kind of tactical database. In the Octarius sector, during the massive conflict between orcs and Tyranids, orchestrated by Inquisitor Kryptman, an orc war boss known as Claw Chief Urgok reportedly kept a dreadnought from the Scythes of the Emperor chapter that had been fighting in the region. What made this particular trophy special was that Urgok supposedly kept it in a partially functional state, occasionally activating its weapon systems during celebrations to provide entertainment for his followers. The captured pilot, if he still lived, endured years of being used as a living fireworks display. The Bad Moons clan, being the wealthiest of the major orc clans, have produced several war bosses known for their extensive trophy collections. One Bad Moons boss, name lost to history but referred to in imperial records as the Golden Git, supposedly covered his captured dreadnoughts in gold paint and precious stones, turning them into gaudy displays of wealth as much as martial prowess. Other orcs found this incredibly impressive, while Space Marines who heard of it considered it an additional layer of desecration. On the feral world of Angelus, an orc war boss known as Big Mech Grimfang established what could only be described as a museum of war. Among his collection were 3 dreadnoughts from different chapters, each positioned in a different pose as if frozen in combat. Grimfang, being a mech, was more interested in these trophies as technical puzzles than as mere status symbols, but he still displayed them prominently and used them to establish his credentials when dealing with other war bosses. The Death Skulls clan naturally produces war bosses with extensive looted collections, and dreadnoughts feature prominently in many of these. One Death Skulls boss, recorded in the annals of the Crimson Fists chapter as Blue Fang the Lucky, supposedly captured 4 of their dreadnoughts during the invasion of Rin's world. The Crimson Fists made recovering these trophies a priority during their revenge campaigns, dedicating significant resources to hunting down Blue Fang and his warband. There are also darker stories, less well documented, but persistent in orc legend and imperial horror tales. Stories of orc war bosses who don't just keep their dreadnought trophies, but actively torment them, using them in gladiatorial games, forcing them to fight each other for orc entertainment, or subjecting them to endless mechanical experiments. Whether these stories are true or exaggerated by repeated telling is unclear, but they speak to the worst possible fate a dreadnought pilot could suffer. Some war bosses develop reputations as dreadnought specialists, actively seeking out battles where they're likely to encounter these war machines. These bosses might pass up on easier conquests because they don't offer the possibility of adding to their collection. They're not just fighting for territory or resources, they're hunting for the most impressive trophies they can find, and dreadnoughts represent the pinnacle of that hunt. The competitive nature between these trophy-collecting war bosses creates interesting dynamics. They're aware of each other's collections and constantly trying to one-up each other. You got 2 dreadnoughts, I got 3. Yours are all from the same chapter. Mine are from 5 different chapters. This competition drives them to take risks they might not otherwise take, to seek out battles specifically because they might yield rare trophies, to treat war as much as a hunting expedition, as a military campaign. The Imperial Response. The Space Marine chapter's responses to the capture of their dreadnoughts by orcs reveals much about how they value these ancient warriors. Recovery operations are mounted with a level of urgency and resource commitment that often seems disproportionate from a purely military standpoint, but makes perfect sense when you understand what dreadnoughts represent to their chapters. When a chapter learns that one of their dreadnoughts has been captured by orcs, the reaction is immediate and severe. This isn't just losing a valuable piece of equipment, it's abandoning a brother, a hero, a living link to the chapter's history. The idea of leaving such a warrior in enemy hands, possibly suffering, possibly being desecrated, is unthinkable to most Space Marines. Recovery becomes a sacred duty that transcends normal tactical considerations. Recovery operations typically begin with intelligence gathering. The chapter needs to locate where the captured dreadnought is being held, determine the strength of the orc forces guarding it, and assess whether the pilot still lives. This intelligence work is difficult. Orcs don't maintain detailed records, and their movements can be unpredictable. But Space Marine scouts and librarians employ every tool at their disposal to track down their lost brother. Once located, the recovery operation itself is planned with meticulous care. The goal isn't just to retrieve the dreadnought, but to do so while minimizing further damage to it, and, if possible, rescuing the pilot alive. This requires precision strikes, coordinated assaults, and often significant risk to the recovery team. Space Marines who might normally employ orbital bombardment or massive firepower must instead use more surgical approaches to avoid destroying what they're trying to recover. These operations often involve specialized units. Terminator squads might be deployed for their ability to smash through orc defenses and create a safe corridor for the recovery. Assault squads provide rapid mobility to extract the dreadnought once it's secured. Tech Marines accompany the mission to stabilize the dreadnought systems and determine the pilot's status. The entire operation is typically led by experienced officers who understand the importance of what they're attempting. The orc response to these recovery attempts varies. Some war bosses, recognizing they're under attack, will prioritize defending their trophy, sometimes even at the cost of tactical disadvantages elsewhere. They understand that losing such a prized trophy would damage their status significantly. Other war bosses might not realize the importance until it's too late, focusing on the general battle and only noticing their trophy is gone after the Space Marines have already extracted it. There have been cases where the recovery of a single dreadnought has turned into a multi-day battle, with orcs and Space Marines fighting over this one objective, while ignoring everything else happening in the wider conflict. The orcs see it as defending their most valuable loot, while the Space Marines see it as recovering their honored dead. Both sides commit forces out of proportion to the objective's military value, because to each of them, its symbolic value is immense. Not all recovery attempts succeed. Sometimes the dreadnought has been too badly damaged, scattered across an orc camp as components and scrap metal. Sometimes the pilot has died, leaving only an empty shell to recover. Sometimes the orcs have moved the trophy and the intelligence was outdated. And sometimes, despite their best efforts, the Space Marines simply can't break through orc defenses without causing the very destruction they're trying to prevent. Failed recovery attempts weigh heavily on the chapters involved. Knowing that one of their brothers remains in orc hands, potentially suffering, unable to die with honor, creates a burden of guilt and obligation. Some chapters will make multiple attempts, returning again and again to try to recover their fallen brother. Others, accepting that recovery is impossible, will instead focus on vengeance, hunting down the orc warboss responsible and destroying him and all his forces, even if the dreadnought itself cannot be saved. The successful recovery of a dreadnought from orc captivity is treated as a significant victory, often resulting in special ceremonies and honors for those involved in the recovery. The dreadnought itself is thoroughly examined, blessed, and if possible, restored to service. If the pilot survived the capture, he's treated by the chapter's best apothecaries and given whatever support is needed to help him process the trauma of his captivity. Some pilots who survive Orc captivity never fully recover psychologically. The experience of being utterly helpless, treated as a thing rather than a warrior, subjected to the casual indifference of their captors, leaves scars that even Space Marine conditioning cannot fully heal. These pilots might be retired from service, their dreadnoughts preserved but no longer activated. They've given everything, endured more than should be asked of anyone, and earned their final rest. The recovery operations also serve as learning experiences for the chapters. They study Orc trophy-keeping behavior, trying to understand where captured dreadnoughts are likely to be kept, what defenses might be encountered, what condition the trophies might be in. This knowledge helps inform future operations, improving the chances of successful recovery. The philosophical implications. The practice of Orcs keeping broken dreadnoughts as trophies raises interesting philosophical questions about the nature of trophy collecting, the treatment of captured enemies, and what it means to keep a defeated foe. These questions, while perhaps seeming abstract, actually illuminate important aspects of both Orc and human, imperial, psychology. For the Orcs, trophy keeping is straightforward. You defeat an enemy, you take something from them as proof, you display it to demonstrate your prowess. There's no deeper meaning, no complex psychology behind it. It's practical, it's understandable, and it serves clear social functions. The trophy proves the victory happened, impresses others, and provides entertainment value. Simple, brutal, effective. But from a human perspective, particularly from the imperial perspective, this practice raises disturbing questions. What does it say about the Orcs that they can't distinguish between keeping a broken machine and keeping a suffering person trapped within that machine? The answer is equally disturbing. It says they simply don't make that distinction. Person, machine. It's all the same to them. They're not being cruel, they're being indifferent, which might be worse. This indifference touches on broader questions about the nature of consciousness and personhood. The Imperium recognizes the Space Marine pilot within the dreadnought as a person, a hero, a being worthy of respect and honor. The Orcs recognize only the physical form of the dreadnought, the big metal shell that fought them. If there's anyone inside, that's just a detail, not particularly relevant to the trophy's value. This fundamental disconnect in how personhood is recognized creates a gulf of understanding that can never really be bridged. The practice also raises questions about the ethics of trophy keeping in general. Most human cultures throughout history have collected trophies from defeated enemies in some form. Scalps, ears, weapons, flags. The practice is nearly universal. But there's usually some line drawn between taking a piece of a defeated enemy and keeping the entire enemy. The Orcs, lacking human ethical frameworks, don't see any such line. If a Space Marine helmet is a good trophy, then a whole Space Marine in a dreadnought is an even better trophy. From the Orc perspective, their treatment of captured dreadnoughts is actually fairly benign. They're not actively trying to cause suffering. They're just keeping an impressive thing they captured. If asked, an Orc would probably be genuinely confused about why this upsets the Space Marines so much. We beat it fair and square. It's ours now. Why are they making such a fuss? This genuine incomprehension of the offense they're causing is darkly comedic in its own way. The philosophical question of whether something can be both a person and property is central here. The Imperium says no, a person cannot be property, at least not a Space Marine. The Orcs don't even understand the question. To them, everything captured in battle becomes property of the victor. The fact that property might also be conscious is irrelevant to its status as property. This also touches on questions of dignity and how it's conferred or maintained. The Imperium confers great dignity on dreadnought pilots, treating them as honored ancestors. But that dignity is conferred by others. The pilots themselves cannot maintain their own dignity when captured and helpless. The Orcs, by treating the dreadnought as just another trophy, strip away that conferred dignity without even realizing they're doing so. They're not attacking the pilot's dignity. they simply don't recognize it exists. The question of what the pilot experiences during captivity raises issues about the nature of suffering and whether suffering requires intention. The orc doesn't intend to cause suffering, he's just keeping his trophy. But the pilot suffers anyway, profoundly. Does the lack of intent make it better or worse? From the pilot's perspective, it's arguably worse. At least if his captors were deliberately tormenting him, his suffering would have meaning, would be acknowledged. Being suffering as an accidental consequence of someone else's indifference might be the ultimate insult. The grimdark comedy. We return to where we began, the fundamental absurdity of the situation. A Space Marine dreadnought, housing one of the Imperium's greatest heroes, reduced to a curiosity in an orc warboss's trophy collection. It's tragic, it's horrifying, it's darkly comedic, it's perfectly Warhammer 40,000. The comedy comes not from the suffering itself, but from the disconnect between the perspectives. The Imperium sees the sacred warrior tomb being desecrated by Xenos savages. The orcs see a really cool trophy they got in a good fight. Neither perspective is wrong within its own cultural framework, but they're so completely incompatible that the juxtaposition becomes absurd. This is Warhammer 40,000's signature move, taking grim situations and finding the dark humor in them, not by making light of suffering, but by highlighting the absurdity of existence in this universe. A universe where the heroes are fascist super soldiers, where the good guys commit genocide as policy, where even death might not be escape. This universe doesn't do simple tragedy. It does complicated tragedy, mixed with absurdity, mixed with occasional moments of surprising poignancy. The orc keeping a dreadnought as a pet works as a storytelling device precisely because it operates on multiple levels simultaneously. It's a source of motivation for heroic rescue missions. It's a demonstration of how truly alien the orcs are. It's a meditation on the futility of meaning in an uncaring universe. It's a joke at the expense of the Imperium's pretensions to nobility. It's a genuine horror scenario for the captured pilot. All of these things at once. And that's what makes it perfect for this setting. Warhammer 40,000 has never been interested in simple narratives or uncomplicated emotions. It wants you to feel horrified and amused, sympathetic and disturbed, engaged and alienated, all at the same time. The broken dreadnought in the orc throne room achieves all of that. Tales from the trophy halls. The stories told by those who have witnessed orc trophy collections firsthand provide visceral detail to what might otherwise remain abstract horror. These accounts, drawn from Imperial records, Space Marine chapter histories, and the debriefings of those rare individuals who survived encounters with orc warbosses' personal domains, paint a picture of what it actually looks like, feels like, to see these captured dreadnoughts in their new homes. Sergeant Malthius of the Ultramarines, during a rescue operation on the world of Kaltos, recorded his observations upon breaching an orc fortress. The throne room was a charnel house decorated with the remains of 1,000 battles. But what drew the eye, what commanded attention despite the horror surrounding it, was the dreadnought. One of our own, bearing the colours of the Nova Marines chapter, chained against the far wall like some enormous hound. Its armour was scarred beyond recognition, weapons torn away, but the sarcophagus remained intact. We could see the life support indicators still glowing faintly. Someone was still alive in there. The orc warboss sat upon his throne, using our brother's tragedy as decoration, and I have never felt such pure hatred in all my years of service. Another account, from an Imperial Guard reconnaissance team, describes an orc encampment where multiple dreadnoughts were displayed. They had them arranged in a circle, like some grotesque sculpture garden, 5 in total, each from a different chapter, each in varying states of damage. The orcs had painted crude glyphs on their armour, marked their own symbols over the sacred insignia of the Adeptus Astartes. Children, Gretchen young enough to barely walk, played around the feet of these fallen warriors, treating them as playground equipment. It was obscene in a way that made conventional desecration seem almost respectful by comparison. A particularly detailed account comes from Inquisitor Valerius of the Ordo Xenos, who infiltrated an orc rock in disguise to gather intelligence. The trophy hall was vast, carved into the asteroid's interior, and it contained the spoils of centuries of warfare. But the centerpiece, the prize around which all else was arranged, was a dreadnought of the Blood Angels chapter. The orcs had not modified it, had not painted it, had barely touched it at all. They simply kept it, spotlit by captured promethium lamps, elevated on a platform of welded scrap metal. The war boss told me, through his interpreter, that this was his greatest kill, the fight that made his reputation. He spoke of it with something approaching reverence, though filtered through an orc's complete inability to understand what he was describing. To him, it was just the best trophy from the best fight. The fact that a brother of Sanguinius, a warrior who had served for over 900 years, was likely still alive within that metal tomb, slowly going mad from isolation and captivity, simply did not register as relevant. These accounts share certain common elements. The display is always prominent, positioned where visitors cannot help but see it. The orcs clearly take pride in their captures, even if they don't fully understand what they have. And there's often evidence that, at least initially, attempts were made to interact with or activate the captured dreadnoughts, evidenced by crude orc modifications, hasty repairs to damage, or jury-rigged power connections that suggest someone tried to get the machine working. Scout brother Tascius of the Raven Guard, who spent 3 months embedded with an orc tribe gathering intelligence, provided insights into how the orcs themselves view these trophies. They don't see them as we do. To them, a dreadnought is impressive the same way a particularly large weapon is impressive, or a fast vehicle, or a dangerous beast. They'll pat it the way you might pat a favored attack dog. They'll show it off to visitors with the same pride someone might display a prized possession. The complete disconnect between their casual attitude and the magnitude of what they're actually keeping is disturbing beyond words. I watched an orc knob use a captured dreadnought from the Aurora chapter as a backrest while he ate, completely oblivious to the fact that he was leaning against what we would consider a sacred relic, housing a revered hero. From the Black Templars comes the account of Chaplain Grimaldus's rescue operation on the Tower, world of Hades. We found 3 of our brothers in dreadnought form, all captured during the initial orc invasion. 2 were empty shells, their pilots having died of their injuries before they could be recovered. But the third still lived. Brother Adelmar, who had fought in the Third Black Crusade, who had walked the galaxy for 2,000 years, who had earned his rest 100 times over. He had been in orc hands for 4 months. When we breached his sarcophagus, the moment we restored his ability to communicate, he did not speak of what he had endured. He simply requested that we not return him to service, that we grant him the peace he should have found on the battlefield. We honored his request. Some prices are too high, even for the continued service of such a legendary warrior. These stories reveal patterns in how orcs maintain their trophies over time. Fresh captures receive the most attention, as mech boys prod and poke and try to understand them. Over months and years, interest wanes somewhat, though the trophy retains its value as a status symbol. By the time decades have passed, the dreadnought might be one trophy among many, still valued, but no longer the centerpiece it once was. Unless, of course, it comes from a particularly prestigious chapter, or represents an especially memorable fight, in which case it remains a focal point indefinitely. The rare escapes. While most dreadnoughts captured by orcs remain in captivity until either destroyed, recovered by their chapters, or the pilot finally dies, there are rare recorded instances of escape attempts. These stories, few though they are, provide both hope and additional horror, showing what's possible when a pilot retains enough agency and the circumstances align just right. The most famous escape is that of venerable ancient Malkarian of the Night Lords before their fall to chaos, who was captured by orcs during the Great Crusade. According to Night Lord's records, Malkarian spent 3 weeks in orc captivity before managing to activate his dreadnought's emergency power reserves during an Orc celebration. The temporary power surge allowed him to break his chains and fight his way to the edge of the Orc camp, where he was recovered by his battle brothers. The escape was seen as such an impressive feat that it became part of Night Lord's lore, taught to newer generations as an example of never surrendering, even in impossible circumstances. A more tragic attempt comes from the Lamenter's chapter, whose brother, ancient Chironex, was captured during the Bardab War's aftermath. Orc records, translated by Ordo Xenos specialists, suggest that Chironex maintained enough control over his dreadnought's systems to attempt a self-destruct sequence, preferring death to continued captivity. The attempt failed due to damage to the power plant, but it did start a fire that destroyed a significant portion of the Orc camp. The Orcs found this hilarious and began referring to Chironex as Da Bernie Tin Boy, completely missing that what they were witnessing was an act of desperate defiance. From the Crimson Fists comes the account of ancient Argo, who was captured during the Orc assault on Rinnsworld. Argo spent 2 months in captivity before a bombardment from an Imperial Navy frigate damaged the structure holding him, creating an opportunity. With limited power and one functioning weapon arm, Argo managed to drag himself several kilometers through Orc-held territory before being recovered by Crimson Fist's scouts. His recovery inspired the chapter to intensify their efforts to hunt down every Orc who had participated in the invasion, particularly those who had taken trophies. These escapes, rare as they are, require several factors to align. The dreadnought must have some power reserves remaining, or the ability to access external power. The pilot must remain conscious and sane enough to plan and execute an escape. The Orcs must be sufficiently distracted or incompetent in their guarding. And there must be some possibility of reaching friendly forces, or at least getting far enough away to make a rescue feasible. Given how rarely all these factors align, it's no surprise that most captured dreadnoughts never escape. Some escapes are less about the pilot's agency and more about circumstances overtaking events. Dreadnoughts have been recovered when the Orc camp they were in was attacked by different enemies: Tyranids, other Orc warbands, Chaos forces. In the confusion, allowing Imperial forces to retrieve them. Others have been found abandoned when Orc warbands moved on, deciding the trophy was too heavy to transport and not worth the effort. The psychological state of pilots who do manage to escape or be rescued varies dramatically. Some maintain their sanity and their will to continue serving, viewing their captivity as just another trial endured in service to the Emperor. Others are permanently damaged by the experience, able to function but carrying trauma that affects their performance and their interactions with battle brothers. A few, the rarest cases, actually seem stronger for having endured and escaped, having proven to themselves that even in the darkest circumstances, even when all hope seems lost, defiance is possible. The future of the practice. As the 41st millennium grinds on and the galaxy becomes ever more chaotic, the Orc practice of keeping dreadnought trophies shows no signs of diminishing. If anything, as Orc wars become larger and more frequent, as the barriers between the Imperium and its enemies break down, opportunities for Orcs to encounter and capture dreadnoughts may actually be increasing. The introduction of Primaris Space Marines and their Redemptor-pattern dreadnoughts has given Orcs new targets. These newer, larger dreadnoughts are especially appealing to Orc war bosses for the same reason the original dreadnoughts were. They're big, they're tough, and they're impressively killy. The fact that Redemptor dreadnoughts burn through their pilots faster than traditional patterns means that captured Redemptors are less likely to have living pilots, which might be seen as a mercy, though it also means the loss of ancient knowledge and experience that traditional dreadnoughts preserve. The ongoing conflicts across the galaxy, from the opening of the Great Rift to the rising tide of chaos to the Tyranid invasions, all create opportunities for Orcs to encounter Space Marines in desperate battles where dreadnoughts might be deployed and potentially captured. Every major war zone becomes a potential hunting ground for Orc war bosses seeking to add to their trophy collections. Some orc mechboys are reportedly getting better at maintaining and even partially operating captured dreadnoughts. Whether this represents actual technological advancement or just more successful trial and error is unclear, but there are increasing reports of orcs managing to get looted dreadnoughts to move under some level of control. These orked-up dreadnoughts remain rare and unreliable, but their very existence suggests that orc understanding of these machines is slowly improving. From the Imperial perspective, the challenge of recovering captured dreadnoughts is likely to grow more difficult as orc warbands become larger and better organized. The resources required for recovery operations remain constant, while the forces arrayed against such operations increase. Some chapters may be forced to make the painful decision that certain captured brothers simply cannot be recovered, that the cost in lives and materiel would be too high. These decisions, pragmatic though they might be, weigh heavily on chapters that pride themselves on never abandoning their own. The cultural significance of dreadnought trophies within orc society seems to be intensifying rather than diminishing. As different orc clans and warbands compete for dominance, having the most impressive trophy collection becomes an increasingly important status marker. This creates a kind of arms race in trophy acquisition, with war bosses actively seeking out battles, specifically because they offer opportunities to capture rare and valuable prizes. There's also speculation among Ordo Xenos scholars that orc trophy-keeping behavior might be evolving. Some reports suggest that certain war bosses are becoming more sophisticated in how they manage their collections, preserving trophies more carefully, displaying them more strategically, even trading or gifting particularly valuable items to secure alliances or advantage. Whether this represents genuine cultural evolution or just individual war bosses showing unusual intelligence remains subject to debate. Conclusion: The Endless War's strangest trophy. As we reach the end of this exploration into one of Warhammer 40,000's darkest and strangest practices, we're left with a deeper understanding of both the orcs and the Imperium they fight. The broken dreadnoughts in Orc Trophy. Halls represent everything that makes this setting unique. The grinding horror of endless war, the absolute alienness of the various factions, the dark comedy of perspective, and the occasional moments of genuine tragedy that cut through all the grimdark posturing. For the orcs, keeping broken dreadnoughts is entirely logical. They're impressive trophies from good fights. They establish status and reputation. They're fun to show off, and they might even yield useful parts or knowledge. The fact that there might be someone suffering inside is simply not a consideration, not because orcs are cruel, but because they're genuinely incapable of processing that suffering as relevant. For the Imperium, the capture of a dreadnought represents a multi-layered tragedy. A hero is lost, sacred technology is defiled, ancient knowledge might be destroyed, and a warrior who deserved an honorable death is instead subjected to a fate that makes his centuries of service seem like a prelude to ultimate humiliation. The recovery of such trophies becomes a sacred duty, regardless of the cost. And for us, the observers of this fictional universe, it serves as a perfect encapsulation of what makes Warhammer 40,000 work. It's horrible, it's fascinating, it's darkly funny, and it makes perfect sense within its own internal logic, while being completely insane by any normal standard. The broken dreadnought chained in an orc throne room is both deeply sad and somehow hilarious, tragic and absurd, meaningful and meaningless, all at the same time. The practice also reminds us that in the grim darkness of the far future, there truly is only war, but that war takes forms we might never expect. It's not just battle lines and strategic objectives. It's also orc war bosses collecting the broken remains of their enemies, like a macabre version of stamp collecting. It's space marines undertaking desperate rescue missions for brothers who might prefer death to rescue. It's ancient warriors suffering fates worse than any death in the darkness of their metal tombs. This is Warhammer 40,000 at its best, taking horrific concepts and examining them through multiple lenses, finding both the tragedy and the dark comedy, never flinching from the implications of its grimdark universe, while also never taking itself so seriously that it loses sight of how absurd it all is. The orc with his dreadnought trophy is a perfect distillation of the setting's ethos. So the next time you see an orc army on the tabletop, or read about an orc war boss in the lore, or think about the green tide sweeping across imperial worlds, remember the broken dreadnoughts in their trophy halls. Remember the space marines entombed within them, the chapters trying to recover them, and the orcs who keep them without really understanding what they have. Remember that war in the 41st millennium isn't just about who wins and who loses, but about what happens to those caught in between, and how the same event can be viewed completely differently depending on whose eyes you're looking through. If you enjoyed this deep dive into the weird and wonderful world of Warhammer 40,000 lore, make sure to like this video and subscribe to the channel. There's always more grim darkness to explore, more bizarre faction behaviors to analyze, and more fascinating details to uncover in this incredible setting. The Emperor protects, the Warg never ends, and somewhere out there, a broken dreadnought waits in an orc trophy hall, a monument to the endless brutality and strange absurdity of the far future. Thanks for watching, and remember, in the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war, but sometimes there's also really cool trophies. The symbolism and meaning, beyond the practical and cultural aspects we've explored, the phenomenon of orcs keeping broken dreadnoughts carries deeper symbolic weight within the Warhammer 40,000 universe. It represents collision points between different ways of understanding reality, different systems of meaning, different approaches to existence itself. The dreadnought itself is perhaps the most potent symbol in Space Marine culture of the intersection between duty, sacrifice, and transformation. A Space Marine who accepts interment chooses continued service over the peace of death. He accepts transformation into something that is no longer quite human, perhaps never was fully human given the genetic modifications, but becomes even less so when merged with a machine. He accepts isolation from the brotherhood he values above all else, sealed in metal, awakened only for war. This choice, this sacrifice, is what the Imperium holds up as the highest ideal. When an orc captures such a symbol and reduces it to a trophy, he unwittingly strikes at the very heart of Imperial meaning-making. He demonstrates, through his actions, if not his intention, that all this sacrifice, all this meaning, all this reverence can be rendered meaningless by simple force. The dreadnought that represents centuries of service, the accumulated wisdom of ages, the living embodiment of chapter history, becomes just another cool thing an orc grabbed in a fight. The contrast between these two perspectives could not be more stark. For the Imperium, this represents a kind of existential horror beyond mere physical death or destruction. Physical defeat can be endured, territories can be reclaimed, losses can be avenged, but the reduction of their most sacred symbols to mere loot, to curiosities in an alien trophy case, attacks the very framework through which they understand their existence. If a dreadnought can be reduced to this, if such service can end in such meaningless degradation, what does that say about all the other sacrifices made in the Emperor's name? The orc's complete indifference to this symbolic weight makes it somehow worse. If chaos forces capture a dreadnought, they understand its significance and deliberately defile it, which creates a kind of dark meaning, in opposition to imperial meaning. The Chaos Defiler recognizes what the dreadnought represents and attacks it for exactly that reason. There's a terrible logic to it, a coherent framework where imperial meaning is replaced with chaos meaning. But the orc just thinks it's a cool trophy. He doesn't understand the significance, doesn't care about the meaning, isn't trying to make any kind of statement. His actions strip meaning away, not through opposition, but through sheer incomprehension. This absolute void, where meaning should be, might be more disturbing than active malice. From a narrative perspective, this symbolism does important work. It reminds us that in the Warhammer 40,000 universe, meaning is not inherent. It's imposed by those who create it, maintained by those who believe in it, and can be destroyed by those who simply don't participate in that meaning-making system. The Imperium's desperate attempts to maintain their frameworks of meaning and significance are constantly under attack, not just by enemies who oppose them, but by enemies who don't even acknowledge that those frameworks exist. The contrast also highlights the fundamental philosophy of each faction. The Imperium seeks meaning through sacrifice, through duty, through service to something greater than the individual. The Space Marines exemplify this philosophy, with dreadnoughts representing its ultimate expression. The Orcs, conversely, seek meaning through immediate experience, through the joy of combat, through proving themselves in the moment. The concept of sacrifice for future benefit, of deferred gratification, of accepting suffering now for meaning later, these ideas are completely alien to Orc psychology. This philosophical gulf creates the conditions where a dreadnought can be simultaneously the most honored warrior in a chapter and a curiosity in an Orc's collection. Neither perspective is wrong within its own framework, but the frameworks are so completely incompatible that reconciliation is impossible. The Imperium cannot make the Orcs understand what they're desecrating, because the Orcs lack the conceptual framework to process that understanding. The Orcs cannot make the Imperium understand that they're just keeping a cool trophy, because the Imperium cannot separate the physical object from all the meaning they've invested in it. This unbridgeable gap of understanding is itself symbolic of the Warhammer 40,000 universe's broader themes. This is a setting where different factions don't just fight over resources or territory, they fight from fundamentally incompatible worldviews. The Imperium's human-centric fascism, the Orcs' joy in violence, the Eldar's arrogant superiority, the Tyranids' hunger, the Chaos God's manipulation. These aren't just different political positions or cultural practices. They're different ways of existing, different frameworks for understanding reality itself. The broken dreadnought in the Orc trophy hall becomes a physical manifestation of this fundamental incompatibility. It exists simultaneously in multiple symbolic frameworks that cannot be reconciled. To the Imperium, it's sacred. To the Orcs, it's loot. Both of these things are true. Neither can be reduced to the other. The dreadnought simply is both things at once, trapped in the space between incompatible meaning systems, just as the galaxy itself exists in the space between incompatible worldviews, locked in eternal conflict. And perhaps that's the deepest horror and the darkest comedy of it all. Not just that terrible things happen in this universe, but that they happen for no reason that would satisfy anyone seeking meaning. The dreadnought pilot doesn't suffer because the Orcs hate him or want to hurt him. He suffers because he's there and the Orcs are indifferent. The Imperium doesn't fail to recover him because they don't care, but because the uncaring universe doesn't align with their attempts to impose meaning on it. The Orc doesn't understand why the Imperium is upset, because there's literally no framework through which he could understand it. This is Warhammer 40,000's ultimate statement. Not that the universe is hostile, though it is, but that it's indifferent. The meaning you seek, the significance you crave, the justice you demand, none of it exists unless you create it and fight to maintain it. And even then, someone else might come along who doesn't share your framework and reduce all your meaning to nothing through simple incomprehension. The broken dreadnought reminds us that in the grim darkness of the far future, meaning is fragile, victory is temporary, and sometimes the worst fate isn't to be destroyed by those who hate you, but to be kept as a curiosity by those who don't understand enough to hate you properly. In the grim darkness of the far future, there are few titles that carry more weight than that of an Imperial Inquisitor. These agents of the Emperor's will stand as humanity's bulwark against threats both within and without. They command fleets, requisition entire Space Marine chapters, and declare exterminatus upon worlds teeming with billions of souls. Their authority is absolute, their judgment final, and their power nearly limitless. They are the watchers in the dark, the hunters of heretics, the bane of demons and Xenos alike. But what happens when one of these mighty defenders of mankind falls into the crude, green hands of the galaxy's most brutal and unpredictable Xenos race? What becomes of an Inquisitor when they are dragged, broken, and bleeding into an Orc encampment? This is not a comfortable question to explore. The fate that awaits such a captive is neither quick nor merciful. Yet to understand this grim scenario, we must delve deep into the alien psychology of the Orcs, examine the unique nature of inquisitorial power, and confront the brutal realities of what happens when two diametrically opposed forces collide in the most personal and horrifying way possible. This is the story of what happens when ultimate authority meets absolute brutality, when the Emperor's chosen are reduced to mere playthings in the hands of creatures who know only war and violence. The capture of an Inquisitor by Orcs represents something almost unthinkable in the Imperium of man. These are individuals who have spent decades, sometimes centuries, learning to combat every conceivable threat to humanity. They are trained to resist torture, to withstand psychic assault, to endure conditions that would break lesser mortals. Many possess augmetic enhancements, psychic abilities, or access to technology that borders on the heretical. Some command retinues that include everything from former space marines to sanctioned psychers to alien mercenaries recruited in the service of humanity's survival. The very idea that such a figure could be captured, held, and subjected to the whims of Orcs seems to contradict everything we know about both species. Yet, it has happened. The annals of Imperial history, fragmentary and incomplete as they are, record instances of Inquisitors falling into enemy hands. Most commonly, this occurs during wars with Chaos forces, or the sadistic Dark Eldar, enemies who have refined torture into an art form spanning millennia. But Orcs, the greenskin menace, is generally considered too crude, too simple-minded, too focused on immediate gratification to maintain prisoners for long. This assumption, however comfortable it might be for Imperial strategists, is dangerously incomplete. The Orcs are far more complex than they appear, and their treatment of valuable captives reveals depths to their society that many humans fatally underestimate. Throughout this exploration, we will examine every aspect of this nightmarish scenario. We will delve into the moment of capture, the immediate aftermath, and the various fates that might befall an Inquisitor in Orc custody. We will explore the role of Orc painboys, those mad surgeons who view the Inquisitor as the ultimate experimental subject. We will investigate how different Orc clans and their unique cultures might treat such a prize differently. We will examine the historical precedent set by individuals like Commissar Yarrick, who not only survived Orc captivity, but earned the Greenskins' grudging respect. And we will confront the darkest possibilities, the fates that even the Inquisition's most comprehensive training cannot prepare its agents to face.